You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's December the 9th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelics and cannabis news source found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well this morning, Al. How are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. I'm looking outside at this freezing rain that we're getting.
That means it's on the way here. I don't like that. I don't like that.
That's right. We give you a bit of a preview of what you're going to be getting in the coming days.
Yeah, well, at least, yeah. I get, here's the warning, Cindy. This is what's coming.
Yeah. Hey, yesterday was a high of 4 or 5, and I don't know what today's high is, but other than the fact it's going to be warm enough that we're going to get some type of rain.
Yep. So
hold on to your everything you can while you're walking across parking lots or down the sidewalk, because it's going to be slippery.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, to get started in the news today, I haven't got a story to start with everybody here, but I've got some sad news. And that is the passing of Professor Alan Young. For those who don't know Professor Young, he was at the Osgoode Hall Law School in Toronto. He retired in 2018. And prior to teaching at Osgoode, he clerked to Chief Justice Bora Laskin of the Supreme Court of Canada. Let's see what else here. He also challenged state authorities when it came to things. While he was unsuccessful, he challenged some obscenity laws, but still he was able to get some things changed on some stuff, such as they say here, he was successful in striking down drug literature prohibition under the criminal code, and he was successful in challenged drug paraphernalia prohibition in 4 different jurisdictions in 2 different provinces across the country. He was also very, very instrumental in the first constitutional challenge of Canada to the offense of cannabis prohibition, which was dismissed by the Supreme Court of Canada. I believe me and a friend were sitting around. We had plans of like grow your own stores right inside of a mall, like in a strip mall type thing, right? When you'd love to have done that, Cindy, grow your own in a store.
That'd be awesome.
And then what else? It says here he launched a constitutional challenge, the subject of a documentary film called Stoned, Hemp Nation on Trial. He says, although the law was upheld, he created 2 significant exemptions to the cannabis laws. In 1996, he secured the first license by a farmer to grow cannabis for industrial purposes. And more significantly, in the case of the series of court cases from 1998 to 2006, he established the rights of patients to use cannabis for medical purposes. These cases compelled the government to enact a medical program and to establish a supply of medical cannabis. In addition to due to the inadequate of the medical program, Young was able to secure court filings requiring the government to amend its regulatory provisions on 2 cases. And he was also known, I don't know if you know this, and a lot of people know about him through the cannabis end of things, but he was also involved in a case in which he celebrated victories in the case of R versus Bedford, in which he and 2 of his students successfully challenged 3 provisions of Canada's sex worker laws. As a result of successful invalidation, Parliament enacted a new legislative regime governing prostitution. Despite the success of the court case, he was disappointed with the Harper government's amendments to the criminal code. But he went on to deal things with freedom of expression, helping individuals with mental disorders, helping the incarcerated and the wrongly convicted. He challenged state officials. He fought for victim rights. And he was involved in media, getting involved in talking to them about different laws and things like that. So, Alan Young passed away. I haven't got a clue how old he was. But, he was a warrior. Fought for a lot of us for our rights for cannabis. And, that's why we're here today.
Yeah.
So may you rest in peace, Mr. Young. So, all righty. On to the regular news of today.
The regular news.
Yes. The psychedelics and cannabis educational news, I guess I can call it. And our first story of the day comes right from Health Canada.
Yeah, coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, Health Canada says only 3% of cannabis consumers obtain products from illegal sources.
And, is that because of the work of Mr. Alan Young?
Maybe.
Every year since 2017, Health Canada has conducted its Canadian Cannabis Survey, in which the government agency poses various cannabis-related questions to members of Canadian society. Canada adopted recreational cannabis legalization in 2018, and the survey helps lawmakers and regulators gain insight into how legalization has affected Canada. Health Canada recently released the results of a 2024 survey, with data being collected from April the 4th to July the 2nd. The 2024 survey involved 11,666 respondents aged 16 years of age and older across the provinces and territories.
Yeah, one of the main findings of this year's survey is that only 3% of consumers reported accessing cannabis through illegal sources, which is a decrease from a reported 16% back in 2019. Many consumers reported cultivating their own cannabis and or being gifted cannabis from friends and family. And the Health Canada survey also found the following. The number of respondents who reported getting cannabis from a legal source in 2024 was 72%, an increase from 37% in 2019 and 72% to 72% in 2024, with legal storefronts being the most common source since 2019.
There was no change in rates of cannabis use among the youth. Hey. That's aged 16 to 19 over the past year. The past 12 months, cannabis use among youth age 16 to 19 was 41%, similar to several previous years, 44% to 43% in 2019, 2020, 2023, respectively. Overall, the proportion of respondents who said they used cannabis and reported daily or almost daily use has been stable since 2018, including among the youth.
Since 2017, Health Canada has conducted the annual Canadian Cannabis Survey, but they missed 21 and 22. I don't know if you noticed that. I just thought it was funny. To better understand attitudes and knowledge regarding cannabis, as well as patterns of cannabis use in Canada. Through the information gathered, Health Canada can better understand where support is needed the most and develop program initiatives that will help educate it and raise awareness around the use of Canada. And this is coming from Health Canada. This is what they stated about their survey. And below is a breakdown of the rates of product types reported consumed in 2024 in Canada, according to the survey results. Dried flower is still the big one at 63%, although that's down from 2018. Edible cannabis is next. Vape pens, oil, beverages, hashish or kief, topical products, and concentrates extracts are on the lower end. Interesting.
Yeah. The dried flower going down
from 2020.
Yeah.
And
edibles are up.
Edibles are up. That doesn't shock me. Vape pens are up. That doesn't shock me. The younger generation is coming up. It's easy for them. Oil is unchanged. Beverages are up. It kind of shocks me. They must be getting better. I haven't tried them for a while.
Yeah.
Hashish. This makes me sad. It's down. I love hash. Yeah.
Yeah. Topicals. That would be like, what do people use recreational topicals for?
Oh, Al. Really? I can think of at least one really great use for recreational topicals. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but is that why it's gone up 21%?
Maybe.
Yeah, well, hey, topicals. Yeah. Actually, I've got as I mentioned before we went on the show, I'm a bit sore from doing some stuff around here, and I got some topical from You Feel You, and put it on my knees because I got bad knees. Yeah. I noticed it right away. So, alrighty, awesome. Next story.
Yeah. Okay. Coming to us from StratCan, we are reading about PEI amends the 2021 vaping legislation to note it doesn't apply to cannabis products.
New legislation in PEI is clarifying that the province's 2021 ban on the sale of flavored vaping products does not apply to the sale of cannabis vapes. However, a representative for PEI Cannabis tells StratCan that there has been no change in policy regarding what products PEI Cannabis Management Corporation can sell. A request for clarification on whether any relevant changes could be coming in the future in the wake of this new legislation was not provided.
Bill 71, an act to amend the Tobacco and Electronic Smoking Device Sales and Access Act, was introduced in PEI's legislature on November 7th, 2024. The legislation includes two amendments that clarify the 2021 amendments to the province's Tobacco and Electronic Smoking Devices Sales and Access Act and regulations. Wow, that's a long title. Bill 71 passed and received royal assent on Friday, the 29th, although it has yet to come into force. The amendments point out that the 2021 amendments do not affect the authority on the province's Cannabis Management Corporation under the Cannabis Management Corporation Act to sell, offer to sell, expose for sale, and have in its possession for sale to persons who may lawfully purchase cannabis items that are related to or used in the consumption of cannabis.
This includes the ability to sell various cannabis products, clarified Nicola Hewitt, Slexter, and legislative specialist with the Department of Health and Wellness during discussions about the bill on November the 8th. Now, in response to a question from Matthew McFarland, Green MLA of Borden Kinkora, about the sale of cannabis distillate vape cartridges. Hewitt said the new amendments address this. It says, Cannabis Management Corporation Act sets out that cannabis PEI can sell the products. Right now, as a result of the private members bill that came out several years ago, there was some confusion, and this is clarifying it. Papers are an example, she explained. So you're muted. You're still muted.
Oh, I'm coming. I had to click buttons. My apologies. I was coughing and I muted myself so I wouldn't cough on you, and I forgot.
Okay.
The Cannabis Management Corporation Act sets out what cannabis PEI can sell the products right now as a result of the private member bill that came out several years ago. There was some confusion. This is clarifying it, she explained. You already read that. Papers are deemed to be part of the tobacco-related products. So cannabis PEI is saying, well, you're governing the papers, so we can't really sell that or the distillate. So the amendment makes it absolutely clear, something that falls under the authority of the Cannabis Management Corporation Act. This act doesn't apply to that.
PEI-based cannabis brand Figer, F-I-G-R, Figer, which sells cannabis vapes that are available for purchase in other parts of the country, was briefly mentioned during discussions of the bill by Matthew McFarland. He's the Green Party rep for the riding, as I mentioned before, Kinkora. McFarland noted that the brand connected to cannabis producer Canada's Island Garden, could not sell its vapes in its home province through PEI Cannabis. And PEI sold nearly $25 million worth of cannabis in 23-24.
That's a lot for that tiny little province. Cannabis vape pens have been increasingly gaining market share in the legal market. Although dried flower has maintained the top spot, its overall market share has been declining as inhaled extracts, especially vapes, have been steadily increasing. Sales of dried cannabis declined from 71% market share in 21-22 to 64.9% in 22-23. Based on the most recent annual figures from Stats Canada, the largest contributor to the increase in overall cannabis sales across Canada was inhaled extracts, which rose by 59% in the 2022-23 fiscal year. The category accounted for 67.6% of the $600 million increase in sales from the previous year, or more than $405 million.
Big bucks. Now, in 2022, Newfoundland and Labrador began allowing the sale of cannabis vapes. The SQDC recently announced it would begin selling cannabis vapes products by the fall of 2025, which would make PEI the only province left that does not allow the sale of cannabis vape pens. What? Despite the ban, 1/4 of cannabis using Quebecers report using cannabis vapes, according to figures from the Institut de la Statistiques de Quebec.
That's because we all send them there. Not that I've done that. A recent report out of New Brunswick showed high levels of pesticides in illegal cannabis vapes, which are often easily found online or in unlicensed store. I'm not sure about that. I know a number of, I don't call them illegal. I call them legacy creators that create way, way, way better vape pens than are in the legal stores.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've seen that on not only vape pens but cannabis over time. Things have changed. I got.
And I mean, like, I think if we're comparing it to like 20 years ago, you're right. But I think these days, nobody wants the PG in their vape pens anymore. I don't care if you're legacy or legal. Like, nobody wants that anymore. People are paying attention to it.
Yeah, the vitamin E actate or something that was in pens as well. Yeah, you don't need any of that. Alrighty, here we go. Next story. It's up.
Coming to us from Colorado politics. Colorado's first psilocybin clinics to open this summer.
All right. Over 2.5 years since voters elected to legalize magic mushrooms, the state's first centers offering psilocybin are expected to open early this summer, according to the Colorado Natural Medicine Division. Proponents say psilocybin is effective in the treatment of a few mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and treatment-resistant depression.
Yes, critics, meanwhile, insist that psilocybin is linked with suicide and accidental deaths, as well as associated with psychosis. Critics have also been pushing for strict oversight, arguing it is necessary because psychedelics are being promoted and normalized on social media in the same way that marijuana has been for the past decade. These are the critics' words, not ours. While the ballot measure passed in 2022, decriminalized the personal use of certain psychedelic substances, including psilocybin, the state program is solely focused on the use of psychedelics for medicinal uses, not recreational. Patients will only be able to ingest the psychedelics at so-called healing centers, and the retail sale of psilocybin remains illegal in Colorado.
Now, here's how Colorado's program is envisioned to work. Each potential patient must undergo 4 steps: assessment, preparation, administration, and integration. In the assessment phase, the individuals will go through a screening process to determine any risk factors and match them with a facilitator. Potential patients are asked about why they're seeking psychedelic therapy, their history of psychedelic use, and their medical and mental health history. If any risk factors are determined through the screening, they are reviewed by professionals before an individual is moved on to the preparation phase.
Wow. Very cool. During preparation, patients meet with their facilitators to discuss what they hope to get out of their session and develop a safety plan to handle any negative emotions or memories that may surface following the treatment. After a plan is established, a patient visits a healing center, which can be in a complementary business such as a therapist's office or an existing healthcare facility, a retreat center, or even the participant's home where they receive this treatment. Psilocybin treatment can be distributed by a clinical facilitator who can provide services to treat physical, mental, or behavioral health conditions, or simply a facilitator who is not licensed mental health professional and is therefore not authorized to treat clinical conditions. All facilitators in Colorado will be required to complete 150 hours of coursework, 40 hours of supervised practice, and 50 hours of consultation while providing natural medicine services and receive their basic life support BSL certification. Facilitators practicing in Oregon, which is also legalized psilocybin, must have at least 1 year of experience to begin practicing in Colorado.
After the medicine is administered, facilitators are required to monitor the patient for at least 3 to 5 hours and follow up with them afterwards to see how they're doing. Following the 2022 election, the legislature passed Senate Bill 290, which established the Natural Medicine Division and the regulatory framework for the industry in Colorado. The bill also created an advisory board and a working group to study the effects of legalizing and regulating natural medicines on the state's indigenous people. The Natural Medicine Division began its rule-making process in February of 2024 and concluded last month.
There are still a few components of the rules the division is working on, such as cleanup changes around training requirements and the at-home administration process. According to Tassia Poinsetta, the Colorado director of the Healing Advocacy Fund, a group that works to promote natural medicine programs in the state. Poinsetta said those should be resolved by the time the first facilities open. The agency will begin accepting applications from potential facilitators at the end of this month and expect the first facilities to open in June.
Well, some communities are prepared to welcome the facilities to the neighborhood this summer. More conservative parts of the state are apprehensive. Colorado Springs is currently in the process of passing a city ordinance that would put restrictions on where psilocybin can be sold within the city. Now, according to the city's planning director, Kevin Walker, he says, "We're being a little bit conservative around whether or not this is something good and how to regulate it because we don't know what the impacts are." While the 2022 pre-position that legalized the psychedelics does not permit local governments to ban them, It allowed municipalities to regulate their time, place, and manner.
Hmm.
There you go.
Interesting.
Sound like something that you could work with?
It's definitely interesting. I like these facilitators where they've legalized it and said it's medicinal only. What we were reading at the beginning there, I really like it. Like we're gonna talk to you and see if this is right for you. Then we're gonna go through a bunch of integration, and then we're gonna pick the right spot, and then you have to do integration. Like, I mean, they've got that part down pat. So, I mean, what their preparation package is like and what their integration package is like, I mean, I don't know, but they definitely have the right skeleton for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I could hear you sort of saying, yeah, agreeing with those early paragraphs on there. So yeah, I thought, okay, I better find out what she thinks. All righty. On to the last story before we go to break.
Yes. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. War on drugs has completely and utterly failed, United Nations Human Rights Commissioner says.
Wow. Who would have thought they would say that? The United Nations High Commissioner of Human Rights is calling on the international community to move away from punitive criminal drug policy, saying that the global war on drugs has failed completely and utterly. Criminalization and prohibition have failed to reduce drug use and failed to deter drug-related crime, says Commissioner Volker Turk. And he says that these policies are simply not working, and we are failing some of the most vulnerable groups in our societies.
We are. Turk urged a shift to more evidence-based, human rights-centered approach to drug policies, prioritizing people over punishment. We need to start treating the person, not punishing the drug use disorder, he said. And according to a UN press release, historically, people who use drugs are marginalized, criminalized, discriminated against, and left behind, and very often stripped of their dignity and their rights.
Yeah. Rather than ostracize or punish drug users, Turk said their perspectives should be included in discussions about how to craft policies that minimize harm. We are destined to fail unless we ensure that genuine participation in formulating and implementing drug policies, what he says. There he is right there. The evidence is clear. The so-called war on drugs has failed completely and utterly, the UN official added, and prioritizing people over punishment means more lives are saved.
Yeah. Turk posted a short video statement to social media highlighting his comments at the Warsaw Conference, which is what Al just scrolled by there. The so-called war on drugs had destroyed countless lives and damaged entire communities, Turk said in the video statement. I mean, Vancouver, being the example that comes to mind. We have record number of drug-related deaths, more people than ever with drug use disorder, and higher levels of the everything's jumping on me here. Higher levels of the illegal production of many drugs. Criminalization and prohibition have failed to reduce drug use and failed to deter drug-related crime. These policies are simply not working, and we are failing some of the most vulnerable groups in our societies.
Here. We need a transformative approach. And he continues, and the international guidelines on human rights and drug policy provide a framework for developing human rights-based approaches that prioritize health, dignity, and inclusion. Instead of punitive measures, we need gender-sensitive and evidence-based drug policies grounded in public health instead of scapegoating with most ensure inclusive access to voluntary medical care and other social services.
Yeah. Turk's comments came on the heels of a statement earlier this year from UN special rapporteurs, experts, and working groups earlier that asserted the drug war has resulted in a range of serious human rights violations, as documented by a number of UN human rights experts over the years. We collectively urge member states and all UN entities to put evidence and communities at the center of drug policies by shifting from punishment towards support, and invest in the full array of evidence-based health interventions for people who use drugs, ranging from prevention to harm reduction, treatment, and aftercare, emphasizing the need for a voluntary basis and in full respect of human rights norms and standards, that statement said.
The UN expert statement also highlighted a number of other UN agencies' reports, positions, resolutions, as well as actions in favor of prioritizing prevention and harm reduction over punishment. It pointed out, for example, to what it called a landmark report published by the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights that encouraged nations to abandon the criminal war on drugs and instead adopt harm reduction policies such as decriminalization, supervised consumption sites. You hear that, Ontario? They just closed a bunch of them. Drug checking and widespread availability of overdose reversal drugs like naloxone, while also moving towards alternative regulatory approaches for currently controlled substances.
Yeah. That report noted that overcriminalization, stigmatization, and discrimination linked to drug use represent structural barriers leading to poorer health outcomes. Advocacy to reform the global war on drugs comes as international bodies and national governments across the world consider adjusting their approaches to drug control and regulation.
Yeah, late last year, for example, 19 Latin American and Caribbean nations issued a joint statement acknowledging the need to rethink the global war on drugs and instead focus on life, peace, and development within the region. A year ago, a separate UN Special Rapporteur's report said that the war on drugs may be understood to a significant extent as a war on people. It's been said for a long time. It's just finally now the UN is finally agreeing. It's been because they've always been anti, right?
Yep. Its impact has been greatest on those who live in poverty, they said, and it frequently overlaps with discrimination directed at marginalized groups, minorities, and Indigenous peoples. In 2019, the UN Chief Executives Board, the CEB, which represents 31 UN agencies, including the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, adopted a position stipulating that member states should pursue science-based, health-orientated drug policies, namely decriminalization.
Despite shifting attitudes at the state and local levels on some drugs in the U.S., the country is still the leading global financer of international drug war efforts. A new report published this week by two organizations critical of the war on drugs found that $13 billion in U.S. taxpayers' money has gone to fund worldwide counter-narcotics activities since 2015, often coming at the expense of efforts to end global poverty, while at the same time contributing to international human rights violations and environmental harms.
Yeah.
There we go. Story is over.
Wow. Not something that I would be expecting to come from the UN counselor. That's crazy.
Same here. Exactly. Yeah. When I saw that headline, I thought, what? Hang on here. That's not what the UN normally says. You know, because they went at, Canada, they've gone at other countries, and maybe they've just realized that, hey, yeah, the war on drugs has been a big failure.
Yeah, hardcore failure.
Hardcore, exactly. All right. Well, it's break time for us to medicate. We'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We got some more news to bring you, including 2 studies, by the way. And we'll get into that first one right now. It's up.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Got lower back pain? Try some cannabis edibles. New study sheds light on why cannabis edibles work well for lower back pain.
There you go. Cannabis edibles work well for lower back pain. Edibles are reliable for long-lasting pain relief. Lower back pain is a common health condition faced by many adults aged 18 and up. And according to the World Health Organization, 619 million people worldwide are affected by lower back pain. And that's in 2020 alone.
Lower back pain can be challenging to treat. Pardon me. It can be caused by a multitude of factors, ranging from musculoskeletal causes, bad posture, an unhealthy lifestyle, obesity, injury, stress, or medical conditions. Sometimes more serious cases of lower back pain can be caused by fibromyalgia, arthritis, osteoporosis, and several other more serious conditions. Prompt treatment for your lower back pain is critical to improve one's quality of life, especially if it coexists with other medical conditions. The lower back plays an important role in overall function and mobility. So without treatment, lower back pain can significantly restrict movement and affect one's ability to exercise or do basic tasks. In addition, it's necessary to avoid complications.
There are several treatment options available for lower back pain, including physiotherapy, medications, and perhaps lifestyle changes, depending on the cause. However, researchers have found that cannabis is particularly effective at targeting an array of pain conditions, including lower back pain. Now, in a recent study out of Boulder, Colorado, researchers found that THC-rich cannabis edibles worked very well for patients who suffered from lower back pain.
Investigators from the University of Colorado at Boulder analyzed the impact of 3 edible products, high THC, high CBD, and edibles with similar amounts of CBD and THC. They were given to 249 study participants with lower back pain, who then consumed them for 2 weeks. The researchers assessed the subjective mood and pain intensity of patients at the end of the study. Pain intensity following edible cannabis decreased over time across all 3 broadly defined product groups. They reported, however, the most significant improvements were observed among the patients who consumed the high THC edibles, while those who consumed high CBD edibles reported short-term tension relief.
THC. Got to have it all in there, people. These findings support the short-term anxiolytic effects of THC and anoxic effects of CBD, the authors concluded. They also added that the findings indicate that edible cannabis may be safe and suitable alternative pain therapy for those looking to substitute more traditional pain medications, like, maybe opiates. There is a growing number of medical literature supporting the efficacy and safety of medical cannabis for treating lower back pain.
A 2018 study from Israel focused on 31 fibromyalgia patients with lower back pain. The researchers analyzed the analgesic properties of inhaled cannabis compared with opiates. The patients were given inhaled cannabis with a low THC potency, under 5%, and were treated for at least 6 months. Afterwards, these patients reported that they observed greater improvement in pain while they medicated with cannabis compared to just opiates. So were they using both? They also reported an improvement in their range of motion after cannabis treatment, though no similar improvements were observed with opiates.
This observational crossover study demonstrates an advantage of medical cannabis treatment in fibromyalgia patients with, or FM. I'm not sure if the FM patients. If
Fibromyalgia.
It is, okay. Just so people know, there is going to be an upcoming story on fibro, so hang on. With LBD, which is lower back pain, as compared to standardized analgesic therapy. Further studies, randomized clinical trials, should assess whether these results can be generalized to the fibro population at large, the authors concluded. Now, why do edibles work best for pain? While there are many products and methods available to medicate with cannabis for pain, it's no wonder a great deal of patients prefer to use edibles. Compared to vaping, smoking, and topicals, edibles are superior when it comes to long-lasting pain relief because the cannabinoids in cannabis edibles pass through the liver.
The result is a much slower release into the bloodstream, providing patients with 4 up to 8 hours of pain relief, whereas other methods may only provide 1 to 3 hours of relief. Additionally, when THC is metabolized in the liver, it's converted into 11-hydroxy-THC. This metabolite is much more potent than THC and can provide more effective pain release. There are other benefits to edibles too, such as the fact that the onset is gradual and more uniform. Plus, it poses no irritation to the lungs. After edibles, sublingual tinctures and oils aren't too far off. Their effect can also last as long as 8 hours. Other alternative products include capsules and pills, all edibles going in through the liver.
And I have lost you.
We're at conclusion.
Oh, okay. Marijuana products, particularly edibles or tinctures, have been proven to be effective in helping reduce the severity of pain while one is undergoing treatment for lower back pain. The analgesic properties of THC are well studied through CBD isn't far off either. Depending on the patient, THC and CBD or a dose of both can work to reduce pain caused by a variety of factors. Overall, cannabis interacts with the endocannabinoid system to effectively treat inflammation and pain while promoting homeostasis. While many pharmaceutical medications actually work well at numbing pain, they fail to address the root cause, which is inflammation. Thanks to the availability of THC and CBD products now, individuals can say goodbye to lower back pain.
Yeah. Depending on the severity of the condition and whether or not other illnesses are involved, one may be able to safely medicate with cannabis to help reduce lower back pain and improve overall quality of life. Always reach out to a medical professional with experience in treating pain with cannabis if you have questions and can find one.
There you go. I agree. As far as the edibles, helping with muscle pain, all that stuff, I've said that myself for years. I know if I've been physical, doing something here around the place, and I ache, like I did last week, I always turn to Legacy 420's tincture, not the tincture, but the THC base that they use in their products for their beverages and stuff. And I'll make myself a drink, a cannabis infused drink, THC infused drink. I can figure out the doses on my own because each milliliters is 20 milligrams, and I'll have a drink of juice with that at the same time as when I go to bed, and I can sleep.
Yep.
So,
yep, 100%. Like edibles help. I only know of one person actually that edibles do nothing for. She needs to inhale her cannabis, which works beautifully for her. But yeah, I mean, I find inhalation works for short term, and it augments well with edibles, which, like the story says, that can last 4 to 8 hours.
Yeah, I always found eating it deals better physically, muscle pain wise versus the
Me too.
So, alrighty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, Colombian review of clinical trials find cannabis improves fibromyalgia symptoms.
There we go. That's nice, bud. The use of cannabis-based medications by patients diagnosed with fibromyalgia syndrome, including the use of unprocessed cannabis flower, is associated with symptomatic improvements, according to a symptomatic review of clinical trials previously published in the Journal of Exploratory Research in Clinical and Social Pharmacy. It says there is a need to explore pharmacological options for syndrome, FMS, such as medical cannabis. The aim of this symptomatic review was to synthesize and analyze the available information about the effectiveness and efficacy and safety of cannabis-based products on medical use and cannabis-based medicines in patients with fibro. The researchers stated that the goal of the review, the team of researchers conducting the review were affiliated with
Research Group on Pharmaceutical Promotion and Prevention, University of Antigua in Colombia, the 2EI Dorado Botanical Independent Research and Advisory in Bioinformatics and Precision Medicine in Colombia, and the 3 Research Group on Pharmaceutical Care, which is the University of Granada in Spain. Interventional or observational studies, symptomatic reviews, and meta-analysis regarding the effectiveness, efficacy, and safety of the CBPMs and the CBMs. Wow. In patients with fibromyalgia were retrieved from the PubMed Medline database until April 24. Then the information was summarized in tables with the type of cannabis, the method used in the study, and the effectiveness, efficacy, and safety outcomes. This is stated by the researchers about their methodology.
Fibro is a chronic musculoskeletal condition that is estimated to affect as much as 5% of the world's population. Women are more likely to be diagnosed with fibro compared to men. It says here, 19 publications were selected from the search or form the relevant references. Different CBMPs and CBM were used across the studies. Also, different instruments for measuring the effectiveness were used. In general, the use of CBPMs and CBM showed an important improvement in pain, quality of life, and sleep habits. There was no serious adverse effects. What can you say? Wow.
Yeah. The results show that cannabis and the way it's used could be effective and safe in patients with fibro. However, the evidence is limited, and there is a need for high-quality clinical studies conducted with improved methodological design. I mean, they want to do it bigger and better. And according to a recent market analysis by SNS Insider, the global medical cannabis market was valued at $16.84 billion in 2023 and is projected to reach an estimated $86.04 billion in value by 2032. Wow.
No, they really throw those numbers around. Let's just hope that I don't know what all they come up with to get those, but that's that's a lot of medicine.
That's a lot of medicine.
And I would assume that includes recreational numbers as well.
Probably.
So, alrighty. Oh, gee, we're down to 2 more stories, and the next one is up.
Coming to us from StratCan. Organigram acquires Motive Labs, making it Canada's largest cannabis company by market share.
Organigram Holdings, Inc. has acquired cannabis extractor Motive Labs for $90 million in stock and cash deal. The move, consisting of $50 million in cash and $40 million of Organigram common shares, says the company makes Organigram the largest cannabis company with a combined market share of 12.4%. Motive holds 21.2% and 9.4% of the Canadian vape and infused pre-rolled markets, respectively, according to data from Hi-Fire.
The bigger they grow, the harder they fall.
Mm-hmm.
This will mean the combined companies will have a combined market share of 21.7% for vapes, 9.6% for pre-rolls, including 16% for infused pre-rolls, 14.1% for concentrates, 21.6% in the hash category, 11.2% in cannabis flower, and 47% in milled flower, 19.2% market share of cannabis gummies. This deal is about a leading public cannabis company joining forces with Canada's top private licensed producer, said Paolo De Lucia, who is the chief strategy officer at Organigram. And he said this in a press release. We are extremely excited about leveraging our combined competitive advantages and respective market positions to continue to grow in Canada and beyond.
Now, they're located in Elmer, Ontario. Motive is a Canadian leader in the vape and infused pre-roll categories, with a portfolio of brands like Box Hot. Oh, got one right here. my battery. And Debunk, Boondocks, and Rizzlers, and wholesale sales and services for external brands. The company grew from $35 million in net revenue in 2022 to $79 million in 2023 and has generated approximately $86 million in the last year. Motive also has a storage facility in London, Ontario, which Organigram plans to use as a distribution hub.
The Almer facility provides Organigram with monthly production of 1,350 kilograms of distillate, 400 kilograms of high-value hydrocarbon extracts, 750K infused pre-roll capacity, and 1 million units of vape filling capacity. The cannabis extractor can produce 1,350 kilograms of distillate per month and 400 kilograms of hydrocarbon-derived extracts. The company can also produce THCA, an increasingly popular cannabinoid among consumers.
Now, Bennett Goldberg, CEO of Organigram, says the highly contemporary acquisition of Motive establishes Organigram as Canada's largest cannabis company by market share and accelerates our vision to a leading cannabis company across all major categories, driven by a relentless focus on the consumer of today and tomorrow. Mario Nark, CEO and founder of Motive, says this is a landmark transaction in our industry, and that Motive team is thrilled to be joining forces with Organigram to create Canada's undisputed leader with deep capabilities in all major cannabis categories.
Yeah. Organigram reported net revenue of $41.1 million for the third quarter of 2024 and net income of $2.8 million, compared to a loss of $213.5 million in the same reporting period in 2023. The majority of the company's net revenue for 3 months ended June 30th, 24, and came from sales in Canada's non-medical adult use market, which, was 89% of it, or $36.5 million, while just 6% of sales, or $8.3 million, were to the international markets, and 1% of sales were to Canada's medicinal cannabis market. Sale of cannabis flower was 58% of Organigram's business in the third quarter of 2024 at an average cost of $1.50 per gram, down from $1.67 per gram in the same quarter in 2023 and $1.51 from the second quarter of 2024.
In May of 2024, Organigram announced a 3-year supply agreement with Avita Medical in the UK with the potential to supply 1,700 kilograms of indoor grown dried cannabis flower. And in June, it announced a plan to acquire a minority stake in Berlin-based cannabis company Sanity Group, expanding Organigram's footprint in Europe. And in August, they announced new nano-emulsion technology in collaboration with British American Tobacco. Organigram was one of the 3 cannabis companies named in the report from the Israeli government that proposes levies on Canadian cannabis products entering the country. And that's all over dumping accusations.
In September, Organigram closed on its second round of funding from British American Tobacco. This is the second of 3 rounds of funding from British American Tobacco BTDE Investments Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of BAT, which is British American Tobacco. Plans for the partnership between British American Tobacco and Organigram were announced in late 2023 with an investment of nearly $125 million from the tobacco company.
And Organigram says that most of that would be used to create a strategic investment pool named Jupiter, focusing on emerging cannabis opportunities, including geographic expansion. The first round of funding closed on January 23rd. The third round of funding is expected to close in early 2025. So there you go. You know, they say it was Motif was the largest privately owned cannabis company in Canada. So they weren't even available. No shareholders, no stocks, no nothing.
Yeah, they were privately owned, doing it the right way, and now they've sold out to Organigram. And I mean, like I do my best to stay away from anything Organigram. I mean, I'm still getting checks because of their laced weed. Right. So it's just not a company I will ever trust.
And they move on. So, yeah. Alrighty, last story of the day.
Coming to us from SciPost, magic mushrooms help reverse stress-induced memory deficits, new study suggests.
And this page has been giving me problems, just so you know, so this would be interesting to see if it jumps all over the place. Researchers have discovered that extracts from psilocybin, currently known as magic mushrooms, may play a role in reversing memory deficits caused by chronic stress. The study, published in the Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, found that when administered under specific conditions, the mushroom extract restored spatial learning and memory impairments and increased levels of brain-derived neurotrophic effect, a protein essential for brain plasticity. These effects were observed in rats subjected to chronic, unpredictable mild stress protocol, a widely used animal model for inducing stress-related cognitive deficits. Magic mushrooms have long been recognized for their psychoactive effects, primarily due to their active components, psilocybin and psilocin. These compounds influence serotonin receptors, particularly 5-HT2A, which are associated with mood regulation, cognitive process, and neuroplasticity. Previous studies have shown that psilocybin can enhance synaptic plasticity, increase dendritic spine density, and upregulate genes related to neuroplasticity.
Chronic unpredictable mild stress is a model often used to mimic the effects of long-term stress in humans. It involves exposing animals to a series of mild but unpredictable stressors over several weeks, leading to behavioral and physiological changes such as anxiety, depression-like symptoms, and cognitive impairments. Previous research has demonstrated that chronic stress reduces BDNF levels in the hippocampus, a brain region critical for memory and learning. In their new study, the researchers sought to explore whether psilocybin cubanus extract could mitigate these effects. Psychedelics have very interesting mechanisms. These substances are like a double-edged sword. It seems that most psychedelics at very low doses can have very powerful and rapid effects on stimulating neurogenesis and improving mental disorders, especially depression, said study author Selur Vesigi, who is the head of Cognitive Neuroscience Lab at the Iranian Institute of Medicinal Plants.
Since in depression, a person seriously needs to change their perspective and mindset. Significant and rapid stimulation of neurogenesis can be a lifesaver, especially for treatment-resistant depression. Also, psychedelics such as psilocybin can be very beneficial for cognitive impairments. The researchers used male Wistar rats as their subjects, dividing them into groups based on whether they were exposed to chronic stress and whether they received I can't pronounce those words. An extract or a placebo. In total, 140 rats participated, with each experimental group containing 7 rats. Stress was induced using a chronic, unpredictable, mild stress protocol over 4 weeks, involving a rotation of stressors such as food and water deprivation, exposure to cold, water, and heat stress. Rats not subject to stress received served as controls.
The effects of the psilocybin extract were tested at varying times relative to training sessions in a water maze, which is a standard tool for evaluating spatial learning and memory in rodents. The maze requires rats to locate a hidden platform using visual cues, and their performance provides insights into spatial memory and learning capabilities. The researchers measured escape latency, time taken to find the platform, and the distance traveled during the trials. A subsequent probe test assessed memory retention to examine the molecular effects, particularly on BDNF levels. Researchers collected hippocampal tissue after the test and analyzed it used real-time polymer chain reactions. And I will be right back. My doorbell just went off.
Okay, the researchers found that rats exposed to chronic stress showed impairments in spatial learning and memory compared to unstressed controls, confirming that cognitive deficits induced by chronic, unpredictable mild stress. These stressed rats also had lower levels of BDNF in their hippocampus, aligning with prior research on the impact of stress on brain plasticity. When psilocybin extract was administered 24 to 48 hours before training, it restores spatial learning and increased BDNF levels in stressed rats. Notably, only the 48-hour pre-training administration also reversed memory deficits observed during the probe test. In contrast, administering the extract immediately before or after training or shortly before the probe test had no beneficial effects on stressed rats.
Interestingly, in non-stress controlled rats, the extract impaired both spatial learning and memory when given at most time points, except when administered 48 hours before training. Under these conditions, it increased the BDNF levels without negatively affecting cognitive performance. The most important point to note is the dose and time-dependent properties of psychedelic substances. Psilocybin in this study showed that it acts very time-dependently. Importantly, psychedelics behave very unpredictably.
But as with all research, there are caveats to consider. First, the study focused exclusively on male rats, leaving open the question on whether similar effects were observed in females. Additionally, the long-term consequences of psilocybin administered remain unclear, as the study only assessed short-term outcomes. The specific dose used in the study, which is 20 milligrams per kilogram, might not generalize to other doses or forms of psilocybin. Another limitation is the use of mushroom extract rather than purified psilocybin or psilocin, making it challenging to pinpoint the active compound responsible for the observed effects. Furthermore, while the Morris water maze is a well-established tool for studying spatial memory, it does not capture all dimensions of cognitive function or the broader behavioral changes associated with chronic stress.
Future research could explore the mechanisms underlying the time-dependent effects of psilocybin cubanis, or magic mushrooms, observed in this study. For example, why did only the 48-hour pre-training administration restore both spatial learning and memory in stressed rats? Investigating the role of other plasticity-related molecules and pathways, as well as expanding the range of behavioral and cognitive tests, could provide a more comprehensive understanding of how psilocybin-containing mushrooms affect the brain. Clinical studies in humans would also be necessary to determine whether these findings translate to stress-related cognitive impairments in people. The most important warning is the general use of psychedelics, he said. Psychedelic medicines can be very dangerous and should not be freely available to the public. The best thing to do is to make psychedelics available at medical centers in microdoses. Well, that's his opinion.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. All done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just clicked on a button, something acted up wrong there. So, what do you think?
I find it interesting that for that story, they talked about how it helped the rats that they had stressed out, and that's wonderful. But they were saying that rats that they hadn't stressed out, it actually, if I remember correctly, they were saying it, it didn't have positive effects. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So, because they're not stressed.
So there's no stress to reduce. But even on days that I'm not stressed and I still take my microdose medicine, it has an effect. Like, I mean, mind you, like they can't talk to the rats, so I get that.
No. Yeah.
But it still has an effect. It just one that they can't see.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. All right. Anything else before we sign off?
Well, this is my last news report before Christmas because I'm taking next week off. So thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful holiday, wonderful Christmas, and a wonderful New Year. And I'll see you in 2025.
All right. Sounds good. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news report for today. Thanks to the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone, cityhydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. And in closing, let's say thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
We got a couple minutes. All right. I'm caught here. All right.
We should be hugging right now.
Exactly. Okay. All right. I know who I'm talking to, but our viewers don't. Sorry, the band's back. And I won't be here, my producer, but our listeners, our viewers. Yeah, we'll just wait till they go by. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. Yes. All right. Tell us exactly who you are and your company.
I'm Landon McDowell. I'm one of the owners of Alias LED. We're out of Sudbury, Ontario. It's our first time having a booth at such an event like this. This has been wild. I can't even believe the people that have showed up here from all sorts of companies, all sorts of influencers. It's just been an amazing time. It's something that I probably will never, ever miss again. Just been absolutely awesome.
Great. Now, Alias, the name. Where'd you get the name from?
It's actually an ancient Roman name for the Sunshine family. So we incorporated that as a good way of introducing ourselves to the world. Different name, make people ask questions like that. So it's been good. It's been good. It's caught on.
I said you're based here in Ontario, Northern Ontario, right? And your product is like I let everybody know that I have Alias lights in my garden. Oh yeah, I got the 630, the 630 Matrix.
Awesome. I'm glad you're happy with it. Awesome.
Well, I can tell you, I wasn't an LED fan until I did a side-by-side comparison because I was helping another patient grow, and they bought your lights, and we did a side-by-side. And as your sign says, winner in that competition, you won. Yeah, third year in a row.
Third year in a row. Yeah.
That shows the quality of the product.
Well, we've passed the hump where we've made it past the warranty. So, lights that came out back in the day when we met you are now, even if they're off warranty, we're still around to take care of anybody's help and needs and stuff, which is important. You got to just make it over that hump.
And I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a single problem with you. with your light.
Well, we like to hear that. It's electronics. They do fail once in a while. Nothing's perfect, but it's nice when everybody's having a good time and their growing is consistent and there's no issues.
Now, some people look at that and say, well, they might think they don't see much red when they, thinking of, on the HPS, the red spectrum. Now, I don't know which model this is.
This is something brand new. This is a tunable fixture, so we can adjust your basic deep red 660, your 730 far red, and your white spectrum. So basically, we have a clone, a vegetative, and a flowering spectrum built into one using a master controller. It's all touchscreen. It's pretty common in the industry.
You consider one of the, I know you had the model, there's a red. This is the red right here. Oh.
It has an efficiency of 3.495, so it's one of the highest out there for a white, still working environment spectrum. So it's not hard on the eyes. It's still 4,300 Kelvin, which is rare because most people with the red spectrum, it gets redder and redder, but that's still working environment.
Now, I also see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and that's 1,000. Wow, holy. Now, I see you've got something. I saw this online on your website. This light right here, it looks like, just like a big fluorescent, like a big.
This is basically was invented for the vegetation world. So we started putting into vegetable gardens, lettuce mainly, all that kind of stuff. So it's a 60 watt, waterproof basically tube that goes above the plants, close to water and all that kind of stuff. Mostly a lot of people in the cannabis industry use these for what they call the under canopy lighting. So it's starting to light the underneath. I have, no proof myself on this, but that's what they're buying it from me for. And get light down low. So we do offer multiples of spectrums. Growers are welcome to pick a spectrum that they find that would work best for them. And then we'll customize the lights accordingly. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You got some gifts things over here, mugs, thermos, and hoodie. Some of that stuff looks familiar.
Yeah. Yeah. Giveaways, eh, Al?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was good. And, like I said, they're working. I'll never have to buy another light. I know that.
You know where to come.
Oh, yeah, exactly. If I want to upgrade, but as far as, like it's, it was that comparison. It was huge. It was enough to make me, go this route.
Hook me
you're
up,
right,
Al.
you're right.
Hook me
We
up.
see even further. We have something we haven't really disclosed to anybody yet, but we have something brand new that's going to revolutionize growing. We're probably ahead of anybody's curve right now, so we're not scared to hold on to it for a time being. But you'll know when it comes. We'll make sure to give you a call.
Yeah.
We'll get things.
That was good. Okay, where can people find you?
You can find us at aliasled.com. You can reach me at Landon at aliasled.com is my email. And call us, talk to us, Instagram. You got it.
You got her. There you go. Thank you, Super Landon. Thank you.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Well, guys, if you can't hear us now, this is what the third attempt. They say 3 times the charm.
All right, here we go.
Okay, can you hear us? Can you hear us? This is what the third attempt. They say 3 times. Hey, I can hear myself.
We can hear us. We can
Hey,
hear.
we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear us now? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hey, I can hear you. All right, buddy Weeds. Thanks, buddy.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Boy,
All
well,
right,
hey,
we're here
no,
now.
3 times the charm.
Charm. You are a naysayer, Al. I just want to say you said no, it's not going to work, but we'll try again because you're a naysayer. Can you hear this? Can you hear this? It's cold. It's cold.
Yeah, but you
all
see,
of these things.
now it does say it's a Facebook. It was not Facebook, but it was just
It was a
streaming issue there at
StreamYard.
StreamYard. Yeah, and looks like maybe we just finally got it there. And Buddy Weed says, "Hi guys." Yeah. At least now you can hear us, buddy. At least now you can hear us. It's not the silent show. Like the old silent movies.
Okay, now I got to roll a doobie.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't drop at any time, though.
You naysayer.
Oh, I see what happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh.
Here, let me look and I can add it.
You gotta drop one because what
do you call it? Didn't load. So I'm changing it and now it's loading.
Oh, okay.
So now we've got 4 and 4.
Okay, there we go. Now we're working.
Well, I added the other streaming thingy.
Correct. Did we only have 7 then when we started?
I have my shirt on inside out, upside down.
So your tag is at the front of your shirt?
Shut up, Al. Continue with the show, please.
Al's top 5 things: how to dress.
As never mind. Look, I forgot my pants. I used to.
Everything shot from the chest up.
I used to joke with Debbie when she was around doing our shows and stuff that I did my shows in my underwear, and I have done my show, the 420 show, in my underwear before. I have to admit.
Oh, well, I know a guy who talked about that all the time because he was in Radio Land. And
you see, when we were doing radio stuff, you couldn't see us, and then Al had the stupid idea of adding video.
Yes, Buddy Weeds, back to our regular scheduled programming.
Yes, back to our regularly scheduled crap.
So, in case now that it's working,
thank you for sticking with us, buddy.
Yes,
thank you from our heart. Can you see my little heart?
We've got Al's got his his list. With video. It's a video. You talked about panic attacks and stuff. Right?
Yes, we're going to be talking about panic attacks, as I was saying.
With the holidays coming up, with Christmas coming up, I have got a completely infused cannabis turkey dinner to go over with you at the recipes when we get there.
You know what I was going to do yesterday? I made or not yesterday, the other day, I made a steak. And I have some extra virgin olive oil cannabis mixture. And I was going to go at the very end, but I didn't because I forgot, because the steak just looks so good. I'm glad I didn't, because I'm always afraid I'm going to waste it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. Waste your turkey in it.
You can, and we'll see this video or just a thing.
No, the recipe? No, it's not a video.
It's not.
No.
Oh, come on, Al.
No, it's not video. And what else we got? We got some news, some Health Canada news for anybody. Also, we've got some sports news, and we got upcoming events.
Yep.
And what we should also do, now that we're back to normal, now we're broadcasting, not dealing with audio issues. What we should maybe touch on is fact of the passing of Professor Alan Young.
Yes, I was going to make sure we brought that. Anybody in the cannabis community for the last 20 years or so knows who Professor Alan Young is. He was instrumental in a lot of the early ongoings of legalities revolving cannabis, and specifically medical cannabis, right?
Correct.
Yeah. He passed away a few days ago. Yeah.
He fought for patients' rights to cannabis.
Yep.
And not only did he deal with cannabis, but he had other issues that he was dealing with as far as rights and helping out people who were wrongly convicted.
He was a true human rights lawyer.
Yeah, which included, which some people may know about, the Bensworth case, which was a I'm gonna say, I'm just trying to think of the proper words here.
I don't know of the case.
Oh, don't you? Bondage. And
The
it was
legalities of S&M and things like that.
Yeah, it had to do with sex.
Okay.
And bondage, and like as if it was a service that was being offered.
Well, a little something I know about.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, I was sort of I'm
back in the day, there was legality issues with people wanting to practice BDSM, basically. And
yes, correct.
Is it so? Anyways, I'm not big on the violence of that world,
right?
Because it can be very violent. But what I have learned in the 30 years, in that realm, when you are with a partner, a consenting adult, some people have the need for pain brought on by several different reasons.
Yeah.
And in a safe, consensual situation, there really isn't anything wrong. I've sat there and watched play before.
Right.
And it that whole whips and chains thing, it does have a very artsy way about it.
Okay.
They feature it in photos and art, in books, movies. But most people, when you think about that life, it's ew. It's gross. It's mean. It's angry. But it's got nothing to do, if done right, about anger.
Yeah. Now, this is some of the stuff that I'm just pulling up here on Wikipedia on him. Constitutional challenges to the criminal code, which included cannabis literature, drug paraphernalia.
Well, people don't remember that, at one time it was illegal to even have paraphernalia. You get pulled over or told to stop, police, and you've got a bong in your hand or a pipe in your hand or some pot in your pocket, and you're, big trouble. You used to be in big trouble. Now we walk around. I know people who walk out down the street. Amy Brown has been walking around with a bong in her hand for 15, 20 years.
Yeah. He's been helping individuals with mental health disorders, helping the incarcerated and wrongly convicted. He's been involved in challenging state officials, working for victims' rights. And
he's also a professor to many of the lawyers that are in the community now that we know.
Correct.
Jack and so many others. I've met him I think once or twice at events, and
same here.
He's was a very nice man.
He retired in 2018, is according to what it said there.
Yep. It's sad, because as I just said this to somebody the other day. As I get older, I'm 61 this year, and I remember growing up and my mom being sad when all her people that she grew up with in movies and TV and news and all that start falling off. We used to watch generation. Yeah, exactly. We used to watch 60 Minutes religiously on Sunday, her and I. And then the original anchors started. Now it's Leslie Stultz and what's his name, Pilley. I can't remember his first name. Steve, I think, Pilley, are the only original hosts left. I mean, and that show's been going on for so long, but it's people are dropping off what seems like daily now these days.
Well, yeah, we all go through a phase. Like I can remember one time, all our friends were getting married. Then all our friends were having babies, right?
Yeah.
All our friends are buying houses, and all our friends are moving away.
Now all our friends have bad backs and shitty knees, and
yeah.
and we can't. And we sit around. We don't go for walks anymore.
Yeah, right.
Oi!
All right.
Nurse! Nurse!
Shall we get to the high list?
Sure. What the fuck? What's the high list? Right. What are we doing the high list? Which is it?
Who's the video you talked about with
I have
panic attacks and stuff?
Yes, I've got it. I'm working on it now.
Okay, I'll start the intro. You ready?
Okay,
you let me know.
You go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Start it. And I've got the video loaded here.
Okay. Here's all 5 seconds of it.
It's certainly high on the list.
Now, I just want to say, I don't remember what I was going to say. So let's watch the.
Watch the video.
So I suffer from panic attacks. Unfortunately, fortunately though, because of my microdosing with shrooms, I don't get them as often as I used to. This used to be something that happens when I'm going out, when I'm about to go out, when I got an event, this and that. I have panic attacks. So I thought today that we would watch how to help somebody having a panic attack. It's 8 minutes long, so it's a little bit long, but yeah, hey, we'll sit here and watch it with you.
All righty.
I'm Joe Walls, and I'm a psychotherapist at My Therapy NYC. And today I'm going to talk about how to help someone having a panic attack. What is a panic attack? Over 6 million adults in America, that's roughly 2.7% of the population, have panic disorder and experience panic attacks repeatedly. However, as many as 1 in 5 adults may experience at least one panic attack in their lifetime. A panic attack is a sudden, intense episode of overwhelming fear and anxiety. A person's brain and body undergo a fear response, but without the presence of any actual threat. Essentially, a panic attack is a false alarm. The body of the sufferer is unnecessarily going into the fight, flight, or freeze response. Along with being frightening, panic attacks can be confusing, often with no clear cause or way to predict an onset. They may occur in high-stress situations, but also when a person is calm, or even when asleep. How to recognize a panic attack? First, it's important to note that a panic attack can often resemble a heart attack to an outside observer, or even to the person experiencing it. When encountering someone who seems to be having a panic attack, you should first try to determine whether the symptoms have a physical cause or are the result of heightened anxiety or fear. Not everyone experiences panic attacks in the same way. If you know that a friend or loved one experiences panic attacks, it can be helpful to ask them what symptoms they experience. Generally, panic attacks last 5 to 10 minutes, often reaching peak intensity by the 10th. Some can last as long as 30 minutes and consist of multiple attacks, one after another. Also, the person experiencing one may lose their sense of time. Here are some of the symptoms that may be part of a panic attack. Abdominal distress, chest pain, chills or hot flashes, a choking sensation, dizziness, feeling like you're going crazy, like you're dying, feelings of terror, dread, or doom, heart palpitations, numbness, shaking, shortness of breath. What to do to help someone who's having a panic attack? Remain calm. It may be scary, but try to stay calm. Talk in a calm voice and reassure the sufferer that you won't leave, it won't last long, and that they're safe. Learn the warning signs and symptoms that were outlined earlier. Breathing. Engage in calm, slow, normal breathing that the person can mirror, but don't call attention to it. And do not use a paper bag. That could lead to hyperventilation. Name it. Gently identifying the event as a panic attack can help give the person context for what they're experiencing and help alleviate any fear caused by a new or unknown sensation. Ask how you can help. If this often happens to a person, they may have a standard coping mechanism. You may want to ask in advance if it's a friend or loved one. Also, you may receive a curt response. Don't take offense. It can be difficult to behave logically or politely when suffering a panic attack. Also, the person may want you to leave. You can give them space, but keep watch and let them know that you'll return if they need you. Also, positive affirmations and conversation can be helpful. Ask questions. Introduce yourself if you don't know the person, and ask if they need help. Ask whether they might be having a panic attack and whether they've had one before. Determine whether to stay or to go. Inform the person that you can help them leave if they want to. It may help alleviate some of the stress. The goal is to be where they're most comfortable. Offer positive, supportive words. Being kind and non-judgmental helps the person to feel safe and to understand that you're there to help. Validate their distress. Offer an empathic response, letting them know that you recognize the difficulty they're facing and are there to help. Help them stay grounded. Assist the person in focusing on what is really happening around them rather than what they fear they're feeling. You can try a variety of grounding actions, chatting calmly and slowly about familiar activities and places, offering a textured object that they can focus on feeling. You could try the 5-4-3-2-1 technique, focusing on things that are in the room and the different senses. 5 items to see, 4 objects to touch, 3 noises to hear, 2 different smells, and 1 taste. Focus questions. What's the day of the week? What's your location? Who are you with? Moving and stretching. Physical touch, if they're comfortable. Repeating a calming or helpful phrase. Simple math. Count to 10 or perform relatively easy calculations. Sitting down in a comfortable chair with feet on the ground. Respect their needs. They may need time afterward to rest and recover. Plans may need to change. Alternatively, if they are up for the plans, continuing with those plans can help reinforce the idea that they can survive a panic attack and continue with their lives as normal. Encourage and assist in finding help. When the attack is over, later, help them find a licensed mental health professional. Recommend self-help books that you may be familiar with. Help them find related support groups. Help them look for other support resources, including organizations like the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. What not to do when someone is having a panic attack. Don't compare panic to common fear and stress. Panic attacks are more severe and may be difficult to understand if you haven't had them before. Don't shame or minimize the person or their experience. Similarly, avoid being critical or judgmental. Avoid saying things like, just relax. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're upset over that. What's wrong with you? Don't say those things. And don't make assumptions. Ask what they need. Don't just assume. And don't give advice. Some techniques, if new, could backfire. Like some breathing techniques could lead to hyperventilation. Don't tell them how to manage symptoms. Just try to assist. When to get help. Generally, time and support are the best things to provide until the attack passes. It may feel like it isn't enough, but it often is. And calling emergency services when they aren't needed can make the situation more stressful. As mentioned before, a heart attack or other serious condition could possibly be confused with a panic attack. Try to be mindful of when you may need to call for medical assistance. Here are some of the factors that may indicate you need to call 911. The person never had a panic attack before. They're experiencing chest pain that feels like squeezing, not stabbing, and it moves to the arms and shoulders. they're experiencing chest pressure that lasts more than a few minutes. Their symptoms last for more than 20 minutes and get worse rather than better. They're vomiting. They're losing consciousness. That brings us to the end of our discussion today. Remember, panic attacks can be very frightening and stressful, both for the sufferer and for someone witnessing them. I hope you found this video helpful, and I'd like to invite you to share your comments and thoughts and questions below. And for more information, check out our website at mytherapynyc.com.
Go on, try and talk now. Al. Go on.
No. So very good information there.
Yeah, I think so, because one who suffers from panic attacks, it's nice when somebody doesn't do a lot of the things that he suggested you don't do, because most people will overwhelm as opposed to just, hey, calm down, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not even supposed to say things like that. One of the things that will trip me off when I'm in one of those things happening is relax, man.
Oh,
you need to chill out, dude. Like, because I'm sorry, once it starts, it will keep going unless you calm down.
Yeah.
But hearing that you need to calm down doesn't help.
Doesn't help it whatsoever.
No.
More about trying to
cope.
Yeah.
You need to. It's true.
Now, can cannabis help with you in your panic attacks?
Yes, but it can also make it worse depending on the strain.
Okay.
Depending on the strain.
Do you find that that they don't help if it's particularly like a sativa based strain?
No, because as you know, there are sativas that act like an indica.
Correct.
And there are indicas that act like a sativa. And if cannabis is setting you off the strain that you're using, one of the reasons I get more than one strain is because when one strain's causing issues or not helping relieve another issue, I'll mix it. And then usually you can find a happy balance.
Good. Just so you know, Buddy Weed says great information, and thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So he's just trying to find a good mix that can help.
Yeah, like I got some banana OG and papaya and some root beer.
Oh, papaya.
Yeah, I hold on. I'm trying to think with the last one. Some apricot, purple apricot.
Oh,
okay. So I've got 4 strains, and I found that the root beer made me a little panicky, and I
called root beer.
Yep,
okay.
root beer Kush. I found that one of the indica strains was more like a 50-50 hybrid than an indica, so that was a little bit of a little just kind of go about your day.
Yeah,
but the sativas are the root beer is a sativa, and it made me a little panicky.
Yeah.
So I mixed.
Right.
I'll mix the OG Kush or the banana OG with a little bit of the root beer, and I got a nice, it was nice.
A good mix that you're able to, if you needed to, you could, reduce or increase either strain. But it sounds like you got yourself something that works. It's just being consistent, being able to have that available.
When I get everything, when I get my stash,
yeah,
I usually try each strain right off the bat with a little space in between. And you can literally adjust your ride. You can you have a little bit of this and then you have a little bit of that. And if you get a little bit too hyper from that, you have a little bit of that and calm down a little bit. And it does it. And you add music to that. And hello. Anyways.
Could you, I guess no.
What?
It wouldn't be. I was just trying to think whether the CBD would help, smooth things out.
I know you tend to stay with one strain, correct?
Yeah.
Where I can't do that.
Oh.
I can't.
I have variety, but I do have my main strain. Crap.
Yeah, I mean, there are strains that I like and that I'm going to grow so that I always have it, but I can't. I tend to get a little grumpy when I use the same strain a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Just because
the variety.
Yeah, I get used to it. And I've learned that, there really are strains that you can do morning, afternoon, and night. And then there are also strains that will knock you out.
Yeah.
So but let me just say, it depends that each strain that you use depends on the person that is using it. When that first time when you got stoned and you didn't like it, probably because it was a shitty strain.
Oh yeah, more likely. Yeah. And I know people who are like that. Negative, actually.
I have had negative effects from strains that I've smoked with you at an event, and nobody knew it. And nobody knew it. Well, I guess maybe you did, but
you can just get really high. Holy fuck! Come on.
That's when I go outside and I get some air and I switch strains. When a friend says to me, I'm really depressed or I'm really hyper or I can't calm down, I'm like, and they are over consumers, some people would call. I always say jokingly, but I mean it, switch strains. It's time to switch strains. Because I know when I use the same strain for too long, it affects me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Usually for the worse.
I grew 4 strains this year, so.
Well, and that's what I once I get into a cycle, I hope to always have 4 strains available.
Good. All right. Do you feel like you feel a little hungry?
Yeah, I've only had a toasted cheese sandwich so far.
All right. Well, I got the recipes for you just to cure that munchies.
All right. Cha cha cha.
Cha cha cha. That's right. So today, being that Christmas is just around the corner, another 2 weeks. Actually, 2 weeks today.
Yes.
I thought that it'd be a good time to give people an idea on, maybe you got lots of friends or family. Maybe you have a friend gathering that like cannabis. So I thought that I would come up with a recipe, but a whole Christmas dinner.
And
everything you choose.
Right? Anthony and I can't remember her name in Hamilton used to have suppers where you could go.
Yeah.
And what's her name?
Her?
She does the canna crawl. She's a chef.
Yeah, I know.
but anyways, and Danny Raposo, who is was a runner-up on MasterChef Canada, I think it was.
Wow.
He also makes full meals.
Yes.
Yep. He also has he's in Portugal now, I believe, and he has a lot of cannabis dinners that he makes.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a dinner for you, Al, right here.
All right.
See, right there. There's the turkey sitting on the front cover. Grassroots Advocate. That was the magazine that Pace put out. And you can see cannabis infused turkey dinner.
Yeah, I'm looking
Let's
forward
just
to
go
that.
straight to it. All right. Now, because the fact that, Al, do you really want to cook a whole turkey? Maybe not. So
Yes. No. Hold on. Yes, you asked a question. Let me
Sure.
fucking answer it, man.
No, I want to answer it for
Sorry.
you. Go ahead.
Now you lost my train of thought. I enjoy turkey to the point where I must have extra for sandwiches. So just do the whole fucking turkey.
Just do the whole turkey. He takes the whole turkey. All right. Yeah, there we go. Buddy says, all right. Infused Christmas dinner that will make the holidays happy. Exactly, buddy. Exactly. So here we go. Here I've just used a piece of turkey breast because I was looking at more of, one or two people versus somebody who doesn't need a whole turkey, cooking a whole turkey when I wrote this. So yeah, there's the turkey. You can see it there. Look at they put the butter right on top of the piece of turkey.
You know what? I watch a lot of cooking stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do that. So cooking with can of butter, if you're going to use butter anyways, might as well.
Might as well. Now there's cannabis infused stuffing.
Oh.
It takes 1 cup of infused oil in order to make that. So you've got your turkey, you've got your stuffing. Both of them are done using cannabis. And then you've got your rosemary cannabis mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Right. Followed by, and they use canna cream in that one. Followed by your easy cream corn that's infused with cannabis butter.
I'm going to have to print this off, I think.
And then, if that's not enough for dessert, you're having not my grandma's crispy apple crisp.
I love apple crisp.
Apple crisp.
Until you get that piece with the apple core in it, and then you're like,
you get to swallow it all down with your sparkling pear processo canna punch.
Not really a pear flavor.
No, yeah. So there you go. I'm going to put that website.
Your duck is calling you.
My duck is calling me. Correct. That's my phone.
I figured. So I mean, I have done a little bit of cannabis cooking. I help Paula at the lounge. We've had the gal that I was talking about in, but I've not made a full meal. I've made cookies. I've made. I haven't done ice cream yet.
No, you're right.
But I've made cannabis treats. I've made mushroom treats.
Mm-hmm.
But you, sir, have taken it a little bit further, and you have a chocolate machine that you infuse chocolate and put it in. Yeah.
Yeah. We would have a chocolate fountain, and we would melt cannabis and cannabis butter in with the chocolate in the fountain, and it would just flow out of the fountain, and you just dip your fruit or whatever you wanted to dip into. Usually it was fruit.
Stop, or I'm going to turn into Homer Simpson.
Oh, it was so good. I'll tell you, it was great. But yeah, I've cooked a lot of different things, just at home. And I just basically if a recipe or whatever called for butter, I just put can of butter in it.
Now, how's the wife feel about edibles?
For herself?
Yes.
She knows go low and slow.
So she doesn't mind edibles now and then?
No, it's not as if she eats any or anything like that, but it's not as if she hasn't, right?
See, my issues with the edibles that are available out there in the market, and when I say in the market, I mean everywhere, both legal and illegal market or the indigenous market or whatever you use. Most, unless otherwise posted, most gummies, candies, pops, drinks are made with isolates and distillates, which I don't like.
Correct. Yeah. You've said that before. You don't like them.
No, I
and
don't
then
like.
a lot of that is sugary stuff too, right?
Which I also have to.
Yeah, diabetes, right?
No,
yeah, you gotta watch
diabetes.
Yeah, you gotta be careful for that for sure.
Remember, go ahead.
That's what's nice about the THC base that I get from Legacy 420. Just put it in what I want, right? If I want to put it in some yogurt, I can just put it in some yogurt.
Yeah, but is that a distillate or is that made from
full spectrum?
It's full spectrum. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I try and use.
The higher the dosage,
the more expensive.
No, the taste, the cannabis taste is there.
Oh yes, of course.
Because of it being, it's not a distillate, man. She's not.
It's all about how it's made, right?
Yeah.
Right? So yeah.
Okay. So the recipe's done. Anything else you wanted to touch on, food wise?
Ding, 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 ding. Let's hurry up and get with this shit. I'm getting hungry now.
You get
lunchtime nears.
The lunchtime nears, so it's still another hour away, man. Okay. First, okay. From there, we'll move on to the next segment.
All right.
Instead of running our promo that was going to take 2 minutes.
Why not? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hey, it gives you time to run and grab a snack.
No, I'm good. I got my doobie.
Okay. All right. You're good. All right. As everybody knows, who maybe you don't know, we have put out a movie, like a sort of bit of a documentary type movie on the apple. And it was released last week. And it's about 50 minutes long. We get to see how the apple is created. I see that
and uncreated.
And, yes, exactly. And so I'm going to run a quick promo on that, and then we're going to come back with a review, some of my own. So we'll talk to you in about 2.5 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm
kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know,
My
but
wife knows that I'm not allowed to
each
do that.
one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, where'd you go, Al?
Sorry.
All right, you're coming back. All right. Yeah, the Apple promo there, let everybody know. It's available. It's on YouTube and on our Facebook places and everything.
And you need to watch the documentary to find out.
Hey, what happened?
That's right. Exactly. Because what does happen with that apple and that nail? Just so you know, Buddy Weed says it's time to infuse lunch. All right, Buddy, we'll work on that. See, maybe next week's show. And he says, great work on the apple video. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Hopefully you got to see the whole video, not just the promo there, Buddy.
Maybe let's post a link to that video.
We'll post a link to the video. All right, I'll do that during the show because I haven't got it in front of me right now.
Here, I'll get it.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know where it is.
It'll be on my YouTube page, so I'm on my way right there right now. It'll be on the 420. It should be on the 420.
Yeah, I will get it. You keep going,
Pace
and
page
I will
as well.
I'll get.
Yeah, I've got it. Huh?
You got it?
Oh, I thought I had it. Hang on. Let's see, we're live.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
Oh, okay.
So you can keep going.
There it is. I got it now.
All right. Jesus.
All right, and I got the
You knew
link.
where it was.
So I'll put the link in the comments, everybody, for you to watch. You catch the video, the full complete video of the apple. We go through all the steps of the creation of it, from the shape to watch him make every piece and how it's done. There's questions and answers through it, and you'll get the answer to that video there with the nail. I think you'll be surprised.
Excuse me one second.
All right, you leaving? Okay, apple video. This is what I'm typing in the chat here, folks. Comments. Okay, and there we go.
She actually came in and ate his food while he was eating it.
The cat came in and
the dog came in and ate his food while got his face buried in his bowl.
Oh. Okay, so I've added the apple video there.
Awesome, thank you, buddy.
All right, now product review. If I did run that video, what I've done is another strain, a strain that I grew this year. First time growing it, so like last week. This one is called Cherry Dragon. You can see my bud. Got a little bud here. Smells like a bud. And it's the first time, like I said, I grew it. The good thing, you can grow enough cannabis for a year off of one plant, no problem.
No, really, you'll have to send me some information.
Yeah, I'm gonna say she's a 2-pounder.
Really, and how big was it?
Probably about, I'm gonna say around 7 feet, maybe 7.5 feet. Yeah,
wow, dude.
Big and round. I actually posted a video of it on Blue Sky of it getting caught in a windstorm out there. Just basically.
Is this one of the ones that broke?
No, it didn't break. But I'll tell you, it was friggin' swishing and slamming around, and Yeah, I'll see if I can pull it up here and just show it to you on my phone. I'll have to should clean my phone. And but it was just
I have I got cookie stuff all over my
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just crazy. Get slammed around out there, but hey, they survived, right?
I was always worried when I went home for a week if I was going to come back to them, blown over or. And at the farm, I never had any issues at all. They just sat there and did what they were supposed to do.
Oh yeah.
We get, as I was saying to Al earlier, we get 100-kilometer winds here because I'm like literally maybe a mile from the edge of the lake.
Yeah.
And Lake Superior is the angry lake. So I've got 2 panels from my greenhouse that have blown out.
Yeah.
And they were in there 5 feet tall, big buds on the top, and they made it. They made it through anyways. Right?
Yeah, it sucks when they break though, I'll tell you.
Yeah, but you figured out a way to repair it.
Yeah, I did. Okay, here's the if you can see it here.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah, blowing around. But there's the plant, just to give you an idea how big it is. You asked me how big does it grow.
Yeah. I like to watch the trees off in the distance there, over in the forest in front of the house there.
Now
in the wind, because they're just like, whoa, you get like 20 foot high birch trees that are just like going like literally like this, eh?
Yes.
And then every now and then one goes and you're like, oh cool.
The that never broke during any of the wind or anything.
Wow.
So I was happy with that. It was easy to trim as well.
Hand trim, or did you use a machine?
Hand. And yeah. And then so I got some information on it.
Okay. Cool.
All right, there you go.
Oh, it's from the same site that you showed me last week.
Correct.
Or is this the one that you showed me?
No, that was a different one last week.
Okay.
Last week was Trophy Wife. This week is Cherry Dragon.
And are these feminized or regular?
These are regular seeds. They're $6.50 a seed, as you can see.
Same as the other one.
Yeah. Cherry Nor by Panama Dragon, crossed with the Panama Dragon by crossed with Cherry Nor. So it's crossed back to each other. It's a hybrid.
No.
It is shorter and taller plants. I'm going to say mine was a taller plant, which leads towards the Panama Dragon. It says it's rich and diverse terpene profile with a wide range of flavors and varieties, skunky along the earthy, floral, and fuel tones. Yeah, I have to say so. Callus to leaf ratio, calic high leaf ratio. Easy to grow. Yeah, it was easy to grow. Stuck the seed in the ground, watered it, looked after it, fed it. Went out every day, multiple times a day. So you can see the THC there, 25 to 28%. CBD is 1 to 2%, and harvest in the middle of October. So there.
Awesome.
I would say probably the only negative that I found with it.
You want to share a link to that?
Sure. I'll share a link to that. The only problem I did find with it, as you saw, lots of wind. Okay.
Yeah.
It did end. I was hoping that would help keep things dry and stuff, but I did end up with some bud rot. Whether that's because of any moisture, I'm not sure, but there was some bud rot in it. But like I said, it's a 2-pound plant, and the bud rot I threw out didn't affect the yield.
Good.
To that point. That I threw it out or gave up on it or anything like that. Okay, so I'm gonna throw that.
My horse just walked past the door.
What's that?
My horse just walked past the door.
Oh, did it? All right. Now, I don't know if you noticed there. It was red. The leaves go red in it.
That's cool. I like seeing the different colors that cannabis can produce, because they're in a very subtle way. They're very vivid.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Vivid subtlety.
Okay, I can close that tab off. I can close that tab off. All right, so yeah, Cherry Dragon. As far as the effect, I had a doobie before the show, and yeah, I could feel it here, and it was calming effect. It might be good for panic attacks with it being calming.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, maybe when the mail opens back up again, I'll send you some.
Okay.
All right. And then you can let me know down the road. You just never know. Might be good stuff for that. So, all righty. Shall we move on to the next segment? Unless you have some questions on the buds.
What are we? Well, no, I have lots of questions on the buds, but no, we can go on.
Okay. All right. Here we go. It's that time.
Otherwise known as fake news.
Come on. What do you got? I think you got a story that you wanted to discuss.
I do. Which one was it? Oh, the driver one.
Yeah, that was the one I think you wanted to do. Correct.
Yes. So I've got. Now we might get in trouble for this. We might not. I've got a little video that's 2 minutes long that is about driving while on gummies.
Yeah, it's actually they're doing a study on edibles.
Yes.
And driving and what the effect edibles have on people's driving.
Which
they're looking for volunteers.
Yes,
I believe. Have they?
When we were going through the whole legalization thing, there were also studies being done, I believe, down at CAMH about smoking cannabis and driving.
Driving, correct? Yes.
I've always wanted to, since I've been doing the show, I've always wanted to go and get really, really high and go for a drive in one of these simulators and see if it really, really affects me, because I have ADHD and get distracted very, very easily. But I also want to mention that if you were to say what my career was over my life, I drove a truck, I drove a panel van, I drove a forklift. So driving is my thing. And do I drive stoned? No. Do I drive medicated? Yes. I don't drive down the road anymore while smoking a doobie, because that's a lot of trouble that you don't need. Seriously.
That's correct. Right? Exactly.
But like when I was younger, there was a time when we went for I'm sure Al went to booze cruises. We'd go up to Caledon and drive around on all the dirt roads. And have
you do, eh?
Smoke a couple of doobies and then head home by way of Barrie.
We stopped once because I didn't drink, so I was the guy who
you were the driver. Yeah,
I was the driver.
Unfortunately, the driver that we had was the drunk.
We squeezed 5 people into a Vega, and away we would go.
Green Army green Dodge Dart here.
And one day we come across a young lady that was just sort of hanging around the end of her driveway, And so we stopped, and we asked her, we said, well, what do you get high on out here? And she said, life. So yeah, so there you go. All right, run your video.
All right. Oh! Every time I go to run something, that real player pops up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of research on smoked cannabis and the impacts on driving, but very little on the effects of edibles.
University of Saskatchewan professor Alexander Krizel is readying the next study happening at the Driving Research and Simulation Lab. He and his team want to feed people weed gummies and test their driving skills while stoned. They do it using a special driving simulator to perform basic moves like changing lanes and merging.
We also have a battery of tests where we can look at how people can think, and we kind of stress them out a little bit to see how well they perform under a certain amount of stress. And that kind of gives us a good indication of how much the edibles are impacting their ability to think and drive.
The study is co-funded by CAA. According to SGI, more than 1,500 people had vehicles impounded and licenses suspended after failing roadside THC testing last year. The Auto Club wants to use the study in a future national campaign aimed at young drivers.
There was a CA poll that showed that young drivers think that they can drive just as good or better when they're high. So, and that's increased by 10% since 2021. So there's a real need for research.
They are still looking for people to sign up, specifically those between 19 and 30 who have not consumed cannabis or other drugs for at least 3 days.
Yeah, we'll actually see how long the effects last and how pronounced they are. At what point is the height of the effects and when do they start to taper off? We do know studies say the effects will last up to 10 hours, but we really don't have any clue what that means for driving impairment.
The study starts in the new year with results expected in the spring. Krizel says everyone who takes part gets snacks and a free cab ride home. Jeremy Warren, CBC News, Saskatoon.
Now, Al.
Yo.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever been pulled over for smoking and driving, or gone through a ride programming while almost consuming? I said almost because you had already, I know the end of this story.
I drove right into a ride program while I was consuming.
Yeah. And what happened?
But I didn't.
What actually happened?
It wasn't if I just drove up to the ride program, seeing the police officer.
No, it was like, oh fuck, put this out.
It was more about coming down a hill and around a corner, and they were around the corner at a stop sign, and I wondered what was so much traffic at the stop sign. I was just thinking, geez, it's busy in this town today, because it was just a small little town that I was driving through.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was a ride program. I got busted. There was no driving against cannabis laws at the time, so I wasn't charged with DUI for driving while stoned on cannabis. Okay. I was charged with having possession of.
So they didn't charge you with driving under the influence. No. They charged you with possession.
Possession, correct. Yep.
So you're a felon, is what you're saying.
No, I've had a pardon. I went to a cannabis event and learned about a company that deals with pardons, and I contacted them. And so I got some comments here from Buddy Weeds that we should maybe throw in there. And he says that I have never been impaired by cannabis to the point that I could not drive. Now, drinking, on the other hand, totally different story and different effects. Correct.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. And he says that he's been through a couple of ride checks himself. And, over the years, there's no doubt about that. And he says he pulled out his medical license and they sent him on his way. Really, eh? Because normally, that's not permission to drive by having your cannabis license.
Yes.
Right? The same as a prescription. If you got a prescription for opiates, but you're taking like a pile of them and you're stoned on
which
your
is
medication, that doesn't.
Which is one of the reasons why they changed the drink the consuming and driving laws, because one of the things they were trying to combat is the pills and driving. It can, you take a handful of fucking perks and then go for a drive,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That exactly. All right. So from driving and eating gummies and getting stoned, we're going to go on to the next story, what happens to do with Health Canada. And they say that about 5% of cannabis purchases in Canada come from irregular sources. You notice it doesn't say illegal, it just says irregular sources. And all the other headlines I was seeing was saying 3%. And I was wondering, why is Jack Can's got 5%? And I found out why once I read it and got into the story. And so yeah, this is done through the 2024 Canadian Cannabis Survey. You can see it right here.
Which they were asking the public to
answer
utilize.
questions.
Yes.
Yeah. They say the amount spent per month on cannabis decreased from $73 to $63. Now, is that because of price compression? Because that's over 6 years, and as we know, the prices have gone down.
Has it been 6 years already?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. Smoking cannabis remains the most common way Canadians consume cannabis.
I think I will. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. But the proportion who report smoking cannabis has declined by 20%. They said in 2018, 89% of cannabis consumers smoked. That number has declined to 69% in the last 2 years.
I think that's because the novelty is worn off.
Yeah, and there's people are learning about the alternative ways I would think of consuming it, right? Eating cannabis products is the second most common mode of consumption at 57%, which is up from 43% 6 years ago. And vaporizing, which includes vaping dried cannabis and extracts. And, I got a vape pen right here. Accounted for 37% of the consumption.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
The number of people reported getting their cannabis from legal source in the first half of 2024 remained the same as the previous year, up 72% from just 37% in 2019. Now, as I mentioned, some places are reporting 3% of the people don't get their cannabis from the legal store. What they've done here in this article, they call it irregular. So there's 3% of respondents in the survey reported getting their cannabis from an illegal source, while 15% got theirs from a social friend and stuff. Now, 2% reported getting their cannabis from First Nations community. So that 2% and that 3% will give you that 5% that's in the headline for the regular source.
Now, I suspect that these numbers are much higher, to be honest. But
yeah, well, these are the numbers that people have submitted to the government. Yes. But yeah,
most people don't talk about it; they just do it.
No,
it's just a lot of people say us few that like to talk about it all the time.
And some people would say, "What survey? No one asked me any questions."
Yeah. Well, yeah, and a lot of the OG cannabis community in Canada will say that, because you know what? I've been sitting here for 20 fucking years almost, and nobody's ever asked me to take part in a fucking survey.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now,
I would be a key demographic, I would think.
Yeah. And it might be that they just put out the notification, and it's just up for the public to see it randomly and do it. Yeah, correct.
And they do it, the way they do it, though, is they sneak these things up so that you don't, like, oh, there's another survey. Oh, cool. Where is it? Oh, well, it ended yesterday.
Yeah. I think
You
I've
know, and
done
that
one. I've done one of these
just
ones.
just like when they allowed members of the public and the community that they actually invited into these meetings during Health Canada's decision making of legalization when it was coming forward. And yet I was never invited. I know a few people who went, but
Yeah.
they just went. They weren't invited. They invited doctors and lawyers and ex-police officers who didn't consume to make laws that consumers had to follow.
Yeah. Buddies like you and me, we haven't been asked, but like down the US right now, they're going through that rescheduling process, and the DEA is already being accused of fixing all the witnesses and speaking to one particular one behind the scenes. So yeah. Now, as far as the driving end of things, because we're talking about the gummies and so on and so forth, they say the number of people reported using cannabis before driving was 18%, increased slightly from the year prior. It was at 15% in 2023, but still lower.
Most people won't answer yes to that question.
Well, 27% of the people reported yes in 2018.
My point.
Yeah. They say this included 16% who reported driving within 2 hours of smoking or vaporizing in cannabis.
Well, isn't that generally the rule that law enforcement will pick up on things when they ask that question? Have you consumed cannabis? Yes, I have. How long ago? 2-3 hours ago. That should suffice.
Yeah.
If you're not acting like, hey man, no, I don't do that stuff,
Now they say those who reported using cannabis in the last 12 months, 78% said they believe cannabis use impairs one's ability to drive. 13 responded that it depends, and 6 responded saying that it did not impair driving ability. And that was brought up in that video that you had there.
I would say that I would answer depends.
Yeah.
Because it depends on the individual. Are they a medical patient, or are they just a consumer that consumes now and then?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I don't even want to incriminate myself, but I wake up and have 6 doobies before I even go make breakfast. Is smoking a joint an hour before I go out for a drive going to affect me like it would a kid who's just going down the road, puff, 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 passing?
Yeah.
No.
Buddy says that lots of people with very little experience with cannabis making the rules isn't very smart, and that's there was that, especially when it came through on the legalization end of things. But especially when it comes to new drivers or new consumers.
With new drivers, that's your forte, Al. No,
yeah. Like I've seen people get stoned off a 110 milligram gummy.
Oh fuck! I've gotten ripped off fucking cookies before.
Yeah. So yeah.
I've
2.5.
I've gone through. We were talking about panic attacks earlier.
Right.
I've called an ambulance because I thought I was having I thought I was having a heart attack. So I called an ambulance, and that H word came up, hypermemesis.
Yeah, that one.
It's the first thing, and I was just like, don't even. but the feeling and the sense, regardless of anything, the sensation was there because I consumed too much cannabis. And that's my body going, hey, you need to slow down. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it does matter. It matters who you are. It matters the strain. And I mean, it matters the situation.
Mhm,
Do
yeah.
I condone driving under the influence of anything? No.
No.
Just for legal purposes.
All righty. We've gone from headlines. It's time for us to take a quick little break, and then we got 2 more segments to go, and that's some sports, and we got some events and entertainment still to come. So we'll see you in about 23 seconds. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
36, 37, 38.
Okay, buddy, just put it down there. That's good. That's right. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Yeah, my grandson was here. He was talking to him.
Yeah.
You got a live studio audience, you know. All right. So, sports wise,
David
what's
used
up?
to sit on the couch while we did shows when he was younger. He would sit, and I would have him sit directly behind me so you couldn't see him.
He was just passing by.
Yeah,
and he was getting something out of the printer here. Beside
Excuse me, Papa. I'm cutting through.
Yeah.
Need something to draw on.
So, in sports, there is a new league out. It's called the Northern Super League, and they've held meetings in Toronto. And what is the NSL, the Northern Super League? It is a new women's pro soccer league. So we got new league, new team. They've got the football team, not football, but the soccer team there already for the men.
It's called football as well, buddy.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Depends on what country you're from, right? And now they've got a women's league that is going to have a team there in Toronto. And the league we're going to have 6 teams in total, and it starts in April of this year. They've been having all their board meetings and discussing things.
Where are they playing out of?
That's what I'm looking for right now, to see what's in the okay. The Northern Super League will kick off teams within Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Halifax.
So all the big cities.
Yeah. All Canadian teams. And
will they be playing against American teams? Does it say, or is it just
no? It doesn't say. It doesn't say anything. It's all Canadian teams. I would think, like, if I would maybe look at that come expansion, maybe if they expanded, like the PWHL, the Women's Hockey League there, professional league, they're expanding. So I could see where the NSL may get that inaugural season up and running, get it out there, and then start taking in expansion opportunities for other people.
Women's sports is taking off big time. I actually, during the fight, I actually enjoyed that women's bout more so than I did the others.
And I didn't watch it, but I can tell you that I've seen posts online agreeing with you.
That was a real fight. Okay, the first fight, or the first 2 fights, I guess, because there was 4, right? The first couple of fights were lightweight, welterweight men's. They weren't very good. I mean, but you could see that women's fight was authentic, and they wanted to have that fight for a long time, and they've said that they're going to do it again. You know,
Mhm.
I like I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoy women's sports. The WNBA has got a world of its own now. I
Yeah.
remember when that started. Hell, I remember when the Blizzard came to Toronto. You
Yeah.
know, are they still called the Blizzard?
No, I think
No.
I was
They,
thinking that they
I
moved.
remember they used to play at the University of Toronto field on Bloor.
Oh, okay.
The Blizzard, that's where they used to play, and then they I don't know if they're still around or not, but
I don't know. I'm just doing a quick Google search, and let's see. It was the Calgary Blizzard Soccer Club.
so maybe they moved to Calgary.
The Scarborough Blizzard Youth Soccer Club.
No, that's not it. So they must have moved to
The
Calgary.
Toronto Blizzard, the High Performance Academy #1. Yeah. Oh.
I don't know. I mean,
Use the
like
name.
we discovered a few weeks ago, I just found out that the Argos won the Grey Cup.
Hey, that's because you watch the High Guy Sports News broadcast. That's why you
right.
found it.
That's right. Yes.
That's right. That's right. It's, okay. From soccer, we're going to go on to a cannabis end of things when it comes to sports, and that is because in the NFL has changes cannabis policy to increase the THC threshold for positive tests.
This
The
is
NFL,
is a big one for sports.
It's gone from 150 nanograms per milliliter of blood to 350, so more than twice.
Wow.
And reduce the fines for a positive test result from 50% of the player's game check to a $15,000 first violation. It's $20,000 for a second violation.
Yeah, you know, when you read these articles and you read the captions, you know, it makes it sound like, oh wow, this is good. This is good. This isn't so good. They need to just remove it like other sports these are doing now.
Like even the caption, even the headline tells you that it's still illegal to use it. Like you can use it, but you're only allowed so many nanograms.
Look, if you can go and smoke a joint before a game, if you can go and smoke a big fatty before a game and then win, who cares?
Yeah, I know, eh? Maybe they look at it as cheating because if cannabis helps you with your pain, it reduces the pain that you're suffering during the game.
It's not performance enhancing in any way other than joint rolling.
They also say fines for missed tests will be reduced, and all players who currently have pending discipline for missed tests will have these missed tests excused.
Oops, missed it.
And they will be considered as having no missed tests, so the record will be wiped from their system.
No missed test.
Yeah.
I missed again.
So there you go. They've increased their THC limit in the NFL, which is much better than what they were doing in the past. That's for sure.
And that's actually pretty high of a limit.
Yeah, but he says go sports.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be interesting, to be able to get yourself tested to find out what is your
when
limit
they
of
first started talking about the NFL making changes, it sounded like they were going to remove it from the banned list. Compared, but obviously, that's never going to happen. Kind of like full legalization. No, it's not going to happen. There's always going to be rules.
Wow. Yeah, there will be. There will always be rules. Often. And as we know, cannabis gets in your system and it sticks around, right? So on Friday, you go out, you do. Let's say they've got a few days where they're not doing any games or anything, and they go out and they consume some cannabis, and then they happen to consume a little bit more, and after the test, and that's still in the system, and they hit them with a random test. Like I'm sort of looking at, can they pile up in order to in the end?
I know somebody who got a job, had to get a drug test. I'd had to take them, and had not consumed cannabis for 2 months leading up to this drug test because they knew that he was going to have a drug test to get this job. 2 months, so that's 60 days, and he failed.
Yeah.
What I found surprising, he suffers from panic attacks. So a few days before we went, I gave him a microdose of mushrooms, not thinking. Oops.
He's going with
So
a test.
we went to get his drug test done.
Yeah.
And he came back. He failed his cannabis test, but nothing came up for psilocybin. Let me explain why. It passes through your body within 24 hours, if not faster, because it literally passes through your body out your poop.
Yeah, ours and THC is absorbed into your system. It's in your fatty tissues. Right?
Well, it's not absorbed. My point is, the moral to my story is, it's not absorbed into your body as cannabis.
Sure.
You know,
Yep.
and also pills absorb differently as well.
So the it'll be
no disaster.
You'll never know. You'll never know what people who pass the test. But it'd be nice.
Well, yeah, you only know about the people who don't.
Yeah. What examples can you come up with that would equal 350 milligrams per milliliter in your blood?
Look, I understand some jobs you have to remain lucid. You can't have any other substances in your body because of danger, because of safety, because of this, because of procedure, whatever.
You're an airline pilot. And you've got.
I wouldn't want my airline pilot smoking a joint while he was flying through the air. But yet, at one time, we know this now. A lot of airline pilots in between flights spent a lot of time in the bar.
Yes, that has happened. Yes.
So I mean, like, we've been dealing with this being under the influence crap for a long time.
Yeah.
There's a reason for prohibition,
All righty. Anything else on the sports front?
Nope.
All right. On to the last segment of the day.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's the I like saxophones. I like those.
I played the trumpet. I was the second trumpet in the school band. So
yeah.
Yep, I like air instruments.
The like Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb. I always have this image in my head that it was during the Treating Yourself Expo, and the Killing Time band was performing. We were at the Mob Club or something like that.
Mod Club, the Mod
Club. I think that's where it was held at.
Yep.
And they had the extra pieces on the stage, like the band, and the guy was up there, and he was playing the sax, and the fog was misting through and everything. It was really cool. I got a good picture of it and sent it to the guys, and they really appreciated it. So. It was, I like that.
I saw,
like blues, like sax.
I saw James Taylor.
Yeah.
At the Scotia Plaza or Scotia Bank or Scotia, whatever they call it now, Air Canada Center. And Blue Lou from the Blues Brothers played sax in his band because he has a lot of studio musicians in there.
Right.
So I thought that was I loved that because, I grew up enjoying the Blues Brothers stuff.
Yeah.
So it was neat to see somebody from a movie that I saw as a kid playing on a stage with a man who I've adored as my whole life, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Okay, events.
Speaking of concerts, no, we'll talk about that after.
Yeah, don't even go there. Just
go on. No, come on, go on.
Yeah, more on that later, folks.
Yeah.
Upcoming events. A reminder. I mentioned this last week. I'm going to repeat it this week because it's happening this weekend. Yes, Saturday. And that is the Great Hash Rising Showdown 2.0 is happening. As well as let's just see. Yeah, I'll just bring that up.
And if you're there and you see Sherry Ann Baker doing her thing there, say hi because it'll show up here.
That's right, exactly. So here you go. The Great Hash Rosin Showdown 2.0. Santa Claus is presenting this from 1 till 7 p.m. December the 14th to take part in this hash rosin extravaganza. The first elimination round tickets. Only 100 judge kits available.
Wow.
Judge ticket includes your judge sample kit plus dinner.
Ooh, where is this?
Over $4,000 in prizes available. Now where is it? Well, it's in collaboration with Canna Kick It. Yep. And the email address tells me it's a sublimination event, so the subliminator, maybe, I don't know. Time 1 to 7 tickets. Location TBA to be announced.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it tickles my butt now that I'm way up here, and there's all these events have come back because there was nothing going on when I left because of COVID.
Right.
Now it all kicked up and I'm sitting way up here doing nothing. Nothing, I say. Well, I mean, I sit with these guys. I sit in Al's pocket.
Right.
So if you see Al at an event, look in his pocket. I bet you I'm there.
You bet you're there. Exactly. Okay. Moving on to the next event. As a reminder, Canna Crawl winner.
Winter event.
Festival, September the 14th. Music, food, 40 plus exhibitors, door prizes goes from 2 till 10 in Hamilton.
And this will be in Hamilton, yes.
Yeah. And what else this got here? Event details, 2 to 10, blah, blah, blah. To 10. And
for any law enforcement that may be watching, the event location, TBA.
Yeah, and it doesn't even say that in the information down below, but that's usually what it is. Correct. TBA.
We used when we were doing our thing there at Gunjanistas, our weekend thing, Canacade. We would we didn't have to worry about that because we were always in the same spot, right? But there's a lot of pop-ups now. But you'll usually find that a lot of things in Toronto are now down at the, what do they call it? The dank.
The dank forest.
There's like 3 or 4 different places in Toronto now that seem to be hosting these events. And they're doing it quite openly again, which is really cool. Because I think we need that. We need these events. We need to be able to go out and sample and be with the community. And this isn't just about going to the store, buying some weed and going home and smoking it.
No, socialize.
The culture of socializing and with cannabis is bigger. I mean, like how would alcohol consumers feel if you weren't allowed to go to a bar and socialize with your friends over a beer?
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Yeah, or go to a
We have to do it here online.
Yeah, go to a restaurant, order a beer, and then sit there and drink it in front of your kids.
The first time I smoked a joint was in a hash bar while I was consuming a rum and coke with my mom. I was probably 12, 14 years old in there, and it was in Amsterdam in the red light district. So I was smoking a joint, drinking alcohol, and watching people screw in the windows.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, quite literally.
Yes, yeah.
Still goes on.
Well, yeah, there are some restrictions though now. I think when it comes to, they don't like tourists there because tourists
They have
Did you know cannabis tourists shit on people's lawns? That's what they say. That's why they banned them.
They have done due diligence to try and stop tourists coming into Holland and other cities of Amsterdam, where cannabis is consumed natively, and you're not allowed to. Like if we were to go on a trip, I couldn't just walk into a store and purchase cannabis. There's laws now. The store can get shut down if they sell to tourists in some areas.
Right. Did you have a video to run in here right now on events?
Yes, we can run one of Sherry Ann's videos from Kind, which we haven't done yet.
Being that we're on the event end of things, I thought maybe we should run that.
Yes.
All right.
So let's bring that up. And I have to find it again. There we go.
Is it better? No. That's the red guy. Oh, we're drunk. No, we're not. Everything's red, alien like.
Yeah.
No red. Well, that was good.
I tried their stuff.
So we got more coming from Sherry Ann. She goes to events all the time.
Yeah.
And puts little things together, and we're going to start packaging them a little bit differently so that we can actually enjoy a clip.
I noticed in that one, it kind of looked like there was a Christmas tree. I guess winter, right?
Yep.
Winter, yeah.
Also, that is a legal event.
It's a legal one, correct? Yes.
It's a legal event. So the difference between going to what was the other one? Evolve was also a legal event, was it not?
Yeah.
So she goes, but Sherry Ann goes to both legal events and community events as well. So you'll be able to tell the difference because the legal events you can't consume at, but the community events you can.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, exactly.
So although there are now, I should correct myself because as of a year ago, they've been having smoking areas at the larger events.
Okay.
Like Grow Up and what's the other one that we're going to in March?
Oh, Can Expo.
Can Expo. They have vaping areas, smoking areas where you can go and consume outside.
Right.
When we started this, when Al and I started this back when they were doing the Treating Yourself Expo, I hope you're feeling better, Marco, by the way. We were consuming in Canadian government buildings.
Yes. Yeah. Federal building. Yes.
Federal
Correct.
buildings. Yes.
Yeah.
And Metro, because the Metro Convention Center is Toronto.
Right there, man. Right there.
And now we have a vaping area where we can go and vape and consume. We're not out by the dumpsters anymore. That's where the tobacco smokers go.
All righty. Anything on entertainment wise? Any video, movie that you watched that you want to?
You know what? I watched a movie. I don't have a clip for it. I watched a movie. I mentioned it last week called Conclave.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know what a conclave is. It's the choosing of the next pope when the pope before expires. It's a fictional movie that they've included a lot of factual things in. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's more of a thriller than anything. But it was really good. And because I enjoy history stuff, right?
Right.
So I enjoyed it. It was really good.
Good. You see that Buddy says that I am consuming everywhere I go, regardless of the rules.
The only rule that I follow on consumption at all of cannabis is if it is legal to smoke a cigarette in that spot, I'm going to smoke a joint. Right.
Yeah. Now I know of a place. I know of a place. It's actually a Legion that has a sign at both doors saying no cannabis smoking or vaping allowed.
Yes.
Within 10 meters of the door.
Yeah.
I mean, what? It's close enough to the sidewalk that you could actually have to leave the property.
We had an event here in Terrace Bay. It's a yearly event, and it's basically, the fall fair or whatever you call it. And it says right on the website, this is a smoke-free event. I mean, I understand that they're staying within the law, but yet to say no smoking or vaping, tobacco would be fine by me. But the law states that if you can consume tobacco, you can consume cannabis.
Yeah, but in that sign, that scenario where it says no smoking allowed, that covers both cannabis and tobacco.
And it doesn't matter if you're medical.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it used to. It used to matter, right? But it doesn't matter at all. The Canadian government still in 2024 still does not recognize cannabis as a medicine. They still call it marijuana with an H on their website.
With an H.
And they still say that we don't allow it federally, but yet.
As far as the entertainment end of things again, I've got one little article here of cannabis and entertainer that's doing something, and I just have to bring it up. There we go.
Jeez, we're going long today, buddy. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know, eh? Look at that. Snoop Dogg opens his first pot shop.
Yep.
So he's got his own stores now.
Yeah, this has been coming for a while now, I think.
Yeah, because I know he had his own brand going on that was connected to Tweed that I think is no more. But opening the dispensaries with his name.
Yeah. Well, that a lot of people are doing it, so why not? I think one of the first big time celebrities, if you want to call them that, to be public about working in the cannabis industry was Jim Belushi, because he did his reality show about the Belushi farm. and you know what?
Yeah, buddy says can't stop me from eating it there. If there's a will, there's a way.
There
That's
is,
right,
there is,
buddy.
there is.
And the thing is that you're eating it, so nobody's gonna know any difference. You're just eating it, whatever it is you're eating.
I tend to eat.
It's a smell. It's a smell.
I tend to eat things before I go to a concert because I can't smoke. I have not been to a concert in the last 5 years since legalization where I've smoked.
Well, I'll tell you, things have changed.
I'm sure. So before we go to my last little thing here, you're going to see BTO sometime soon.
Yeah, actually in April we're gonna go see BTO, April Wine, and the Head Pins.
And how much were the tickets?
The tickets online, they list them anywhere from I'm thinking $70 to $125.
Yeah, which is the normal now. It's not.
Yeah. Just make sure you click on.
Just
make sure you click on the right link. That's all. That's all I can tell you, man.
Yeah.
Make sure you click on the right link because it gets costly otherwise.
How much did the tickets cost you so far, Al? He doesn't.
A few bucks. Let's just say a few bucks.
I was gonna say.
I'm gonna really enjoy it. It's our 40th wedding anniversary.
I've had a couple of things go on with tickets, but not like that.
Oh, well, yeah, I'll tell you. I learned my lesson.
But you'll enjoy it because I know this because Bachman Turner Overdrive is Randy Bachman's group. He's had several that but he did this without Burton Cummings, and I saw Bachman Cummings with my pal, with David, before I left, which I thoroughly enjoyed completely.
Did you? Yeah.
You're going to enjoy it because they'll do old songs as well, of course.
Oh yeah, and April Wine, Gail and I seen April Wine at the same venue,
and the head
decades ago.
The Headpins you don't see around at all anymore.
Like the Headpins, like I went, holy fuck, flashback to the mid '80s.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
When I lived in Mount Forest, they had a big concert.
Because she was always Debbie Mills. She was always a rocker.
Yeah. I saw April Wine, Loverboy, Kid Mitchell, a whole bunch of Canadian old school rockers in Mount Forest, actually in my backyard, because my backyard, the fence on the other side was where they had the concert in the parking lot. And David Wilcox was there, and I had 20 some odd people in my backyard, and a big plume of smoke just wafted over the whole concert. What? It's just a barbecue. Sorry.
Yeah, you're sharing. All right. Anything else in the entertainment end of things?
I'm sharing here because I've got this little story here, right here. Right. Musicians are collaborating on psychedelics and working with MAPS to promote and study. And they're using, one of the studies that they're doing is music and psychedelics. And so I'm scanning through here just to see who. I know that I saw Melissa Etheridge, who is in the cannabis industry as well, is involved. But I don't see a list here really.
Of who?
Boyd, Etheridge, Yitzi. I've never heard of those. Reggie Watts, Closey, East Forest, and MAPS president Rick Dublin, and of course Melissa Etheridge is the big name there.
Yes.
And she's been
cannabis. She was dealing with, wasn't she? Dealing with breast cancer or something?
She was in the industry before the industry got started, I assure you, because she's promoted it highly as a medicine, I believe.
Yeah. Completely agree. That's what I said. I could be wrong. I was thinking that it was breast cancer, but
there was some cancer involved there. Yeah. As I've found, doing this a while, most of the people who are in the industry now, maybe not so much now the younger people, but the older folks came into the industry because of the need for cannabis as a medical alternative.
Right.
Now, I don't even know most of the people involved in these events now.
Yeah, things have changed.
Yeah.
No, I sort of think it was a conveyor belt. People first get in on the scene, involved. They get all, do all the things and all that, and people shift along, and then eventually they just sort of drift away, fade away, and
unfortunately, a lot of the older people in the community, 20 years plus, are buried now because they came into the community as a patient of some sort, and we've lost a lot of warriors, you could call them.
Yeah.
Who have been fighting for our medical rights in Canada for cannabis.
Right. I think we're wrapping up the show the same way we got it started, and that's talking about those who were leading the charge before us. We started the show talking about
Alan was one of them.
Professor Alan Young, right?
Alan was one of them.
This is a good box end.
John Conroy is another one. He's still very much alive, harvesting his forest mushrooms.
It's forest mushrooms and all the wildlife that goes by his cameras. It's quite the stuff.
One thing, just to end here, my thought here, one thing that I saw before the snow came down was a lot of lawn mushrooms.
Yeah.
Up here. Because they migrate in. I mean, I'm literally surrounded by I guess it's a boreal. Is it boreal? Boreal
forest.
Yeah, which is just another word for a rainforest, basically.
Yeah.
Like we're a small town in the forest on the edge of the lake and in the middle of fucking northern Ontario.
Yeah. And we have a message from our buddy Weeds. He says, awesome sounding show. And for anybody who wasn't with us at the beginning, Buddy's been with us the whole time. And this is the third time we attempted to go live.
Third time's a charm.
StreamYard was having problems with the audio. And so we just kept trying and trying. And we finally got through. So you have a great week as well, buddy.
You too, buddy.
And puff as well. So, all right.
I can do puff pass now. Look at this.
Hey, yeah. Well, hang on.
I noticed that there's quite the plume of smoke coming out of that fucking thing. I tell you, my Shatterizer doesn't do that. I think I need a new battery.
This battery works great, and I've been switching cartridges all the way through the show.
Have you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. This is about my first cartridge. Just I got enough of them sitting here.
I've been switching strains and doobies.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's where we started as well in our discussion today, doing strains. So We got one more comment coming in. Buddy says puff puff pass as well. Bye, buddy. All right. Other than that, folks, I think that's it. You got anything else you want to say, Al? All right. Bye, guys. We'll see you all next week, same time, same
Hi,
place.
guys.
And I see that it's not there, so I'm going to go this way. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh. Okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes.
On to your next victim.
Pop question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people
Why
so far.
do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right. Okay, we're on to number 6. Yeah, these are obviously going a lot faster than the buds.
Yeah.
When it comes to the judging.
Yeah.
You got to handle it a couple times, right? Because there are some.
Yeah, yeah. And the buds we had go around twice in order to be able to check up for moisture, trichomes, the appearance, some similar things. Right?
Are the questions different on the indica than the pre-roll?
Yes.
There are. I'm going to say half the questions are the same. The other half are different.
Okay.
Okay. There's things like the dry inhale, right? So there isn't that with the buds.
Yeah.
You know, but there is the appeal. But you know, then there's the roll. You know, they don't ask you that on the other. You know, as far as the roll or anything. So there are different questions, but there are some similar ones or the same ones.
Cool beans, man.
Number
as expected.
Number 6.
Number
six.
Number 6, he says.
Number 6.
We can make it number 9. Number 9.
Good thing it was only 7.
7.
Got the Beatles tunes out.
Next year I'm gonna get numbers that will come up on the screen as we're doing them.
Yeah. Well, what we find you can see it on last Thursday's news broadcast. At the end, Glenn says peace, goes like this, you know, puts the peace symbols up. And all of a sudden, balloons come up out of StreamYard.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And going like, it's
Really?
only done it to him. I haven't seen it do it to anybody else.
Let's try it, shall we?
Huh? Yeah, I tried. It's not doing anything. Nothing there, right?
No.
So
maybe it's an Apple thing.
Okay.
Maybe we should do something about it.
Wow.
Maybe he smoked too much weed.
Or not enough.
Smells good.
Oh, it's a wood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tree
On
on the back side.
Plate. Like,
They're
okay,
not
now
closed, dude.
we've all seen the half-gram joints, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Al actually has
look at these.
whatever's left of the treating
That's a
yourself
giant.
collection.
That's a
buddy.
giant.
Instead of
How many issues do you think you have, Al?
I didn't see Buddy Weed's comment before this one. He says, I found my Treating Yourself magazine from 2010, issue 21. That's where I got the grinder. So he got the same grinder. Hey, buddy, go into the index of the magazine and go down near the bottom of the index, and you'll probably find the article that I wrote. Most of them are usually down there at the bottom. That's where the advocacy articles are. I'm just curious which one's in it. Okay. I gotta do the drawing hall.
Yeah, they actually look like a giant.
I'm glad that's over with.
You're good looking.
You didn't like that one, Bob?
Visually appealing.
They look good.
Yes. Yeah. That's some big.
And you weren't supposed to smell them.
The filter looks good. Sorry.
They aren't even closed on the end.
One up each nostril.
Is there anything that you don't like yet?
That I don't like? Who?
Anybody? Was there anything that you just didn't like?
Yeah, most of these joints haven't been very good.
Okay. I knew you'd tell the truth, Wayne.
I enjoyed the buds.
This is the most visually appealing one so far, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's all tucked in and everything?
You know, I can't see that far.
No, it's wide open. It's not even tucked on the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's back that hard.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess dry haul. We got to do the whole
shit.
I know it's not as easy as just lighting and smoking the damn thing.
I shall be back.
Alrighty. All right. We'll be here, man.
Don't get your kids on this shit.
Checking out these DVDs. Okay, let me see. Oh, they're both on the phone.
I like that taste in both of them.
Alrighty. Overall visual appeal.
We're at number 6.
6, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. 8.
Quality of roll.
Take a all-in on one.
Oh, that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
8.
Selection of rolling paper.
Selection rolling papers.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Selection of filter.
Yeah.
And the taste that you just
The
tasted.
birds. We don't have
I
any
like
music
that
today, but we got the
taste,
birds.
so we'll go 8. Number 6.
The dry hall.
We have to smoke it.
We haven't had it yet.
We gotta wait till it's lit now.
I wasted all afternoon. We haven't got it yet. Holy jeez, listen to that.
I haven't even let it yet in this article.
Oh, just go ahead, cough all over it there.
I get to light it though.
Why? He does a better job of lighting than you do.
Yeah.
Holy jeez, look at them buzzing around there. Long one.
Yeah, so like when you think about the half gram, would this be a gram joint?
I would say
I don't know. You got scale?
a gram.
No, I
It's
don't.
got to be close to a gram.
Yeah, it's definitely over half.
It
gram.
need only be like 0.95,
Right.
0.90. But
Definitely over half.
By the time we smoke the bell right out. Half again.
I'll just take a drink. And then I'll light it
Not
up.
like it used to be either now. He just hoofing her back. And I said, did he just do that?
Hey, I'm not trying to spread
Influence me.
my real Canadian water with it.
I'm right behind you, Oliver.
Nobody likes a soggy joint, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Need a little paste slide over so we're in advertising for.
Yeah, hey, that's a good idea, eh? Okay.
Well, this isn't a hard chair.
Yeah, it is. I don't like them. I only use them occasionally. It's one of those ones that has the table that flaps up on the side. You can put your cup and a phone in it. It just, yeah, it sort of looks like a director's chair bottom on them.
Where'd you get these ones at, Adam? Where'd you get these at? You don't know?
No, these aren't.
Oh, I thought they're his.
No. These are my daughter's and
Oh,
my
okay.
son-in-law's.
Do you know where they got them at all?
From a friend.
Ah.
I'm sure you can find
Well,
it.
most chairs hurt my back in this amount of time.
Oh, it
This
says
one,
Hampton Bay on the side here.
Hampton.
On the
Oh,
right. So that might be a
yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
pretty fancy.
Yeah, no, she
Come by
bought it-
Pony
she bought it
Express.
from a friend. So
Don't ask any questions.
yeah, I don't ask
Oh, yeah.
any questions. It
Look at
works
that.
very well out here. It does the job. No, that's not coming this way.
No, I'm just looking. It's nice.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty clean actually compared to.
Well, here, I'll help you, Judge, that one.
Here you go, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Puppy's still over there laying down on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, he was right under my legs. I could feel the heat. It was like, boom. Like right here. He was standing. Okay.
Better than a lot of them, but it's still pretty dark.
Like, do you think?
Oh, I forgot my
'cause-
drink over there.
You know, we're looking at. You can look at it as is it the paper or is it the bud? But when it's dark all the way through, it's obviously the bud. And
Why do I get all the hard questions?
because you're seasoned.
It's unseasonal.
You're
Aroma to
the
taste.
mature seasoned cannabis connoisseur. I would say to Bob, "What's this?"
That was
He
good. I
says,
like that.
"The good
shit.
stuff."
I'm gonna have it.
That that would be his,
Tarsh
his
is
strain,
smooth.
the good stuff.
No.
Okay, so everybody that's still going around.
All right.
Ash.
May look like we're all
That
looking at our
color
phones,
looks
but we
like
are.
it.
We're judging.
Bye. That's what I think.
Not pleasant, very pleasant.
It's pleasant, so we'll give you an 8.
Overall enjoyment.
Maybe another 8 on that.
When would you buy it?
What?
Would you buy it?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to find out which ones that we would buy.
He'd buy all of it.
I buy it all.
Yeah.
I said yes to one.
Oh, you really? Eh?
I did when I go to buy them at the
And
reservation.
Yeah, the very first
yes. I
bud
said
that we
yes
smoked
so
was a
far.
yes. The very first bud we smoked was yes. I haven't said yes to
I
anything
think
else.
it was. I know there was only one I said yeah.
Yeah.
The rest I was like maybe.
You don't want to
I
sing
am
it?
here, but I'm eating.
Here, I can pour them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's easier to eat when you're behind your banner, that's for sure.
It's
But I
throwing
don't
that
do pre-roll.
money away that hurts you most
Yeah.
of all.
I
Wait
don't
till
do
it's
pre-rolls.
empty.
So
Yeah, there's still some oil on the paper.
sometimes
Yeah,
it
the
tastes like,
filters
oh my
work
God, I'm
pretty
gonna
good.
die.
It
And it chokes down
burns.
out of me,
It's
and
got some
sometimes
gray
it's
ash
the
in it.
paper. So
The ash isn't as bad as
because it's pre-rolled, I usually
Yeah,
re-roll
yeah,
it for
yeah.
one.
All right, we got a number one?
This is number 6.
7.
Well, when we're done this, we're at 7.
Trying to do the ones that
This is
aren't
6.
having too
The second time around.
I usually choke it out.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. We get a couple rounds
What's
so
left
you
of
can
the plate after 2 cups.
judge things.
Like it 10
Yep.
times before you finish.
We're not. You don't hear me gagging. Right? None of us, even one of us with COPD.
Yeah, I
Is
like
it-
the paper the way it was rolled and stuff.
Yeah.
better. Even though it's a brown paper,
Right.
but I didn't take like super duper big paper either.
And it's not harsh. No one's coughing, right?
Of the doobies, that's definitely the best ones.
Yeah, that's nice. It's mellow enough. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, it had the better ash.
Smooth enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to pre-roll or to judge pre-rolls.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. We're coming to you live today on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. How you doing?
August, 2 days. August is
Yeah,
in 2 days. That's
I know. It's
crazy.
just cruising by. And the blackberries are blooming like crazy out here in BC. There's a nice rain. They're juicy as all get out. I'm just walking. I'm taking Meek out for a walk and just gorging. I'm gorging on blackberries.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's not just blackberries, but you've got a cherry tree and an apple tree that are around there.
Yeah, and blueberries are happening as well. And, I'm a fruitarian, and I eat a few other things on the side. If it wasn't for fruit, I'd be a donutarian.
Donutarian. Yeah. Krispy Kreme.
How you doing?
Busy. Life has been insanely busy for me lately. The course that I am taking has gotten busier by about 5 times. It's pretty crazy. But I'm loving it. We're learning different integration therapies right now. We did last night's lecture was on the somatic, different somatic therapies and modalities. Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of stuff. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. And that's just school. I mean, I also have a daughter and 2 grandchildren and a life besides that. So, yeah, it's been busy. It's been
a life?
Yeah, I try to.
My life is my dog.
And you love it. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's raining, so that should put out a few of the fires. There's been a lot of fires out here in BC, so the rain is always good to put the fire out, but sometimes along with the rain comes the lightning to start more fires. But,
Yeah. Alberta, it's been devastating in Alberta. Jasper is 80% gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a good thing that, the world knows how to keep regrowing.
That's right. That's right. Lisa Ray says, hi, guys.
Hi, Lisa. How was your coffee? we went to Milano's yesterday.
You drank coffee for 5 hours. I'm jealous, but yet I didn't get the jitters, so I'm not so jealous.
But he roasted a batch right there live for us. It was an awesome experience.
Oh yeah, that would have been beautiful.
Brian's blend,
which is a great blend. I have had it. It's one of my favorite to pick up and bring home.
Hey, we got a cool guest on today.
We do. And I find it very interesting that you the only one thing I'm going to say about this gentleman is that you brought on an integration specialist as I start learning about integration in my course. I think it's perfect timing.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. So our guest is, I'm going to see if I can actually even roll the R's, because I'm betting that the R's in the second name are supposed to be rolled. So I'm going to try. Alejandro Hierro.
How did he do?
You did pretty good, Steve. I'm impressed. Thank you for the effort. And hi, Cindy. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should I give a quick rundown on you?
Sure. Why not? Let's see if I actually kind of live up to my hype. So,
Okay.
Cindy, let's see.
You're a psychedelic integration coach, and
Yes.
you currently do that at this place scrolling across the bottom, betteryoucare.com. Correct?
Yes. Yes, Better You Care is a clinic in the U.S. that works mainly with ketamine-assisted psychotherapies, but they are a very integrative wellness clinic that's growing a lot so far. So happy to be a part of them.
Exciting.
And you've had a 17-year career, social work, behavioral health. And in that 17 years, obviously there's psychedelic experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing psychedelic experiences through that 17 years?
I actually started, if we dived really deep into it, somewhere around 6 years ago in my psychedelic experiences. the way that it all kind of came through for me, actually, I was working at a mental health clinic in San Isidro, and I was offered an opportunity to go take a training in the UK. This training was related to something that's called neuro linguistic programming. So basically, like a 10-day kind of retreat where we would get to learn these modalities and kind of just dive deep into the training so that we could actually kind of bring that back into our professional kind of field. I got approved to actually go from my clinic. I also had like vacation hours added on, so I just kind of took it as a little kind of learning trip vacation. I got invited by a very close friend of mine who basically said, just come over and we will take care of the rest. So I just had to plan my flight, plan my trip and everything, got there, pretty cool adventure. Was in this very beautiful place called the Lake District in the UK. Spent 10 days basically in a cabin with a bunch of other people just learning about ourselves, learning about treatment modalities with neuro-linguistic programming and just kind of processing all emotions and things like that. And quasi, I suppose, at the end, very psychedelic experiences just because of how things go. Like we don't need substances to get into these spaces every now and then. So definitely a non-ordinary state of consciousness at the end when we went through it. And then when I came back home to Tijuana. I live in Tijuana, in Mexico, with the border of between the border of San Diego, California, and Baja California here in Mexico. I went back to my job, and then all of a sudden they downsized, and I got laid off a little bit because I wasn't working full time. I was working part time. They needed another type of structure, so they just kind of laid me off. I was like, okay, so what do I need to do next? Serendipitously, I started running into just social media for family and friends, and a cousin of mine started posting things that I felt were not in his kind of purview of the normal things that he would be posting. Actually, he wouldn't be someone that posted stuff online anyway. So very, very kind of wellness oriented, very new age oriented, very just kind of positive vibes oriented. So I started speaking with him and I was like, hey, guys, this doesn't seem like you. Like I would really want to just kind of know what's going on because it sounds like it's a little more aligned to the things that I'm doing in my life. And he said, well, let's go get a coffee shop. So we go get a coffee and he tells me all his story about how he went to Peru with a friend of his. He went to experience an ayahuasca ceremony. And when he was over there in the ayahuasca ceremony, this guy, shaman, however we want to call him, told him like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. I want to tell you something that the abuelita, the mother ayahuasca, kind of mentioned that the message that she wants me to give you. This is to my cousin. My cousin says like, okay, he's kind of weirded out, and he says, well." Abuelita Ayahuasca says that you are going to be doing this for the rest of your life and that I need to help you prepare for these experiences. My cousin, very agnostic back then, he says like, sure, yeah, whatever, like I'm not into this whole thing. And then he just starts explaining things that this shaman shouldn't know. My cousin gets a little concerned, scared, and upset. And he's like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. Comes back to Tijuana. And then just by sheer coincidence, the shaman ends up in Tijuana because his friend wanted to open up a clinic in Baja to work with ayahuasca for treatment and for mental health issues and all these things. He couldn't find a place for him to stay, so he ends up staying with my cousin. And he stays with my cousin for a little over a month. And during that month, he starts doing all these ceremonies almost daily. And every day that he goes to the ceremony, the shaman asks my cousin, "So are you ready to do this? Are you ready to go into it? Are you like feeling the calling or something?" He always says no, 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 and not going too much deep into it. He says at the final ceremony, he says like, you know what? Just stop telling me and sending me messages. If someone wants to tell me, they should tell me in person. Like I don't want to learn about these things through third-party people. So kind of like basically saying if ayahuasca is telling me that I need to do this, then let ayahuasca tell me. And the way that he says is that in his final ceremony, he saw this figure kind of appear in front of him made of like leaves and plants and just kind of however you want to imagine it. And he says that, okay, so now that I'm here in front of you, are you going to say yes or no? So he said, okay. And that was over 10 years ago now. So he's been doing ayahuasca ceremonies for over 10 years now. He also now does psilocybin ceremonies as well. So he told me about all that, and he said, like, hey, if you're interested, if you want to join, just kind of come over, join. I would really be happy if you kind of be a part of one of these experiences. So I said yes. I was curious. I was a little concerned. I had always had this kind of reluctance towards psychedelics. Of course, just growing up, millennial, 90s kid, 2000s kind of young adult. The whole thing about drugs was always like drugs are bad, right? The whole commercials of the egg. This is your brain on drugs, and this is and what happens, right? So I was always very concerned about that, and I always thought like, hey, I would never want to do anything to my brain that will mess up just who I am, because I would always value myself and my intelligence and just my cognitive abilities. So I wouldn't want to mess with that, and I was very, very concerned about the consequences. So I'm studying social work during all this period. I also started learning that when I was younger, that the laws implemented based on the risks or dangers on the substances that are Schedule 1 versus what the science was saying was not really the same thing, right? And I was like, okay, so there's some gap there. And then just kind of learning about my cousin, knowing that he's gone through this for a few years now, that he would never put me in a situation that I would be putting me in harm's way. I was like, okay, I'll go into this. I'll try it. I'll see what happens. I go into it really not knowing what to expect. It's kind of being okay. Let's see what happens. Go through the whole kind of experience, the whole ritual. I drink the ayahuasca, and I'm there for about 20-30 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, like, I start seeing little colors everywhere just pop up, and I start feeling the music very, very more intensely, like just my body, like all the senses in my body start kind of like lighting up. Everything becomes so intense, so powerful, just not accustomed to kind of like sensing everything in that way. And again, like, just time seems to slow down. There's like this little kind of halo effect to everything. I could listen to people, and they were like talking very far away from me, and it was almost like they were speaking right next to me. All the sounds and everything just starts blending together, and it just felt very blissful and kind of like transcendental. I don't know exactly how you would be able to explain it, but I'm sure the people that have gone through these kind of know what it is. And then all of a sudden I go like, okay, so this is why people believe in the divine. Because that was kind of the best way to kind of describe it. It was a divine feeling. Now, that being said, I'm not religious at all. I do not sort of profess any sort of religion or anything like that. But I can understand the sensation of what it means like to build those connections to a higher power, to a higher being, and then just kind of how you bring that and how it makes you feel and what type of life you live after the fact. So that was my kind of start in the whole thing. After that, it was very fortunate for me that I got the opportunity to continue to participate in these ayahuasca ceremonies with my cousin, because he lives like 5 minutes away from my house. So for the first couple of years, I was probably going to ayahuasca ceremonies for about maybe like once every 3 weeks. And then COVID hit, that kind of slowed it down. But still was taking the opportunity to kind of just participate and go. It was less people, larger room, taking all the precautions and everything, but we were still kind of just participating in those during that period, but still slowed down a little bit. And slowly but surely, we got to a point where now it's been over 110 experiences with psychedelics in different modalities, not just ayahuasca, although ayahuasca is kind of the one that I've had the most experiences with. And I can go into some experiences and examples if anyone wants to kind of like learn about those. But yeah, so somewhere around 70 experiences with ayahuasca, and then the rest are related more to psilocybin use, some LSD as well. Although LSD is a little bit more challenging because it's like 12 hours that you have to invest into the whole thing at least. So the preparation, the whole setting up and everything becomes a little bit more challenging. And now recently, as of summer or prior to summer, spring this year, now with ketamine as well, because of the opportunities that I got to start working at this clinic that we mentioned, Better You, that works specifically with ketamine as a psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. And I've been working with them as an integration coach for a few months now. Prior to that, some of my experiences with psychedelics were basically helping other people, just because they started learning that I was going through these experiences. I was telling them about what was happening, like the therapeutic side of it, the benefits, just the community, the space, the being in. I don't know. The colors are fun too. If we want to kind of say it that way. So a lot of people started saying like, nah, that's too scary for me. I wouldn't want to do it. And then eventually they would say like, hey, if I do go, would you go with me? And I was like, sure, I'll go with you. So then it started becoming a thing of me being there for other people, not just necessarily being there for me and the experiences, which eventually kind of created a little pattern of me just kind of helping people through the whole thing. And then me coming from a therapeutic background, always being good at talking to people and just kind of listening. Um, More and more people started just kind of seeking me out for support, for guidance, just in general as a friend. And eventually random people, because of the things that we're posting online, started like reaching out to me and asking about these things. And I sort of stumbled into the whole thing. Like I really didn't want to at any point really say like, hey, yeah, I'll make psychedelics a career, or I'll be an integration coach. Like that didn't exist really 2 years ago, at least not in my purview. I knew that they were trip sitters, or there were guides, or there were other things, but really not something that I would be thinking about. Eventually I was like, okay, so I'm already in the mental health field. I'm already helping people. I already have kind of like starting up a coaching practice that has to do more with purpose-driven kind of causes, projects, peak performance, flow states, um, allowing you an opportunity to get out of your own way, which is where my sort of handle for my Instagram comes out of. Like I was really wanting to explain to people like, what is it that I do? Because they were always asking. So I was always just doing like a bunch of different eclectic things. And I was like, well, if I want to kind of summarize it down, I kind of help people get out of their own way so that they can live a life worth living. And I'm like, okay, cool. So get out of your own way. So that's where kind of the handle comes from. Everything starts basically getting related, right? If you're working with people, helping them find purpose, helping them through an existential crisis, helping them connect to flow states for peak performance, for being your most creative, your most productive, for feeling your best and performing at your best when you need it the most. A lot of that also comes with just optimizing yourself in all the modalities possible. It is somewhat of a non-ordinary state of consciousness that you go into. I was already doing the psychedelics. That was already working for me. I was already getting some of the benefits. And I'm like, okay, let's start exploring if I can kind of do this with other people in my own way. I was definitely, and I'm still definitely not at all prepared to work with ayahuasca as a guide or facilitator. I will join you in the experience. I will be there with you. But I know a great guy that does it, has done over 1,000 guided ceremonies, my cousin. And I'm like, okay, so I'll be there with you, but this is not something that I know I'm capable of doing. And I don't want to overstep or overreach my limits, at least not in those kind of spaces where you are playing with very powerful kind of states of consciousness and just experiences. So I was okay, but psilocybin seems to me like something that I'm better able to manage, to handle, to navigate. I've done it enough times where I feel comfortable with the space. So I was speaking with my girlfriend, who was also at that time doing holistic women's circles. She got into it. She was a lawyer. She went into therapy, psychology, and said like, I don't want to do law anymore. I'm going to do holistic women's circles. So she's been doing that as well. We started just kind of exploring how to do this together. And that's when we came up with this idea of finding a way to help people integrate their experiences and just kind of learn more about what they're doing. So we came up with another Instagram account called Integra tu Trip, which is a Spanish content related to psychedelics and psychedelic integration, because we do those experiences in Mexico. So we got together, we went through an experience together, a few experiences together with psilocybin, and we felt ready and comfortable enough to start guiding experiences for people. So we basically took everything that we learned about the experiences, took everything that I learned from my therapeutic social work background, started getting into like the trainings and things that we found online. There's a bunch of places that I know of that are doing trainings for that. I think one of them is called Embark. Another one is with Berkeley, and I can share those links with people later so that you can kind of send them yourself. Just kind of started getting in more into it. Bought a bunch of books. One's from Michael Pollan, Rick Strassman. Got doing more into research with maps. Actually, I got to meet Paul Stamets as well at one point at an event in San Diego with all the mycology, everything that he does. So
I
it's
saw
kind
the
of
photo.
yeah. So everything just kind of started aligning, right? You kind of start building your way into something. You kind of go into the momentum of eventually you kind of stumble into. Okay, so now I'm doing this. It seems like that. So doing it the best you can, working in the best way possible, understanding that there is an evolution in the industry. There's an evolution in just kind of the medical field. There's an evolution in the therapeutic field, in the laws and the acceptance that people are going through. Me already kind of going through this for over 6 years now. I just simply didn't want to have to get stuck in the gatekeeping whenever that does happen, because the more it becomes mainstream, the more it becomes researched and evidence-based, the more larger clinics come in, the more people start doing it. Of course, the more sort of restrictions or kind of like limitations, barriers to kind of make it appropriate, safe, secure for everyone. And I was like, okay, I need to start diving a little bit more deep into this whole thing. So yes, we're doing psilocybin experiences here in Mexico with certain people. We do follow a very kind of therapeutic modality. So we do it very, very small groups, very kind of integration based. So we do prep work, we do the experience, we do like an actual kind of therapeutic conversation or a meditative kind of experience through the psilocybin, and then after that we offer opportunities for people to just kind of engage with the conversations for the integration post. So it's about kind of just being a little bit more robust in everything that we do with that. Just putting everything out there just in summary, where eventually, just because I was already doing that, I ran into the just sheer luck that I was like looking into places in the US, like how do I need to get involved with this? Who are the clinics that are being there? Who do I need to start talking to? What are the certifications trainings that I need to get so that I can formally be a part of this in the US, just because that's where most of the research is kind of being funded from. So I was like, okay. And all of a sudden ads start popping up because you're doing the research. The algorithm does what the algorithm does. And I started getting a lot of ads for different companies that were doing psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. Mainly, it seemed that the ones that were doing very kind of formal work, large scale, were clinics that were working with ketamine. Ketamine is already approved in the medical industry. There's a lot of research done. It's already built into the system of the way that people do prescriptions and insurance and all these other kind of things. So it had already been used off-label. There's less of a stigma. It's not technically a psychedelic. It's associated anesthetic with psychedelic properties. So basically, the US, that's what it's approved right now, although they are working on approving other things. I think MDMA is the next one to be approved. Psilocybin is also in the trials, and ayahuasca seems to be there a little bit, but kind of further behind, right? So a lot of that stuff is like 5 years in the future, maybe. But ketamine is here now. People are accepting it. People are working with it. So I started just contacting these clinics, and eventually, after a while, Better You reached out. They said like, hey, we're interested in interviewing you. Let's have a conversation. 3 months process. During that 3-month process, I actually travel to Oaxaca, and I go to. I'm assuming people here know who Maria Sabina is. So I got to. Oh, there she is. Yes. So I actually got to meet Maria Sabina's great grandson. That he was once here in Tijuana. His name is Edgar, I believe.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Steve met him too.
Okay, so
did he take you up to her altar that they have in the mountain?
yes, the hilltop where they do the prayers and kind of the venerations and all those things. So I went to Huautla Jimenez as kind of part of my trip. It was a trip in itself, to say the least. Like getting to central Oaxaca, going through like 6 hours of driving in that little van in the middle of nowhere, that drive like there's no tomorrow. There's people. I'm like, okay, I'm already here. I might as well just trust that these guys know what they're doing and they value their lives as much as I value my own, because they drive like crazy, like super fast and very, very kind of narrow roads. But it is what it is. So I got there to Outlet Jimenez. We got to spend the night over with him, with his family. And I was there because I asked him if I could do a ceremony with him. They call them veladas. He said yes. He was very, very kind, very friendly. And we just kind of went through it at his home, a few blocks away from Maria Sabina's old home, in the museum that they have there, and just kind of did the whole thing for the entire night. And I had never actually done that type of ritual, that type of ceremony. It's very, very unique, very, very different to how I've always accustomed to doing things in other places and how I know other people do them. So it was transformative, to say the least, but in the sense that I felt that, okay, I'm in the right place to be doing what I'm doing. There's a connection there. There's an opportunity for me to continue to expand and to help and to do good in the world in my own way, and also connected to the psychedelics. So it was a great experience. It was about 3.5, 4 hours with him, specifically just in the night, him like singing, chanting, doing just the things that he does as a shaman curandero, which was kind of fun and just joyful, exciting in itself, just being like, oh, dude, I'm like in Maria Sabina's great grandson's home doing these things, right? Like I would never imagine I would be doing that.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, so it's super fun. And then all of a sudden, the ceremony starts coming to an end, and the way that he kind of closes it, I'm just gonna say this because it was very funny and it was kind of playful. They do something with water there from like the sort of like a purification kind of thing with water. They gather the water that they use specifically from the little streams that they have, and they use that for the ceremony. And kind of the end of the ceremony, they basically like spit the water in your face. So as I was there, just kind of standing up, ready for everything to just kind of come back to center and come back from the experience, I just feel this guy gonna get close to me, start saying all these chants in his Mazatec language, and then all of a sudden just kind of spit super hard in my face, all the water. And I'm like, wow, this is probably the first and only time that someone is going to be spitting water in my face, and I'm gonna be very extremely grateful for them doing it. And then we just started all laughing about that, and he left the room, let us just kind of settle into the experience for the rest of the evening. And the experience continued because it was a pretty high dose. It was over 5 grams of the mushrooms that he has. And I still kind of just went through the whole experience all the way to the night until kind of early in the morning. So very, very beautiful experience. Then after that, just continued to travel. Eventually got a notification from this company Better You that they were still looking for psychedelic integration coaches. So I reached back out to them and like, hey, I'm still waiting for the interview follow-up. If you're interested, I'm still wanting to be a part of it. You're doing great work, et cetera, et cetera. They're like, oh yeah, let's do an interview next week. So they interviewed me again for a couple of times, and then now I'm there working with them. So
amazing. And this is a great time.
Oh, wait, that way.
that way. Yeah, that way.
Oh, it's break time. It's time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment with Alejandro Hierro.
Got it.
A better roll on that one.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back. Hey, watch for the Addie's ad.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Oh, it wasn't in there.
You didn't get it added on to that one.
Damn. Well, we're back with the Mushy Moment. Myself, my awesome co-host Cindy, and Alejandro Hierro.
Yes.
Wow.
Question, Cindy?
Wow. Well, you answered my big one. So you've now, in your story of telling about yourself and how you got there, you're now working for this company. You've just been hired.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. And that was how many months ago?
So that started about 3 months now that I've been working for them officially. Yes.
Oh, wow. Wow. And why don't you tell us about this company?
So what can I say? So Better You Clinic.
Can I first get you to just move your microphone just a little away from your mouth? It's kind of distorting a bit when you.
How about now? Working?
No, that sounds fine.
Okay. So we good?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. The technical difficulties. We do our best as we can. So Better You Clinic. I mean, the reason why I found them to be very kind of enticing to work with them, to collaborate with them, was mainly because I saw that it wasn't just about peddling like the ketamine. Like their whole modality was really about an integrative approach, a wellness approach, focusing on the whole person, not just on here's the medication. The very, very big approach on providing as much care and service at an affordable price compared to other alternatives they were working with. I believe they've been in the field now officially for over 3 years. I'm not sure exactly all the dates and times, but I'm sure that we can find them on their website with all their kind of story and about. But just the fact that everyone working there, or everyone that I know, because it's a team now about a little over 50 people, that everyone has their own experiences with trauma, with depression, suicidality. There's a lot of them that have gone through like very, very challenging, tough things, and they came into the space wanting to help, wanting to be of service, wanting to also acknowledge that what they were doing prior to those experiences was not exactly working until they found the ketamine experience, right? So all those things really enticed me, really wanted me to be a part of it. I saw that they were very robust in all the information that they were providing. I loved kind of just their brand identity, the logo and everything they had, right? Like the little face, the better kind of you kind of thing, like smiley face if you see the logo. So it felt like it was a good culture to be a part of. Whenever I was doing the interviews, everyone was very conversational, very friendly. It seemed like they were really enjoying the work that they were doing. It almost seemed more like they wanted to see if I was a good fit for their company culture rather than am I good at what I do. So it's like if I have good intentions, if I have, of course, the experience, I have the background, but I can be trainable within their cultural space, like the person that I am, not what I do as a service. I think that that became also very, very valuable on my side as well, because it's a place that I feel comfortable going to, speaking with the people, just kind of having that fun environment to work in, and definitely not not a clinical setting in traditional sense as one would expect. I work remotely. I work from home. I can work from different places. I could travel around the world, and I can still continue to work with them. They they have a very large kind of digital footprint. So they have a lot of people around the world that work for them in different parts: Brazil, Philippines, the U.S., Mexico. Um, I'm not sure if they have anyone in Canada or not, or in other places, but I do know that we are pretty much spread over around a lot of places. And their main hub, their headquarters is based in California and Malibu. So that's where they have their official clinic. And the way that they do work is they partner with different clinicians and clinics around the U.S. and with different pharmaceutical companies that are able to kind of provide the prescriptions for people, and they just kind of bring everything together, and they set up a program. The program that they have is self-paced with a lot of support systems sort of set in between. Primary care providers, they do like all the medical background for people. They make sure that you're a good fit for the program. They explore any sort of contraindications that you may have to see if you would be able to get benefit from this or not. They work a lot with chronic treatment-resistant depression or with CPTSD. They work a lot with people with suicidality, going through grief. Bipolar disorder, there's some of them as well, although very with no manic episodes, just kind of generalizing the examples of the people that I've worked with in the past. And it's been wonderful to work with all these kind of variety of people in that kind of space. I come into the whole experience somewhere in between their process. So once they're already accepted, once they've gone through all their kind of backgrounds to know just that they're a good fit, once they've been prescribed their medication, once they receive their little kit that we call the brain box. It comes with medication, with also a nausea medication, because some people kind of experience nausea with the ketamine. So just kind of to mitigate the negative side effects. They get an app where they can download their information. They can follow up with us. They can kind of follow a specific program that's developed in such a way where it goes through 4 stages, basically, which is, if I'm not mistaken, heal, grow, transcend, and love, or love and transcend. I think it's love and transcend. Heal, grow, love, and transcend. So it's 4-step kind of process and just kind of their journey that people go through. People don't need to go through the process specifically, but it is set up for people so that they have a guided protocol for them to kind of go through. Journaling prompts, the support system there with all the information that's provided. They have access to a support team whenever they need to speak with someone for whatever reason. And eventually, if they feel ready for it, somewhere in between the halfway point of their experiences, they get to talk to me or to someone like me as an integration coach. And the work that we do with integration coaching, pretty much, and maybe Cindy, you would be able to kind of dive a little bit deeper into this, but it's more of just understanding are they preparing properly? Are they creating the proper set and setting? Are they understanding everything that they have to do about the challenges that may come when they go into an experience in the psychedelic space, be it with the ketamine or with other modalities. In this case, specifically talking about ketamine for them and what they may feel, what they may not feel. Some people just want someone to talk to because they don't have other people in their world that have gone through psychedelic experiences, and they just want to share. They want to explain. They want to talk about these,
Community.
like, yeah, build community, build a place where they can kind of join other people in their experiences and learn from other people's experiences. And at the same time, this comes up a lot, and they ask, I want to know if I'm doing it right. And I'm like, well, there's no, technically there's no right or wrong way, as long as you're kind of
I have
keeping
the
to the
same
basics.
experience as my friend over there. I must be
Yeah.
broken. I must be doing it wrong. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that all these people have like amazing, awe-inspiring, transcendental, spiritually connected, mechanical machine elves kind of connecting towards, and all this kind of other stuff. And I haven't gone through that. And I'm like, well, you don't always need to go through that. And then we just kind of explain the whole thing about what it is, how it works, what it's actually doing for them in their brain, in terms of the opportunity for the neuroplastic effects, and just how it's actually kind of helping associate or disassociate different types of wiring in their brain. I'm being very kind of loose and metaphorical with my words, of course, because I do not have all the neuropsychological technicalities to talk about all the specifics.
Nope, you're putting it in there.
Yeah.
You're integrating it great.
You're speaking in a language that everybody can understand, which is perfect.
Yes. And then just from understanding that part of how you will be able to still connect to an emotion, but release yourself from the undesired response to that memory or to that emotion, to that sensation, so you can better kind of just embrace the lessons that were there and just kind of release yourself from everything that you no longer need or serves you in life. So just kind of having that part of the whole thing, and then coming into one of the most challenging sides of people, although it's one of the most important parts. We kind of mentioned this off the episode, is what comes after. Really, what's the once we're back in baseline, when you're actually challenging yourself in the day-to-day life and the day-to-day kind of grind, when we reconnect to our clay feet, as some people kind of like to say, and really just have to grind with the reality of wherever it is we were at before we started these experiences or these treatments, right? We can spend whatever time in a psychedelic experience, this associative, meditative, therapeutic experience. It can be very healing, very transformative. It can be very, very powerful. It can also be very terrifying for some people. And at the same time, it's like, okay, but that ends after a few hours. Even if it doesn't feel that way, you come back. You come back to baseline. And now now what's next? What comes after? And that becomes the actual work. And ironically, that also becomes the boring part for some people, just because it's mundane, it's simple, it's routine. It's the things such as, we call them pillars in the program in Better You. I've heard it sort of framed that way as well in other places, kind of pillars of health and wellness. Do you have a proper sleep routine where you're actually recovering and resting properly? Are you setting up your space so you can go to bed as you should? Are you eating properly? And by that, I don't mean like, do you have a nutritionist with you, like going through all these kind of methodical things? It's really, are you nurturing yourself with the things that are aligned with the type of lifestyle that you really want to live and the type of energy that you need for yourself in your day-to-day that you do? Are you hydrating yourself properly? Are you drinking enough water? Right? Are you getting enough sunlight in the morning when you're waking up, so that you can kind of just activate your or get in tune with your circadian rhythms, so that you can kind of get that boost of cortisol in the proper moment of the day, so that you can kind of go through your energy cycles up and down properly as you should, so you can get the vitamin D that you need, so it can actually kind of do what it needs to do to help you with all your other kind of internal processes for your own health and wellness. Are you doing things that are fun? Are you really engaging with things you love to do, that are engaging, that are hobbies that you may have done when you were young or as a older adult, but still that you really enjoy doing them just for the sake of doing them, right? That they call something that is autotelic, right? Just the joy of doing it for the joy of doing it. Are you surrounding yourselves with the right people, with the right community? They may not be on this kind of journey with you, but are they healthy people in the sense that are they helping you thrive? Are they helping you kind of connect? Are they helping you just build a stronger tribe that you really identify with? Are you moving your body? Like, are you, whatever that means, are you going out to walk at the park, at the beach? Are you doing stretching exercises? Are you doing yoga? Are you doing dance? Are you just kind of playing around with your pets and on the floor, your kids? And engaging in all those simple things seems mundane, but at the same time, these are the things that we were evolutionary primed to do that actually kind of help us stay in homeostasis emotionally, cognitively, physically speaking. And those are the kind of things that people stop doing just because they need to do the other stuff, right? They need to work, they need to take care of this, they need to whatever that, and we put ourselves at the end, ironically, which we need to do the opposite when we're kind of going through this process. So just kind of helping people again understand that once they've gone through the experiences with the ketamine, they've gone through different realizations, different lessons, different insights, then it's like helping them kind of process that and know what it actually means to them. Because it could be something as random like I turned into a plant and I don't know what that means to me, and I was like just eating these bugs as a Venus flytrap, and I have no idea what that means. And then you start talking to them and they're like, well, I'm very snappy in my life, I'm very impulsive with my anger, I push people away, I'm very defensive, I don't like just kind of getting into conflicts with all these things. I'm like, okay, so maybe do those seem like things that a snappy Venus flytrap kind of just attacking everything would kind of seem like they're doing? They're like, yeah, well, maybe kind of. Okay, so what type of plant do you actually want to be like? and then they come up with something like, oh, I just want to be a gardenia because gardenias, when I was growing up, my family, my mom, we grew them in our garden, and it's always been a beautiful plant, blah blah blah, all these kind of examples. So now it's like, okay, so how can we translate that into your day-to-day life? So what does that mean to you? What are the actual characteristics of how are you going to transform from that Venus flytrap into that gardenia that you're talking about? How are we going to help you do that, not just emotionally, but how are we actually going to help you do that tangibly, objectively, day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, so that you can actually start tapping into and transforming into these things? And I know that just talking about that, it seems like odd that like a simple metaphor would be something that you can kind of just dissect and tap into something very powerful for people. The fact that they've gone through the psychedelic experience, that they connected to that in a very altered state of consciousness kind of way, means that there is something there that's resonating with them from the subconscious that they're trying to put words to but don't have the words to. And I'm just there basically as a mirror to just kind of ask questions, to play around with the facts, to explore ideas, maybe sometimes to just tell them, like, it seems like that's very hard for you, I can kind of see that your eyes are kind of watering, let's just kind of sit with that, and then just be there with them, and then just breathe with them, just kind of allowing them the space to be okay with not being okay, and things start coming up, and then you just kind of take it from where they're at. It's really always about where they're at, what they're coming into the experience with, and me just hopefully being receptive enough for them to be able to bounce off the information that they're trying to convey towards the work that they're trying to achieve. So if I'm doing a good job at that, it works out in the end.
Nice. You put that very succinctly and nicely. That was awesome.
Yeah,
So
I love the plant metaphor. I might steal that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and that was actually true. That was something that came up in a session with one of our clients. So
that's amazing. I love it.
So have you done the ketamine as well?
I have. I've done 5 experiences. One, so the way that they have it set up, just kind of explaining a little bit about that, is with the kit that they send you, let's just say there's 2 different packages, 4 session package and an 8 session package. Usually when it's an 8 session package is because it was deemed that the person needed to go into the protocol with a little more intensity. So the more kind of robust protocol is twice a week for at least a month. So twice a week for a month, going through the experience, and then just kind of coming back to it and exploring if they want to go down once a week, and then just kind of moving towards maintenance, or just kind of releasing yourself from the ketamine experience. Really, it's about using it as a tool, not a crutch. So just kind of exploring what that is for people. So that I was offered and asked like, hey, if you were doing this with people, you should kind of just explore, see what it is for you, and then we can just kind of work through this. Everyone always needs something to work through. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I kind of went through my own process with them. They gave me my little kit, and the way you do it is you start with something called an acclimation period. Acclimation period is basically you go either quarter dose or half dose of what your full prescribed dose is, and you also do just kind of holding it in your mouth, so you can absorb the medication through the mouth. Hold it for 15 minutes, and then you spit out the medication. To go through your experience lasts somewhere about 45 to 90 minutes or so. Then just come back for that, and then you kind of start working your way up depending on what you feel works for you. I basically worked my way up all the way to full dose ingested, because I felt comfortable enough because of all my experiences with other psychedelic kind of just ceremonies and trips. And at the same time, because I also want to be aware of what people are telling and talking to me about when they go through their own things. So the max dose that I had, I went through it, I ingested it, and that took me into what probably would be ego dissolving kind of experience, what some people may kind of call K-hole. So I've gone through all the spectrums of the kind of just mellowy, meditative, very, very cool kind of nice, comfortable, relaxing feelings, all the way to, oh, this is starting to be psychedelic. I can feel kind of this disassociation happening. I'm noticing just kind of different sensations and symbols and everything coming up, connecting to my thoughts in a very different kind of way, all the way to, oh no, this is getting into, I'm not sure if this is real. Oh, damn it. And then just kind of just acknowledging I'm lost in psychedelic space where all I can do is just kind of breathe and listen to the music, and then just let that be whatever that is.
Just
and then
be.
just kind of, just exactly, just the best advice that I have ever learned or have been given in this whole thing is whenever you're going through something challenging, and even if it's not challenging, just breathe and listen to the music.
Yeah.
That's pretty much anything you're going to be able to do, really. So just breathe and listen to the music. So learning that.
Struggle. Just don't struggle.
Yeah, no struggle, no expectations. Just breathe and listen to the music.
Yeah.
Surrender to the experience. Accept that whatever will come, and just kind of go through it. So I got to that place. It was very, very interesting. To be honest, one of the most intense experiences that I've had in the psychedelic space has been with the ketamine at that level. Although I have been through many, many more. But yeah, that one was the one where I really felt that kind of disconnect between what was happening inside my inner space versus in the outer space and baseline. I had my girlfriend there with me. She was kind of helping me set up the space, and we were doing a little bit of singing bowls kind of experiences as well. And she was talking to me. She was saying like, hold on to this ball. She put it in my body. She was like hitting the balls for the resonance and the whole kind of meditative process for the sound healing thing. I had no idea that was happening. Like I was going through my own thing in my own internal space, just kind of in a void, just in existing in nothingness, wondering if this is what death feels like. And then until all of a sudden I just kind of blinked. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm back. What am I doing in the floor? But it was challenging, hard experience. Not the hardest, but one of the kind of most challenging experiences that I've gone through. But very, very satisfying, very, very good to understand what people go through when they go through these things, and just acknowledging, again, the power and the importance of setting, the space, the mindset that you go into, the intentions that you're doing for yourself, the reason why you're doing it, the people that are supporting you and when you're doing it, and also the opportunity to allow yourself the space to go through it. It's not whoever's there supporting you shouldn't be helping you all the time. It's like just having that conversation with people and knowing like, hey, if this happens, then yes, but just do this, just tell me that, just hold my hand, just hold my shoulder, just say these things, only respond with the most minimal, like whatever it is that you actually have the conversation with them, so they can actually give you the space to go through the experience. Because
the only time that anything should be intervened is when it becomes life-saving protocols.
Yeah. And the one thing that I can say, just as unique compared to other experiences that I've had with other psychedelics and now with the ketamine seems to give you kind of this opportunity of observing the observer. So it's more like it's you working with you versus something like with psilocybin or ayahuasca, that does seem like there's a lot of value having a guide there going through the experience with you and actually kind of doing the whole thing with the music, with the chanting, with whatever work that they do as a healer in the experience, as a facilitator for the experience. Also with the psilocybin, feels that same way. With ketamine, I've noticed that difference with something that you are at least better able to navigate just by yourself, and there's value in the fact that you are doing the work yourself with yourself.
Thank
As
you.
much
I
as I've
was
noticed.
going to ask you to be specific on what you would say were the biggest differences between the Aya journey, the mushroom journey, and the ketamine journey.
Yeah, with the Aya, like I said, the melodic music, less lyrics seems to be best, just because it allows you to go deeper into your own conversations, your own experiences. Psilocybin seems to be a little more friendly sometimes. I don't know exactly how to explain it. Everything seems to be a little bit more alive when you're working through it. Very contemplative as well. With ayahuasca, is really just you're just gone with the music, and it's more of the guidance through the music and through the work that the facilitator is doing and whatever he is kind of doing and just kind of working through you. And it does seem to be a little bit more. I don't want to say challenging per se, but more work gets done. I've seen, at least in my case, my own experiences with ayahuasca versus with psilocybin or anything else. And just with LSD, kind of closing with that, it seems to me very more conversational. Like I feel like I have more of an opportunity to actually just engage with people, to connect to emotions, to release myself from an emotion, to go back to that emotion, to process in a more kind of baseline space through a psychedelic kind of mindset. So those would be kind of differences.
So I need to break in now and ask my final question. I looked down a minute ago and I'm like, oh my goodness, we're at the end. Like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Like, no.
I got one question though.
Oh, but I have to.
5-MeO.
I have once. I don't seem to respond very well to the inhaled smoked versions for whatever reason.
Oh, well, we should have a chat after the show because there's many more ways to do it. But I sadly still have to break in. If people want to reach you, they can reach you through Better You Care, or would.
So if they want to reach me directly, just with the Instagram, the Out of Your Own Way, I believe would be the best way. If they are very interested, if they are in the U.S., if they want to learn more about psychedelic assisted psychotherapies through ketamine, then the Better You website would be the best way to kind of just go into that. That's its own very unique thing. It's because it is just US based, but Out of Your Own Way, myself, I can just talk to people from all over the world and help in different types of modalities. So yeah, either or is great to be there, but the clinical side of things would be betteryoucare.com.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And that's it.
Oh, it's that time again?
Time
thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my awesome co-host Cindy, myself, and our incredible guest Alejandro. And I can tell we're going to have you on again anyway.
Of course.
Because,
yeah, it was sad to see we came to the end.
Just flick the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Happy to join whenever you have me over.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye, Cindy. Bye, Steve.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey, good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
Well, I'm good, I guess. I haven't had any sleep in about 72 hours. We're rolling, rolling hard with, the arthritis.
No sleep, eh?
No, last night I tossed and turned all night, and at 6 o'clock I finally said, well, I'm not sleeping, so I might as well just get up.
Might as well just get
I
up.
wasn't in pain. I just could not sleep. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know what it was. I didn't have any, I don't know. I keep thinking maybe it was my Vyvanse that I took too late in the day, maybe. I don't know what it was. But but I, haven't gone any day without sleep for about 20 some odd years, and today's one of them. And it's not any drug-induced coma by any stretch, but yeah.
How do the prospects look for tonight?
Not much better.
Not much better, eh?
No, I'm not tired at all, and I should be exhausted. I should be.
Yeah. If you haven't slept in 3 days, for sure.
No, and to be honest, too, like before it was because of the pain, right? I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Now the pain's gone. Well, now it's back. It started about 20 minutes ago again because I'm stressed out. I think that's what's causing it, because of what's going on in the other room. Yeah, it's weird how it's been coming on. Like, just like, and like I said, just curls my hand, and like, so I can't even open it. Like, it's just ridiculous. But yeah. And that just came on. Like, since
this is what you would consider like a flare.
Yeah, but it's weird because, like I said, usually it'll go in one place for 4 days and then it's gone. And I don't see or hear from it for a while. And this has been going on for about 2 weeks on and off. And it's the weather, I think. I think that we've got so much humidity in the air out here that we're not used to. And in the summertime, when the humidity is really high, I flare too, right? But in the wintertime, when it's usually a dry cold, I don't have any issues. But this year, we've got this cold and then warm melting and then cold and then warm and then cold and then warm. So there's a lot of humidity in the air too from all the water evaporate, whatever the ice.
Yeah. We get that a lot here.
And the barometric pressure keeps going.
Yeah.
So every time that happens, I end up, and now my arm's starting to bugger up. So I should check the barometric pressure. I pressure it just went either up or down.
Yeah, you can tell by the aches and pains that are caused by.
My dad's mom had the same thing, and she used to be able to tell by barometric pressure by her body. And I used to remember,
grandma had it,
and they lived in the Okanagan, right? Like they lived in Oliver, so it was pretty humid there all the time. No wonder she was suffering all the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The humidity.
No, it's not. It was more like a desert. So no, actually, it wasn't so bad. Actually, she was pretty active. I'm trying to think back because I didn't spend a lot of time with them, but I do remember her bitching about her hands hurting and the barometric pressure must have dropped.
Right. Yeah. And you're dealing with, like you said, your hands.
Yeah, and like I said, they were in Oliver, but they were closer to Osoyoos, so it was more of a desert, and that's probably why they settled there. It was because of that, because it was so dry there. I betcha. Now that I'm thinking back, I never even thought about it, because we don't know a lot about them, because they were from the generation that children should be seen and not heard, and We don't have a lot of background or any information. We know who they are. We got pictures, but we don't know who, what, where, when, and why, or why they were. Got a picture of them standing beside a brand new Buick Studebaker. So they must have had some money back then in '38 to have a brand new Studebaker.
Yeah, really.
Right? It's an odd story because my grandparents were stepbrother and sister after the fact. They got married and then their parents married. My dad's dad married my dad's mom's mom after they got married. So they were already married first, like my grandparents, and then her mom married his dad after. And then she divorced him and married somebody else. She was quite the floozy.
Oh.
Back in those days. Well, I mean, we're talking 30s and the 40s. Like, who got divorced and, remarried like 3 or 4 times back then? Apparently she did.
Right.
Right? So, yeah, we don't even know where she ended up because, Anyway.
I think
how's your renos going? How's your renovations going?
Oh, they're going.
Oh, is that a touchy one? I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I better not. This might get me upset. So.
I know, don't. We won't talk about that then. We could talk about what's your weather like? It looks like you might have got some snow.
We actually here we've been getting a lot of freezing rain, school bus cancellations and stuff.
Oy.
And from the post I saw online, the school bus company actually posted that, hey, we're working today. So they it's been like that -2 to +4.
Oh yeah.
And just a lot of precipitation. So
and then it
foggy.
Just a freaking black ice mass. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've been dealing with that here too. And again, like it's not usual.
Right.
We're usually socked in with 14 feet of snow by now. It's Christmas.
Hang
on. These people are wanting me. Hang on a second.
People are wanting you. Oh, she's got herself muted. She's talking to somebody there.
It's my plumber.
Plumber. Oh, cool. Right.
As we speak, my sink is actually being fixed. So I got new taps about 6-8 months ago that hadn't been installed. So he was going to come and install those for me. And then we looked underneath the pipe because I plugged my sink with can of butter. And it was so plugged that it's like cement in there. We couldn't get through it. And in the interim of us plunging through, we broke the pipe. So I looked under there and he said, I can't leave this like this. We're going to have it. So we took off, went to Home Depot, got all the pieces, parts, and whatever, right? And so I'm not sure, but they're yelling at me that they need me for something. They're not sure what it is.
Well, you go do that. And I'll just take over here. Well, Tamara is gone. I'll just switch me around here. There we go. All right. Well, Tamara is gone. I will continue on with some, I'm going to say, it's sad news, and I'm sure Tamara will want to get in on this when she gets back. And that is the passing of Professor Alan Young within the last week. I saw that John Conroy had posted that Alan Young had passed away, and wow, holy smokes. That's sad news. Alan's been involved in a lot of stuff over the years. He's well known, for his cannabis and the things within the cannabis community, and the fight city that he won for patients here in our country. But he also fought for other reasons as well, not just for cannabis rights, but he also fought for people who were wrongly convicted, people who got charged with something and ended up being convicted even though they were innocent. And he fought for that as well, for those people, as well as when it comes to sex trade workers. He got involved in a big landmark decisions there that dealt with the Canadian prostitution law. Remember that, Tamara?
I do.
I should bring you in here since you're back. There you are.
We just had a dilemma with the saw. We're good. I do remember that. And Alan was an amazing litigator. Like, he took on some of the hardest cases.
Yeah.
Like, one of the hardest ones. In fact, I think he was like almost on the verge of taking on Tamara Leach's case before what's his name took it.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but maybe not, because Greenspoon took her case, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure. What I've got here in front of me is I got an announcement that came out from Normal Canada. Genoway runs that. She's the chairperson there. I'll just read it here. It gives a bit of a background and stuff on them. So it says here, it is with great sadness that we acknowledge the passing of Alan Young, a trailblazer in cannabis reform and a fierce advocate. Let me bring this up. Where is it? There. That way I can just show it to you. There it is. Fierce advocate for justice in Canada. As Vice President of Normal Canada, Alan played a pivotal role in advancing cannabis policy reform and public education on individual freedoms. His work empowered countless advocates and contributed to the normalization and eventual legalization of cannabis in Canada. Alan often joked that he became a lawyer to please his parents, but his career was far from conventional. A champion of personal freedoms, Alan dedicated his life to challenging outdated laws and defending marginalized communities. He was the co-founder and director of Osgood Hall's Innocence Project, guiding law students in investigating wrongful convictions while advocating for accountability and justice. Throughout his career, Alan brought constitutional challenges to laws on gambling, obscenity, body houses, and drugs, defending individuals whose lifestyles or consensual activities clashed with the law. He provided free legal services to many, including those using cannabis medicinally for conditions like AIDS, cancer, and multiple sclerosis. His advocacy led to the creation of Canada's first regulatory framework for medical cannabis, providing relief to countless Canadians. Alan also worked tirelessly to support victims of violent crime and represented individuals seeking justice for malicious prosecution. His unwavering commitment to fairness and accountability defined his approach to law. Beyond his courtroom victories, Alan was a prolific author, using his books, Justice Defiled, Perverts, Potheads, Serial Killers, and Lawyers, and All Along the Watchtower, Arbitrary Detention, and the Police Function, to critique society norms and Canada's legal system. His sharp intellect and wit left an indelible mark on legal discourse. Alan helped countless individuals facing systematic barriers, offering his expertise to those who had no voice. His legacy includes not only landmark legal victories, but also his enduring influence on public policy and the next generation of advocates. At Normal Canada, we are profoundly grateful for Alan's leadership and dedication, and in his memory remain committed to evidence-based policies and protecting individual freedoms. So there you go. We invite those who share Alan's vision to continue his work and honor his legacy by building a more just and compassionate society. And there's a picture of him right there. Oh, you're muted. Tamara? Oh, she must be talking to the plumber. She's muted.
I wasn't talking to the plumber. I was saying things and I didn't know I was muted. Actually, like what I was saying was, Alan, it's a huge loss for not just this community, but also for the human rights movement.
Yes.
The fact that he was one that would stand up. No other lawyer would. but Alan would, right?
Yeah.
The prostitution. If it wasn't for Alan Young, prostitutes would still be being charged for solicitation instead of the Johns being charged for solicitation. Putting them in rather than going after the men that were using them, right? And again, I don't really, didn't think that was such a great way of, doing it either way. I mean, it's the oldest profession in the world. Let's make it safe.
Make it safe, exactly. Yeah.
Make it so they have to have, drug tests and STD tests and AIDS tests, and they're not, spreading diseases. Like, let's be safe about it. And I just think that everything, and that it doesn't harm anybody else, really should be else. It's everything in moderation, right? Including hard drugs. Like, nice people do drugs. Sure. That's just a fact, right? And I just believe that, and I believe that that's why he that was the same belief. He believed that everybody had a right to do whatever they wanted as long as it didn't harm anybody else.
And yeah, the consensual sex end of things with the body house. That was the Bedford case, I believe, is what is that was the one.
I think it was the Bedford case. That was back in 2002.
I don't know if it was that old. I think, I'd have to look it up.
Maybe it was 2004. I have to look it up now because now I'm curious.
Now you're gonna want to know. Yeah, I think it's 2014. Just to throw it off. But it's gonna be, and there's other lawyers that I'm gonna say they came up behind him that learned from him and worked together all within the cannabis community.
Yeah, Terry Jean Bedford, 2013.
2013. So
yeah, it was Bedford versus the Court of Canada case that struck down several Canadian prostitution laws. It was Amy Bedford, Amy Ledwich, Valerie Scott challenged the constitution of 3 criminal provisions.
Yeah.
Doesn't say who the lawyer was in this.
No. Okay.
But it made it so that you could actually have brothels in some provinces.
Correct. Yeah, I watched a video earlier of Alan speaking at, what is it, Idea
City?
Huh? Idea City or something? Yeah. Yeah, he was speaking at that.
Michelle spoke at Idea City too.
Okay, yeah, because she's mentioned in there, as well as other people. Because the video itself is, it was posted like 7 or 8 years ago was when it was posted.
Well, it's been a while since I heard anything about Ellen. Like,
same here.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of shocked when I read that on Allison's post yesterday, but I know it would have affected her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they were always
like, and I think, I'm not sure for sure, but he was probably helping her with that psilocybin case too, I would imagine.
Might have been, who knows? Yeah. Well, from one of the articles I read, he retired in 2018, but that doesn't mean that you're still not giving.
Wow. He's about as retired as John Conroy is.
yeah. Post pictures.
I love John. I mean, I met John in Toronto, and like, for a QC lawyer, he is the most laid back.
Oh yeah,
nicest guy you'd ever meet. But I mean, I don't know if I ever told you this story. We were walking into the vape lounge, me and Debbie, still at Skiffin, and we're sit down. We're sitting by big bongs and whatever at the table and vaporizers and stuff. And all of a sudden, this old guy. And we didn't I knew who he was, but I was like shocked because I didn't expect him. Takes off his suit coat, puts it over the chair, sits down beside us. He goes, "Who's sparking it up, ladies?" And it was John. So yeah, it was funny because he, wearing a business suit, comes rolling into the vape lounge. Like, and here's this lawyer that I thought would be some staunch uppity kind of a guy.
I was sort of like that TUI Expo and going, okay, we're smoking doobies as lawyers.
Yeah.
And we're, technically, like I wasn't breaking the law because I was a patient with my license, but, as far as I know, they weren't licensed medically. I could be, completely wrong, But otherwise, yeah, they'd be breaking the law just like you or me.
Hotel in Vancouver in 2015 before it was legal. When we were at the legalization roundtables, when we were actually like in Vancouver, speaking to the policymakers in Vancouver, we were so front smoking doobies
There you go.
in front of this five-star hotel, and it was still dark. It was so fucking early in the morning. I had to catch a cab from Cindy's place to downtown Vancouver in the dark, and I'm, and I get there and I'm like, is this the right place? Like, and it's a nice
Now it's probably where you can just light up doobies though.
fancy hotel, right? And I'm like, oh my god, is this the right place? Like, I felt like a turd in a punch bowl, right? So, I'm a country bumpkin from Alberta, right?
Right.
This place, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was just totally weird. And then we're all standing outside. We're all dressed to the nines because dressed up because we're going to see the government.
Mm-hmm.
All wearing suits, all wearing dresses, all standing outside puffing doobies. You should have seen the looks we were getting. I was like, what the look? You could, because we were all looking like we're lawyers. They were like the only one that didn't look like she might have been a lawyer was Sarah Campbell because Sarah's got the dreadlocks, right? But the rest of us all looked like we were professionals, right? Standing around smoking joints. It was fun.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Get that. Oh.
I wish my kid could roll joints.
Oh, can you finish getting that joint rolled? Will the fingers work?
No, I got it, but it's not going to be a getter. I'd be lucky if it fucking stays together.
It's not. It may not look like an award winner to you, but it's what I always look at is if it burns.
I got it. Stick it together, and it'll smoke. That's all I care.
Yeah.
It's sticking together. It'll smoke. Oh my god.
Just the CSP. How's things going? I know that the postal strike, which is ongoing, doesn't look like it's.
And we got stuff stuck in the mail still because the postal strike still, and that's what weed and my RSO is in the fucking mail, and we're broke. I spent all the money. I've gotten and raised more money and spent it too to get more gummies and stuff, and
right.
And then I got my candies are out at on the res at the store out there. So that's good because they're going to sell my candies and all the proceeds are going to go to the substitution program. But this issue with my zinc has made it so that I've got one batch of 20 milligrams off. They're out there, but I haven't been able to do anything else because I can't work without running. You
need supplies. You need supplies, obviously.
The supplies aren't the issue. I can make the candy. My sink was plugged from me making canna butter and trying to shove it down my sink when I shouldn't have because it's cold outside and not even thinking. And as soon as it hit the sink, it solidified. And it wasn't a lot, but it was enough to clog that P-trap. Right? And it was like cement in there because we took the pipe off and you can't even
Oh wow!
Never mind the fact that it's got like 8 piles of Drano on top of it, and Drano wouldn't get through it.
Right, but this isn't just something that happened after once or twice. This has been an ongoing.
No, this was me washing the floors, right, and cleaning the kitchen completely because of the dogs, right, making sure there's no fucking hair. And I did that with bleach, and of course, used the sink with the mop, right.
Yeah, so it's an accumulation over time. Right.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Something broke.
Are they coming up with new words?
I'm just gonna pretend I'm not paying attention. Because Garrett's not really a plumber, right? He's one of my. He used to work for my uncle as a flagger, right? He's a friend of ours, but he's fixed my toilet before. He's the one that finished my sinks. He's very handy. So
that's what. Yeah, he's a handy guy.
He showed up. He showed up.
Yeah.
So him and my 15-year-old girl, they're trying to. And I'm not saying they're not going to do a great job because they will. There's YouTube.
Well, hey, they got access to YouTube.
Right. But we went to Home Depot and we picked out all the parts and I bought all the parts and and so I said I was coming in here to do my show and I'd be out when I was done and I didn't want to hear from them. But apparently,
well, hopefully it's all done when we get done. So yeah, hopefully you can get some supplies and
Well, we've got,
raise
like I
some.
said, we've got toiletries and all like that kind of stuff coming in. I've got people dropping that kind of stuff off at the store. And
Right.
here tomorrow, I had an offer of a mattress, but nobody wants a mattress up there because if they have to move, that's too much for them to have to move. Right?
Oh yeah, like how do you get a mattress up there?
Oh,
Wow.
believe me, they got shopping
Right.
carts. You see them hauling all kinds of stuff. I feel so bad for them. There's a couple tonight when I was going to pick Taven up from the gym, and they were trying to get up that hill with a shopping cart, and it's icy with all their stuff, and I wanted to stop and help them, but my car's full, and I don't have room for all their stuff, and yeah, I feel horrible
Yeah,
because
and they're not gonna leave it behind. You can't. And if your car's
I don't
full,
think
where
that.
do you put it?
And the thing is, the reason why they drag their carts around all day with all their stuff is because if they leave it anywhere, somebody will steal it.
Right.
Or somebody will come along and pick it up and put it in the garbage, right? They can't, and if they leave their stuff at the camp, people steal their stuff, even their friends. Like they steal from each
bad.
other because it's the drugs, right?
Right.
So it's unfortunate, but the drugs make you do that. And I remember that even back when I was using like 20 years ago. We'd be at a house and a bunch of us would be sitting around. There'd be people accusing people of stealing their pipes, or you stole a hood, or just stupid shit. And you're all friends and you're all sitting around together, but it's just the paranoia of that drug, right? And I've never done meth, so I have no idea what that would be like. Seeing my daughter on it, I couldn't imagine even wanting to be on that stuff. But it's
Right.
like it just makes you like believe that you're a queen of some sort. I don't know. She acts like it's just ridiculous. Anyways, I don't even want. Yeah. And then in fentanyl, I've never even seen what it looks like. I don't even know
Right.
what it looks like. So that being said, like I'm not very prolific on the new drugs that are out there. We've got toxic drugs going around all over the place right now. We've had
Mhm.
6 deaths in the Kootenays in the last 2 weeks. And then in October, another 2, they just said in Cranbrook were 2. But we had 4 in Nelson and 2 in Creston in the last 2 weeks, all from toxic drug overdoses.
Wow.
All people
Well,
under the age of 30.
there's an article that I saw, and it was of place in Australia, New South Wales.
Yeah, that's where Murray lives.
Pardon me?
That's where Murray lives.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Well, they actually have there's an alliance there of people and groups have gotten together, and they're urging the government to adapt reforms such as pill testing, supervised injection sites, because they say that they'll save lives. And this has to do with some group it says the uniting church. So there's people.
Well, it's funny that they're that far behind us because
Yeah.
I've got a cousin that his brother was in jail in Australia for smuggling meth into the country, and that was like 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously, he's my cousin. So this is my cousin too, but I've never met him. It's my adopted from Ghana. Like my grandparents sponsored a man to come to Canada to go to university in the 70s, and his family just became our family. So Ben is my cousin, but his younger brother Andrew got busted smuggling meth into Australia and was doing time in Australia. Like he got a lot of time for doing that, and that was a long time ago. In fact, he got out. But I'm surprised Australia is that far behind us on safe injection and drug testing sites. Like
well, the announcement was from a health services union, a couple of MPs, this church nonprofit called Unharmed, and they say the status quo is costing lives across New South Wales and needs to be reformed.
Well, they all do those wild drugs. Like even Murr, he scares me sometimes because that's what the toxic drug is that's going around right now. Actually, it's out in Vancouver. I think I saw that in Langley. It's they're saying it's MDMA. They're saying it's MDMA and it's not, or mescaline. Like and it comes in a powder, like in a pill powder. And they're saying it's either mescaline or MDMA, which is old school stuff that we had around that we did when we were young. Like MDMA and mescaline and all that kind of stuff was stuff we did in the 80s and the 90s, right? But it was real. It wasn't tainted with who knows fucking what. Like I remember getting
hadn't been put through the ringer.
like shale, like
Yeah.
it had a rock of it, and it was pink Peruvian. And you literally took a knife and you could just slice it, and there was no cut. It was just straight from like it was ridiculous. So when now it's like there's no way in hell you'd ever see that anywhere.
They talk about a festival drug checking as one of these solutions, and I was at a festival one time, and they had a tent, like a big tent, not a little 3-man tent. They had a bigger tent, shelter type thing, and signs on there, get your drugs tested, and people, that's what they were doing, getting
Those
things tested to
machines
make sure
are
it's safe.
super expensive. They're like $60,000 machines.
Sure, yeah.
I think that's what Dana said last time we had him on the show. The first one was 45,000. Now they're up to 60,000. And he was trying to
And I believe that was like 60,000 tests he had done.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I know the reason why Cranbrook has one like Dana is because Shambhala donated it because they were using it at Shambhala, and then they would bring it out. Anchors would bring it out every year for the for the festival, and that's how we ended up with that machine here. So we've got a drug testing site here called Anchors, and they work with me on my cannabis substitution program. One of my volunteers works there, and I got a couple more that want to come out with me, and that's what they do there. And it's a no barrier. It's not a safe injection site, but they allow them to use there.
Yeah. No. Or at least there's.
You know what? Whatever.
Yeah.
At least they're safe, and at least they're being watched.
Correct.
The part
Exactly.
about it is somebody using alone.
Something goes wrong, somebody's there.
I mean, I know there's an app you can use when you're using alone. It's called Medic Alert, I believe it's called, and it's an app you can use. So if you feel like you're overdosing, you can hit it, and it'll get you medical attention. But that would entail that you have a phone and Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Alrighty, time for us to take a break.
All right,
First half hour zing by. When we get back, we got a Health Canada report that I want to discuss.
Ooh, a new one or an oldie?
A new one, brand
God.
new, just released, brand new. And then I've got a press release to discuss after that. That was sent to me. Yeah, we'll discuss. Wow. All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Talk to you in about 2 minutes, not 3 minutes.
All right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop, Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey,
I'm
back.
just not having a good day. This is just not a day. This is a day.
You wrapping your arm in a heating blanket?
Yeah.
Trying to release
Trying to ease it because it's just. And I put some icy pot on it earlier, but that's not cutting its teeth.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Arthritis is no fun. I was in to see my nurse practitioner today about it. So.
Oh my God! Like it's just it's. Yeah, I'm too young for this shit. Is what I keep thinking. Like this is an old lady's disease. I'm not that old. Like what the fuck? Like how is this happening? Like that's how
I know.
Like you know, and I'm looking at my tray and I'm looking at my grinder and looking at the jar, going,
Yeah.
Oh, solutions. I got a solution. I don't need
okay, all right. Because
It's okay. Go ahead. I'm just gonna grab my vape pen because that's what I saw you with
right
your
there you go. You don't need to worry about your hands, just as long as your battery's good.
Now I've got 2 or 3.
There you go.
4. I found it. I bought another one. I love these ones. The ones with the little what are they called? Kudos. Little Kudo Pro. And they're like they got the same as my black one, right? It's got the
you just change your cartridge.
Yeah, but they're like cheap. They're like $7. And they're like I remember buying the first
as long as the
DaVinci.
battery lasts, eh?
Oh, it lasts forever. Like I haven't even
Yeah.
charged it yet. I still got 2 bars left on it.
Good. All right. So Health Canada, every year since cannabis was legalized, they do a cannabis survey.
We didn't hear about this time, obviously.
So they post that they're doing the survey, and people can go to the website and go and answer the questions.
When did they put this survey out?
Huh?
When did they put this survey out?
I don't know. I don't know when it went. I don't know when it went out.
Exactly. Like
I don't know. I don't know the date. Yeah, I don't know the date when it went
I mean,
out.
like, is it over already?
Yeah, it's already over.
So who are they pandering to get to fill out this survey?
Well, hang on. Let me click on the link to see what it brings up. Okay. Well, it's the page I already had, and I already had this page open on a different tab now. I'm trying to see if they
from Health Canada
give the information that it's huge, right? You know, we could spend to go through it all. We'd have to go through 3 shows.
Oh my Christ! Not again.
It's huge. I just thought I'd try to see.
Is there anything new in it?
Oh yeah, there are new questions and updated
new questions. But what are their new ideas? Oh
well, I'm just gonna go through what some of the stuff is reported here in a StratCan article instead of trying to go through each of the tabs. I may, when we get down here, I can go through the actual survey to see if there's other things that they say. because there will be time for that. They say the most commonly spent amount that people spend on cannabis decreased by $10 in the last 6 years. So instead of spending $73 a month, people are averaging now $63 a month.
Oh, they're saving money because the price is coming down.
That's what I said when I looked at it earlier. It's because the price
by $10 more. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
which is good. The price has gone down. It's good for the consumer. They say smoking remains the most common way, but the proportion of who report smoking has declined by 20% in the last 6 years. In 2018, 89% of the cannabis consumed was smoked, and that has been reduced down to 89% in the last 2 surveys.
Does it tell you how many people took the survey?
Maybe we'll see as I go along. Now, eating cannabis products, they said, has become the second most common mode of consumption. They said 57%, that's up from 43% of 2018. And vaporizing, including dried cannabis and or liquids such as extracts, accounted for 37% of consumption. And this section here, I've wondered some of it, and it talks about where you get your cannabis. They said the number of people who were getting their cannabis from legal source in the first half of 2024 remained the same as the previous year, at about 72%, which is up 37%. Up 37% since 2019. Now, there's 13% reported getting their cannabis online or from an illegal source. Okay, 2% reported getting it from the First Nations, and that was something that I've wondered how many people went to the First Nations, because I'm sitting in the middle of 2 of them, right? So for them to come up with 2%, that's quite a bit. If they we're still seeing the elite, the legacy market doing their things, right? So
well, that's how a lot of those
airwave.
Hi Al. I think that a lot of them are getting because the one that we've got out here right now isn't growing for themselves. They want to, and they were asking me about my license, and I went, I'm never giving my license away to anybody ever again. That would never happen. And they're like, no, you could be hands-on. Like, no, it would be my garden, and I give it to you. Like, I grow it.
Right? Yeah.
No one. Like, I've had my two strikes and you're out already. So
yes.
Not doing that.
They say that. Go ahead.
First Nations should be getting all the business.
They should be getting, that's 2%. It is only 2% of the whole wide scope of things. But if if they can get more of them coming off reserves and getting out into the general public,
I think people are afraid, to be honest.
Because there are some of the reserves that are like that. They're off the reserve.
Yeah. I don't think they're afraid of going on the reserve. I think they're afraid of coming off the reserve.
Off the reserve, yeah. But there are First Nation stores off of the reserve.
Yeah. But I mean, if you get caught coming off the reserve by the OPP, they will charge you with illicit, right? And I think people.
Well, I know they do in BC. Well, there has been. It's like
that's why I don't.
There has been some, and there's been some that haven't been. It's been a bit of a mix here.
Yeah, because these guys out here, like I said, the first one got shut down only because there was a murder and a fire.
Okay,
or they'd still be rolling, right? These guys don't seem to be having any issues and don't seem to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being want to be loud and about it, but I have to be careful because I'm making them off reserve, right?
Mhm.
And I don't know. My story. I'm a patient. I can do what I want. That's what I tell them. Here's my license. Like I'm making them as a patient, like whatever. I really don't think I'm going to get any issues because from what I'm hearing from all ends of it is anything that helps, because the
Yeah.
fire department and the police and the ambulance for paramedics are so tired of reviving the same people over and over again.
Yeah. So when they asked the question, if you consume cannabis in the last 30 days, that's only gone up 2% in the last 6 years. So it doesn't show like as if there's been a huge influx.
What are they
They say,
like? That's what I don't understand. Like, what are they expecting? That all of a sudden Canadians are going to just like all of a sudden
some people did.
like I said, right? But I mean, it would be no different. This was my stance right from the get go. And when heroin became legal, I wasn't any more inclined to go out and try it than somebody who wouldn't have tried cannabis before it
Yeah.
was legal anyway, right? So if
Yeah.
you were inclined to try cannabis, you were either doing it in the closet and keeping it on the DL, or you really hadn't tried it and you were always wanting to and you just did, right?
Yeah,
It
here's
could be a bucket list thing. How do we know, right? But again, I wouldn't do heroin because it's legal no more than somebody. That's how I feel about it because I
yeah.
wouldn't.
Well,
Like I'm
here's
not
a
because it's legal.
I think this is probably the one question that would show how things have changed. And it says that only 6% of the population in Canada reported using cannabis on a daily or almost daily basis. Some people think that all they do is sit around and smoke pot all day. This shows, that time there was 6%, which is up slightly from the 5% of 2018.
And that
So
could be
in
patients.
6 years, it's gone up 1%.
Right, but that could be more people using it for medical purposes because
Sure.
they
Oh
realize
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
medical instead of
Yeah.
recreation, right? So, but they're not deciphering that. They're just asking the question, right? They're not saying did you use it for medical purposes or for recreational purposes in the questionnaire, right?
Right. We talked
Yeah.
about driving.
And what are the stats on that? They're just like overwhelming impaired drivers, right?
Okay, the number of people, these are because they have to be self-reported, okay? The number of people who reported using cannabis before driving was 18%, which increased slightly from the year before, which was at 15%, but is still lower than the 27% who reported it in 2018. So basically it's down 10% since 2018, but it is up a bit from last year.
Nobody's going to admit that.
Yeah. And they say this included 16% who reported driving within 2 hours of smoking or vaporizing cannabis, and 10% who reported driving within 4 hours of ingesting cannabis. And what else here?
I don't know if I admit that to a cop, but I mean, I jump in a vehicle right after I smoke a joint because it doesn't really affect my ability to drive or my
Okay.
ability to do anything, right?
Yeah, perfect. You just come right in at the right time to say that, because the follow that off, it says that for those who reported using cannabis in the past 12 months, 78% said they believe that cannabis use impairs one's ability to drive, while 13% responded that it depends, and 6% reported that it did not impair their ability to drive.
But it doesn't impair my ability to do anything. That's the thing, right?
Mhm.
Maybe it's because I've been consuming for so long, maybe because it's a medical, usage because of my pain and stuff that my body's receptors are just taking it and using it for that and not giving me any euphoric. Maybe it's because I'm so old and cranky that I can't get high anymore. I don't know. But all I know is that it just doesn't affect me the way I see some other people. Like I've seen kids like pie-eyed, like their eyes are all red. They come into the store and they're giggling. I'm like, man, I wish I could get high school high again.
Oh,
You know what I
those
mean?
were the days. Oh,
Right?
yeah.
I don't even know what that would be. Actually, I've only felt that once again after high school, and it was with Dana in Toronto with that Denver damper.
Oh, yeah. The
And he
vaporizer.
had, I don't know what kind of weed he had put in that thing, but oh my god, I got back to that NDP booth and it was like, I am fucking ripped. I've been just ripped since I was in high school. I had to sit down. Myrna was laughing at me so hard. He says, "You look like a little schoolgirl. You're laughing so hard." I was like, I was giggling. I was stupid. Like, yeah, that was probably
Yeah.
I can actually recall besides high school.
Yeah.
Was that cool?
Now, as far as this article, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else out here I can grab. Let's see. It says recent figures from the Canadian Community Health Survey released in October showed the population of those over 18 in Canada who reported using cannabis in the last 12 months, and those who reported that they had used cannabis daily or almost daily in the past 12 months declined in 2023. Numbers going down.
I think that once they are done high school and they're heading into college, I think that they stop consuming because they know that this is their life ahead of them, right? And I think that we don't give our kids enough credit for being smart enough to realize that when they get into college, it's super important that they do well.
Well, you
Right?
know, I remember that the times of you grow out of it. You just grow out of it.
Well, sometimes you do, and like sometimes you do. Right. And I can't say that I was consuming it when I was in university much either, right? Because I just didn't have time or the money. And that's a lot of the reason too, because when you're in college or university, you don't have the extra money. You're eating craft dinner and Ichiban and trying to catch a second job to, pay your bills. Like it's not
Hot dogs.
yeah, right. So there's just no money for weed either. So that could be another reason, right? The lack of funding when you're in college. And I know for myself too, like
Yeah.
I didn't consume daily and regularly until I was in my 40s. And that's because my health problems had gotten a little bit worse, right? As you get older.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Final diagnosis after I had Taven, because I had to kind of stop what I was doing because I got pregnant, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
follow it up in my 40s. So,
I can remember when a quarter bag, like 7 grams, lasted me a month.
I don't ever remember 7 bag. Yeah, no, it would have never lasted.
It doesn't happen anymore.
No, it wouldn't happen when I had one. In fact, I don't think I ever could afford a 70 bag because they were usually $80 in Alberta, right? When I was
really?
like 40 and
Oh,
80,
I'm
so
sorry.
40 for an eighth and 80 for a quarter, right? And if you wanted an ounce, it was $250 or $300. So we weren't like, yeah, like we weren't. So we did. I was a single mom. I couldn't afford that shit.
Yeah.
And it was pretty sparse sometimes. So you'd have to go like, and if you had no money, you'd have to go to the bar and see if you could find some scuzzy guy to sell you a joint for $5.
Yeah.
Seriously, like we were rough times around there. And now, and it wasn't a big hash fam. Like,
Yeah.
something that I wasn't really big on. That's at one point that's all you could get, and oil, and then you weren't sure if it was oil or molasses.
Yeah.
High school with got busted with selling oil out of the arcade when we were in high school, and when the test came back, it was molasses. So I don't know what all those people were getting high on because it sure the fuck wasn't oil; it was molasses.
Now here's some more information. I went right to the Health Canada website. And I'll even bring it up.
I can't believe that we didn't hear about this survey. Like, was it in the Gazette? Like, was it published anywhere? Like, how did we miss it? Like, usually Ross is on. Somebody in the cannabis community is on it. How did we miss this?
I don't know, but
Have we all slacked ourselves? We're all slacking.
It says here, okay. It says here in Canada in 2024, it says 71% believe that daily or almost daily cannabis use increases the risk of mental health problems, which is an increase from 68%. 51% correctly identified that it could take 4 or more hours to feel the effects of cannabis edibles. 40% knew that there.
One again, people actually think they can get mental health issues from smoking cannabis.
71%, and that's gone up in the last year.
The survey was taken in Saskatchewan, wasn't it? Like, are you kidding me?
37% knew that legal cannabis products were tested for contaminants. 30% were aware of the longer duration effects of edibles versus smoking. Only 30%. I thought that would have been higher than that.
Like I said, where did they take this survey? Who took this survey? Was it an Angus Reid poll? Like, what?
Well, I went looking for it and I couldn't find anything.
Right? Like, when did this come out? Like, is this made up? Like, is this
Yeah,
joke?
I'll
Is this
quickly
what a
scan
poly
through it.
Oh,
There's
God.
got to be that information's got to be at the end. Like this is huge. Like my little cursor thing off the side here is just small.
Right?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like-
Okay. Here we go. I think I've got this. Okay. Here we go. The summary presents survey presented findings from the data collection, which started April the 14th. 2024 and ended July 2nd. Survey findings were weighted by province, territories, age groups, sex, birth, stuff like that. Survey results are based on responses from 11,666 people aged 16 years of age or older across the country.
That's no one.
And over when you look at there was what 34 million people, yeah. You would think the numbers would be higher.
I think we're at almost 35 million.
Excuse me. Of the responses, this is even.
Well, like I said, they didn't. Where would you even have found it? Like, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
Like, where did they even advertise to do this? Like,
Now here's even this you'll go, well, there you go. That's why. Some of these, it says here, other responses, approximately 3,000 were from people who indicated that they had consumed cannabis in the last 12 months. So that means 9,000, basically 8,000 or 9,000 people that participated in that survey had not consumed cannabis in the last year.
then why are they even taking the fucking survey? What the hell's
It just
wrong
shows
with
that you
know what? I bet you $10 that was something that was sent out in one of those Leo surveys that you get in the fucking mail in your email, right?
Mhm.
The people that do surveys to make money took. It's not even a credible survey. That's a fucking joke. Well, it isn't. How can you have a credible survey with 11,000 people when 9,000 of them don't even consume the product? Like, that's ridiculous.
There's your numbers right there on the screen.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah,
all females that sit at home and eat bonbons and take surveys to make $20 a month.
Well, look at the numbers though. There's only like 30 different. There's like 30 more females, and that's it.
Well, that's because there's a lot of incels that sit home.
Most of the people were over 25.
Yeah. I just can't even. Like, I bet you if I go through my emails, I'll find this survey somewhere in one of those stupid Leo surveys or Angus Reid forums. Fuck.
There you go. That's the National Cannabis Survey.
We don't consume cannabis, and Health Canada is going to use this as a credible survey.
Yeah, I would think that some of those results would change if more cannabis consumers were involved in.
If they would have had that.
No wonder 71% of the people the number was high for the mental health.
Well, here's the thing. Why didn't they have that link in that survey at every pot store across the country for you to pick up a little tab and go, hey, why don't you take this home?
Yeah, a little QR code, right?
Yeah, like it's not like it's hard. There's 100,000 fucking pot stores all across the country.
Yeah,
actually gone to the base of actually, of the consumer instead of random fucking who knows who off the internet. Like that's about as credible as this box.
They said of those people who did consume, They said that they consumed, the number one reason why they consumed in the last 12 months was because of sleeping problems.
Oh my fucking God, that's why they should smoke weed.
That's why they smoked. That's why they smoked.
Oh, that's why they smoke. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought the ones that didn't consume because they couldn't sleep because they didn't smoke weed. Like,
Yeah. Arthritis, chronic pain, anxiety, and depression. Those are the top 5 reasons.
right?
Yeah.
Or does it not have a line that says, or kill people? Where's my line that says, no, you think you won't kill people? That's got to be a line. That would be, I would answer the survey properly. How many doobies do you smoke? 100,000. Why? Because it stops me from killing people.
You would have to probably put that in your, well, here you go.
Oh my
I mentioned
God.
the anxiety, depression, acute pain, headaches, migraines, ADHD, ADD. That was 15%. PTSD, as well as a lack of appetite, wasting weight loss, and eating disorders.
Well, I'm calling bullshit on the sleep right now.
On the what?
Sleep.
Sleep.
bullshit.
Yeah. Well, if you're not going to sleep, maybe it's the wrong strain.
Oh, this is Venom OG from Loud whatever. It's indica.
Plug.
Yeah, Loud Plug, and it's Venom OG. It's good. Like, I need to get out to the res because it'd probably be better, but I won't drive out there that road, and I have to remember to Alexa set a reminder.
What's the reminder for?
Send a nasty note to Tegan.
When should I remind you?
7:30 p.m.
Okay, I'll remind you at 7:30 p.m.
Set myself a reminder.
When should I remind you?
I already told you. Shut up. But yeah, like the road out there is horrible.
Yeah, I don't have one of
I
those.
myself to send Tegan a nasty message because I sent her one when I was driving it last week. And it's so
Yeah.
better. And it's a bus route. That pisses me off.
Right. All right. Well, it's that time again. Time for us to take another commercial break.
Already? Wow.
Already, yes. So when we come back, I'm going to discuss that press release. All right.
Well, it's as exciting as that survey was. Health Canada.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's in April. If I could, hey, why don't you put a thing into Alexis to remind you in April
To check Health Canada to see if there's a survey?
To look for the National Cannabis Survey. If she can remind
Hey,
you.
Alexa, set a reminder.
What's the reminder for?
Look for the cannabis survey.
When should I remind you?
April 2025.
When should I remind you?
April 2025.
When should I remind you?
April
9
1st.
a.m. April 1st, 2025.
Okay, I'll remind you April 1st at 9 a.m.
I'm gonna start digging for it.
There you go.
We'll dig. We'll actually send them an email. Say, so is your survey coming out that we can actually do this time?
Well, I hope Alexis comes through for you next year and you get a chance to fill out the survey.
Well, you know, if she's still working by then and I haven't killed it, maybe.
All right, we're off. We're heading to break. We'll talk to you all in about 3.5 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, Stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back with the Pace Radio Show. I see you got some plumbing going on there in the background.
I got some help to grind some stuff for me.
All righty.
Thank you, my dear. You can go finish the plumbing now. I love you. Bye. Well, you know,
Okay.
sometimes a mom needs a hand, right? Close that door, babe, so I don't hear you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I can't grind it. I can't. My hands like.
Right. Yeah. Your
My
hands
hands
are
hurting
so
so
sore.
bad. I
Yeah.
need to
So.
smoke everything in sight.
Yeah. Well, it's good
Either
that
that or
you.
maybe popping pills, and I
Yeah. I know.
everything in my power not to do that. Like,
Yeah.
and it gets to the point sometimes before bed I don't have a choice, but I wait and I wait and I wait. And I probably shouldn't. My doctor's giving me shit. You should be taking them on a regular basis. Yeah, every 4 years. I don't want to take them, which is not
Right.
good, right? She doesn't get that through her head. Thanks for coming and bringing them to me if I need them, but I don't want them.
Right.
Anyways, let's get on to the press release we got.
I am. I'm just waiting for you to turn so I can hear you a little bit better, and you're looking towards the screen.
Oh, I can do that. I was just.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sitting on my grandmother's old stool. It's an old one of those stools.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. It was. Yeah. I've got two of her. Well, three. This and the dresser in
Excuse me.
the corner, and then I've got the old. Anyways, doesn't matter. Okay, press release.
All right. So, as you know, over the last 2 years, I've gone and through PACE or other means gone to the Can Expo in Toronto and covered the event. Gone around and talked to the vendors and covered the awards and different competitions, joint rolling and
Well, it's 'cause you're really good at it.
Pardon me?
It's because you're really good at it.
Well, thank you. So, so I received an email today from the CEO, Kathy Riley of the Can Expo, and I've got it on the screen there right now. I'm just gonna close this other thing off. It's out of my way. It says that we're excited to announce that the launch of the Can Expo Access Grants, supported by the Ontario Cannabis Stores, aimed at enhancing the representation and participation of the Black, Indigenous, people of color, and women-owned licensed retailers and licensed producer brands at Can Expo. The grant details include what you get is the access grants will provide successful applicants with free in-kind registration, including a 10 by 10 booth at the Can Expo in Toronto, which takes place March 21st and 22nd at the Queen Elizabeth Building. The value of it is $3,600. That's $3,600. It includes a furnished booth with a table, 2 chairs and carpet. Hydro is included. Promotion on the canexpo.ca website, including profiles announcing the winners. The selection of the grant recipients will be conducted through a randomized selection process, ensuring that all applicants have an equal opportunity to be selected, and preference will be given to businesses based in Ontario, it says. Eligibility criteria, it says you must be a licensed retailer brand authorized by the AGCO or a licensed producer brand authorized by Health Canada. The business must be at least 51% owned and operated by individuals who identify as Black, Indigenous, or a person of color, or a woman. Encourage applications from businesses that may face barriers to participation due to cost or other factors. Now, as far as the timeline, they have until the 16th. So that's next Monday, the 16th at midnight. So the end of the day. And winners will be notified by Can Expo by December the 19th via an email or social media. And they go on to say that we believe that these grants will play a crucial role in fostering diversity within the cannabis industry and providing valuable opportunities for unrepresented businesses. And for more information, you can go to the canexpo.ca website. So there you go. People can go to the website, register in there, and see if you can get selected for a free booth in order to promote your business at the Can Expo. $3,600 value. Furnished booth, electricity, the whole bit. Yeah.
That's pretty steep. For a booth.
I couldn't hear you.
I said that's pretty steep for a booth. Like,
oh yeah, booths aren't cheap these days. Oh, I know.
That's pretty steep because even I don't know. It's been a long time, but I mean, I guess whatever. It's a business, right? You have to.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
I'm not a licensed anything.
Yeah. Well, I know my days from with TY, like if you want a carpet, that was extra. If you wanted this or you wanted that, yeah, there's always extra.
Any what?
Oh,
plumbing. Tape. There's tape. There's yeah. There is. Give me 2 seconds, though.
All right, you go deal with that. And I got something that you probably want to join in with when you get back. And what's I'm getting about there is that because she's arthritis, Tamara has arthritis, and dealing with muscle pains and all that stuff. There's a study that came out From a Colombian review of clinical trials, they say that cannabis improves fibro symptoms. You know, there's people always say we need more studies, or they'll say on the other end, say, "Oh yeah, we already know that." So, you know, it's by bringing it out or by discussing it, it helps more people learn about it, because not everybody knows about the benefits. Obviously, when you base on that survey results, some of that results there, those reports need to get addressed more often.
Absolutely. Well, like I said before, my doctor's not big on fibromyalgia. Like when I first went into her
Yeah.
office, I said that to her. She goes, "I don't believe in that." And like I said, it's weird because, but then again, I don't all of it, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. See, there's the report right there. It says the use of cannabis-based medications by patients diagnosed with fibromyalgia, including the use of unprocessed cannabis flower. So, when they say the use of cannabis flower unprocessed, that's not a friggin' pill that's coming out of the pharmacy.
No,
right?
that's smoking.
Correct. Or consuming along that way.
Yeah. Well, I do find it diverts. Like, I'm not saying that it helps the pain, because I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't.
Mhm.
The pain is so excruciating. Like I said, it's like a hand cramp, only one that never goes away, and it feels like you broke your bone. So my hand right now feels like it's broken, but it's not.
Oh yeah, really?
What do you do? Would you injure yourself? No, it's arthritis. It feels like a broken bone.
Yeah. They say it affects about 5% of the world. Women are the most likely to be diagnosed with it. Chronic muscular, I can't pronounce it all right.
Fibromyalgia. Oh,
Yeah, that's kind of condition that it is. So yeah,
all I know
fibro,
is what
cannabis.
exercise says is it.
You got to say, "Hey doc, look, here's a study, here's a report," and they'll probably say, "I haven't got time to read that."
Every time I say that I use cannabis for pain, the specialist, she goes, "It's a placebo." She's South African too, right? So she doesn't. Yeah.
She says it's placebo.
Yeah, she says it's a placebo. Taven, there should be some black-handled ones in the kitchen.
Oh,
Check in the
yeah,
bathroom here. In the bathroom in the
that's too bad. I don't know how a young child is having seizures. How whose seizures have been reduced by 95% or 90% or even 100%. How that is placebo effect.
I don't know. I don't understand it either, because like I said, my GP is more inclined to go along like she's not Canadian either. Like, she is foreign born too, but like German or Polish or something along those
European.
lines. European, right?
Yeah.
Where and like I said, my specialist is a Dutch European South African, right? Like, she's not of darker skin, she's white, and she doesn't want to hear anything about cannabis. Where my
Oh,
GP,
really? Eh?
oh no, she poo-poos it all the time. It's a placebo. But my GP, on the other hand, is interested to hear how it helps me. But she
I
also
had
is the addiction doctor here in town too, that also goes to Anchors that prescribes methadone and Suboxone. So she sees.
my doctor was away, and there was another doctor who filled in for him. And this doctor, she was from South Africa, and I was in there and I was reading a TY magazine while I was waiting for her, and because I had them,
Right, bring them with
and
you. Spread them
she asked,
around.
yeah, she asked me what I was reading, and I told her, and she said, "Oh, well, did you know? Did you know that THC in cannabis can lower your blood pressure?" And I said to her, "Is that why my blood pressure is always so low?"
Is that what the problem is? Your blood pressure is too low?
Well, it is. I actually when she says, yeah, it does lower your blood pressure, and I asked her at that point, well, being that you've got medication for high blood pressure, because that's bad for you. I said, what is like what's low? Like, what do where's the bad line? And she said, give us a call when you faint.
Okay.
I've never fainted, but yeah, um, I have that, and I've talked to other patients who have low blood pressure as well.
I don't know.
So yeah,
My doctor says that I've got no iron. That she's surprised that I even sit up. That I'm so anemic.
no iron. Well, you can come to our town. We got
So
lots of.
anemic. Like I'm so anemic that like there's no iron in my blood at all. That
No,
she's
man.
surprised. She goes, don't you feel faint? I said, no, I feel fine.
You're not on any iron pills.
No, like don't absorb anything. So she wanted me to do liquid iron in a drink, and it tastes like shit. So
Oh, you don't absorb it. That's your bowels, intestines.
I don't
Yeah.
absorb much of anything. That's always kind of been an issue. When I did like absorb anything, and my body stores it as fat because my body's always starving, right?
Right.
And I got an eating disorder because of that too. So because of colitis, it's just
You need some cannabis that gives you the munchies.
no, it gives me the munchies. It's not like I don't eat. It just nothing absorbs. So I could eat,
Absorbs.
yeah, like nutrients,
Ah,
very
I
little.
don't.
Like it does, but not a lot. Like it's not like I don't get any. Like my methotrexate obviously absorbs, but maybe it's starting to not. Maybe I'm having issues with absorbing. Maybe that's why I'm flaring. Right?
Oh yeah.
Open
So
at me.
so yeah, because your methotrexate, you're taking it as a capsule.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not doing the injections.
No.
Alright.
No.
Yeah. Sorry.
I know. I'm gonna fucking.
You
I
know,
know. And
I
I
had
don't.
that was the concern my doctor had, that my bowels were so messed up I wasn't absorbing anything.
Well,
That's why I had to do them.
I'm starting to think that's why I'm flaring every little bit. I don't think it's got anything to do with the medication. I think it's just that I'm not absorbing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because my colitis, because everything just runs right through me. So how could I be absorbing anything? How could I be absorbing any of the medication? Like even when I do take the morphine, I don't think
Well,
it absorbs. It doesn't help my pain, and I don't get anything out of it.
and you've been losing weight, so there's lack of maybe absorption of nutrients.
Yeah. Well, the weight too could be. Look at since I've been on the show. Look at how much that's swollen
Yeah.
in the last hour.
Yeah, and you're looking
Like it's all like it's like yeah, like
not good. Not good.
Christ. I just
Well, at my doctor visit today with my nurse practitioner, I call her my doctor. I've always supported nurses, and now I have a nurse practitioner. So during my my discussion with her today over my knees, she asked me if I was putting anything on it. She says, "You putting any lotions on it or any CBD cream or anything?" And I went, "Whoa, hey." I'm not used to being asked that. Hard to bring that up. So I sort of look at that as a bit of an advancement, because my doctors have never asked me if I'm using any CBD or anything along that line. As
the
far
younger
as
ones are being educated on it now.
yeah,
And I think we've done a lot of educating. I think some of the older doctors are actually starting to tune in too because they're seeing it everywhere. Like you
yeah,
can't dispute it when it's everywhere, when it's in your face, when people are saying this is what's helping me. When story after story after story, and their medical journals are coming up with these story after story, and all these people with evidence coming up, how can you dispute it? Because you can't tell me that they're not reading the same medical studies.
Yeah. Or how can they
They
say
have,
placebo?
right? But
Yeah.
again, like I said, it depends on their stance, and I hate to say it depends on their religion.
There's that too. Oh yeah.
I hate to say that, and I really don't think that should be
Political leanings.
in their practice. I'm sorry, but if you're a doctor, lawyer, you should be impartial, and you should keep your religion and political out of your practice. Like
Mhm.
you don't believe in it, then you shouldn't be a doctor,
Should be looking after your patient and
right?
whatever's best.
Because I
Yeah.
don't care. Women's health, and if you think it's okay for a woman to die because, but you said your oath was you'd do no harm, but you'd watch her bleed to death because you don't want to worry about going to jail or what your God might think, then your God's unjust and you're selfish.
Right. Yeah. Is it helping? Is it helping?
The icy pod helps for a bit. Yep, it does.
Yeah.
And so I would just rub some icy pod. And it doesn't take the swelling down, but it just, because it's got the arnica in it too, and the eucalyptus and the THC and whatever magic that she does. It does help. So I just rub some of this. I rub this shit on it. Well, not everything, but yeah.
Right.
Can't rub that shit on everything.
Yeah, I've got some cannabis based lotion beside the bed, so I can put some on my knee. Put it on my knee before I go to bed.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Well, when I went to the kitchen after in the last break, it looks like my bottom of my sink is put together, and they have the taps in their hands. So I might have a running kitchen sink.
Yeah, the drains.
They're singing Christmas carols. I gave Garrett a beer. I probably shouldn't have done that. But.
The singing Christmas carols. That's Christmas carols are usually associated with happy.
I'm having a hard time this year. I need a pen. But I got the Grinch beside me. First bag I pulled was my Grinch.
Oh yeah.
I've had this Grinch. My mom got this Grinch. I can't remember what year it was.
Oh yeah.
It's been around for a long time. It's an old.
Gail's sneaking up to see your Grinch.
Oh, I saw it.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually has batteries, and he actually he says something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's on. I don't know. But yeah, he talks, and I've got the dog too that goes with him. Little dog in the sack. So his little dog.
Oh, okay, right.
Dog with the reindeer, and he.
There we go. Yes, he rides in the back.
Yeah.
In the back in the sleigh.
Batteries, yeah. But what does he do? His batteries. Everybody's batteries must be dead. I wouldn't imagine.
I always use that movie as a cannabis advocate to describe how working with patients and how making people feel better about with using.
It works.
Oh.
Batteries are getting dead.
Yeah.
Okay, go away. So the dog works.
As I was saying, because there's a part in the movie where the Grinch's heart grows 10 times.
Oh yeah.
Right, and so knowing that you made a difference in a patient's life to improve their quality of life, I always said that made my heart grow 10 times.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't do it. But yeah, like I said, it's going to be a Grinchy year this year for us. I think, but it is what it is.
Damn. All right, we're down to the last minute. Anything offhand?
No, I'm not doing a show next Monday because we're doing holidays, which is good because it gives me, till after.
Yeah, we're shutting down from what did I say?
22nd of December.
22nd to January. Yeah, we return on January the 6th with the news, and we'll shut down on the
22nd.
22nd's the Monday, so the broadcast.
I might do a Christmas broadcast.
Okay,
like
back.
So yeah, I might do last show on Monday. We'll see.
Yeah. Like that's the end day. So whether that's the last,
Gotta
that's
do
the
it.
last day we'll broadcast on the 22nd. Do the news, do your show, and then we return on the 6th of January with the news and your show.
My show.
Good. Yeah.
The Grinch and I will be there. Yeah, I guess just send money.
Send money.
Cannabis substitution program needs help. Well, like I said, we've got.
Mom, here is your reminder. Nasty note to Tegan.
Oh, there you go.
Mom, here is your reminder. Nasty note to Tegan.
Good thing she reminded me. I'd forgotten.
Hey, Tegan, you're getting it by the sounds of it.
Now I remember, the road. But so yeah, we like I said, we've got a fair bit of toiletries and stuff. People really stepped up. There's stuff being dropped off. It's mainly, like I said, we're running low. Like I've got probably enough of what the anonymous donor from Ontario sent just to get me through this weekend. There's probably just enough of that,
Yeah.
and then I'm done.
Wow.
But we've gone
e-transfers, even though people can't send you,
to tamaralee3@gmail.com.
Yeah, like people can't send you
mail, like that's
mail, but if they send you an e-transfer, you can still go purchase cannabis to take to the people.
Right. And like I said, they get 2 grams a week per person plus a pack of papers if they need it. If they got a pack of papers the week before, they don't usually ask for another one. Canadian Lumber also sponsors our program for all our papers, which is wonderful. Dirty Darts trading post out at the Tanaha Nation also has a donation jar out for us and is also selling my candies, and all the proceeds of those go to our substitution program as well.
Yeah.
And look for more candies and gummies.
Do they have they have like, obviously they're selling cannabis, but do they have cannabis at a reasonable price that maybe somebody who might be watching that is more maybe local to you could actually go there and say, hey, donate this ounce of cannabis to the substitution program?
Right. Yeah. And I mean they when we went out there, we got some stellar prices, right? Because of but anything that we got for half price, so even like an eighth is only $30, right?
Right.
And so for $50 I got a stellar package, but for anybody else it would probably still be a decent quarter.
Yeah.
And I mean, and it's decent. Like, I mean, I can't say, when I went out there and said, do you have any kush, they pulled out 4 jars.
Well, there you go.
You can see it, you can smell it, and that's the difference between them and the legal stores. And they're sovereign, and they've got band permission. So as far as I know, we're good to go. So
yeah, they got band permission. They're good to go.
And our substitution program too, we've had no issues with any. And like I said, the fire department and police force and paramedics, who are our firefighters too, are all like saying do whatever it takes, like whatever it takes.
So you're getting support that way. Yeah, they know what you're doing, what you're about, and what you're doing.
Well, yeah, it helps with their customers at my store.
Well, yeah, and every help that you can help the people in the encampment there.
Even if I could just deter one of them from using one day. It's one day that they might get some sleep. One day that they might, not go looking for money to go get high. Like maybe it's one day they can just stay in their tent and rest. Like maybe.
Right.
But again, there's no expectations. There's no strings attached. There's no end of. This is a zero barrier program. I don't care. I don't ask, and it's none of my business. Right. What goes on out at the park stays at the park.
Yeah. E-transfer email address again?
tamaralee3@gmail.com.
All right. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, limecityhydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as atease.ca. Thanks to everybody for tuning in the program, and we will see you all next week. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
This here is echidna. I knew I would mess up the name, but this is the testing place we were talking to earlier. Oh, that and what they do is you bring your cannabis in, whether it's dry or whether it's fresh, still wet, and they will test your cannabis. I believe they're doing a test right now, and I'm just going to try to squeeze through here. Yeah, he's doing a test right now. What are you testing?
We're testing THC and THCA potency in fresh bud and cured bud.
Nice. Fresh bud too, eh? You got that on the screen so people can see?
Yeah.
So you got moisture results in there too?
Yes. So we did a collaboration with Bovida Packets over here. So you can see that if you maintain your moisture in cannabis, so we kept cannabis with and without Bovida Packets. And if you have the Bovida packet, you maintain moisture, and that also tracks onto potency. So if you maintain that high moisture, we know that you protect, we get this protective water layer around the trichome, and that protects potency over time. So you can see that maintaining moisture tracks to a higher potency at the end of the day.
Nice. I see you got some people up on the leaderboard. Yep. I see I got bumped. But I'm still on the board.
You're there. You're there.
All right. Well, I see you're doing a test. Okay. At some point today, I'll try to come back and get you to do another test for me, and we can go through the whole process. Awesome. All right. And go from there. So where can people find you? I'll get you.
You can find us at Echidna Sensing on LinkedIn. That's the best way to contact us. And you can also contact Nick at echidnasensing.com. That's our marketing.
All right. Super. Thank you very much. So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first March. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first March. So
really,
so it's really exciting to be part of the movement and have, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice, collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
not lots of times.
You know, so if you don't believe, like, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bud Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. You know, we have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically, you march for
access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant, and the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces, and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march, but there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better.
Yeah.
So it's all about execution, and like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We have today on the spot, D.E. the Bud Guy. D.E., I dragged out that E.
I told you, you're supposed to say, what up, D?
What up, D? What up, D?
You can tell he's the newbie. He lives to the name.
What up? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to be here.
Thanks for coming.
Like D the Bud Guy is a very, very obvious. You're in the cannabis industry. You're the. Oh no, wait. I guess that could be non. Yeah, you might like Bud the beer. Actually, I never thought about that. Okay, but so when you go out and you are D the Bud Guy, this clearly is part of your identity and your journey, and that's what we're really interested in talking about on this show: is hearing people's journeys, hearing why they're in the space, what they're doing in the space, and how they got into the space in the first place. And me being a newbie and MJ being a doobie. Our listeners come from both worlds as well, and we really believe that people's stories are the best way that we can probably begin to really break down the stigma. So where does your story begin in this? How do you become D the Bud Guy?
Okay, so I'm very much a newbie and a doobie myself. I'm new to the whole social media section as far as I've only been doing this for a couple of years now, and it kind of started when I began growing. The doobie part being the fact that I am a recreational smoker who's become a medical licensed grower. My journey began a little over 2 years ago, and for me, it started with an outdoor grow. This is actually my third outdoor grow, I should say. It was just completed last summer. So with the legalization in Canada, much like everybody around me, it was like, hey, are you going to grow? And for me, it was definitely yes. My wife is a great gardener and we have beautiful space. So it was a chance to kind of start things. So my journey really began outdoors. It progressed from there, of course.
So being a recreational user became a medical grower. We've often talked on the show. MJ is a medical consumer and grower.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about how there's a lot of recreational users are in fact medical users, and many of them don't even know that or are aware of that. They think they're doing it recreationally, but ultimately it's causing some sort of balancing effect within them.
Yeah, even as
Absolutely.
preventative,
Yeah, preventative. Yeah.
right? Like in my opinion, even as a preventative measure.
I agree. I agree. It's definitely safer for the people around me if I'm consuming.
Right? I smoke weed for your protection.
Yeah, but all kidding aside, Timmy, I really agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the danger in that though is that we as people have a habit of self-diagnosing ourselves too. So you want to be careful that if this is your reason for doing it, it doesn't become a suppressant to something else. Like I know in this case, a lot of people use it to treat depression, but it's you don't want it to. I don't know. I don't advise maybe using it as that kind of numbing agent that like maybe alcohol and some other drugs have been kind of prone to do to people in the past. And do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you know, it can easily be used as a. We were talking today on now. This might not be the same day that this obviously comes out, but this morning in real life is Blue Monday. So it's the day where depression by statistics seem to peak in North America due to the fact that we're right in the middle of winter. Christmas bills are all now starting to become realistic because those credit cards are calling and all those overspending. And people's have already, within about 2 weeks, they've all their New Year's resolutions have failed. And so people are in this intense state of depression. And we were talking today on my, I do this show in the morning on Instagram called Smoothie, Avocado, and Chat. And we just chat about different things, but I'm on a health journey myself. And we talked about the fact that, that there is medicine that's needed for some people that are battling depression, but there are also some people out there that are using other things in their life to sit and say, oh, well, I'm depressed, that's why I drink. Or, maybe in this case, that's why I smoke. And we went back to a lot talking about the fact of, well, have you tried sleeping better, getting more exercise, and eating better? Because those three things might solve your problem before you start pretending that something else is actually and it's just an excuse to smoke or to drink or whatever.
100%. 100%. That's the basis of any good medical practice, I believe. I mean, I think that's the first thing that any doctor should or usually does actually ask, is they're going to look at your sleep routine, your diet, and the aspects of your life before they even begin to try and diagnose you with anything or even look at any secondary treatments, Timmy.
So in your particular life and journey, because you acknowledge your description of yourself right away was, I'm a recreational user, but you're a medicinal grower. So
that's right.
Where does it? Do you feel that for you cannabis is simply recreational?
No, and I'm glad you asked, because I do a lot of like live feed discussions on Instagram with my friends, and this topic comes up often. And see, here's the thing: I really I myself, I'm just going to say how I do things. And at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, I start with a concentrated rosin. I do what's called dabbing. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with that, it's basically a product called shatter or rosin. It's a much stronger version of cannabis, and it has secondary cannabinoids present, things like CBD and CBA, and again, I can explain some of these things to some degree if you like, but it's been decarboxylated, which enhances it. So there's a lot. Those are kind of the reasons it does that. But what I find by doing that is that it gives me a much more different cerebral high. It's a much more concentrated and consistent euphoric experience when you are dabbing than you are, say, hitting a bowl. Like I'm a big advocate. I have glass. I use pipes. I pretty much consume it any possible way that most people do. But for me, it's a different experience. I find that if I don't start my day with a dab or end my night with a dab, I either don't sleep correctly, or I don't really, I don't know, I kind of get I find that smoking joints, pardon the expression, it's a completely different high altogether. It's a great experience though. It's important what I like about a joint or the dab is that it slows you down. It makes you kind of it brings you back into the moment a little bit. And a joint will help you lose the moment. And that's what I like, is this, a joint is a good way to meet people. I like the sociability of a joint where, like, you know, like especially now, it's not like you're carrying a bong somewhere with you. And I think that if you're hitting a pipe, people are usually looking at you and wondering what you're smoking versus the fact that you're smoking a pipe. There's all kinds of thoughts that come into it. And I got friends that recovered from other addictions that refuse to smoke a pipe because of that, because it's too much of that process for them. There's too many similarities for them. So in a long-winded way, yes, I'm a strong believer in medicine, and I also like, you know, I have great stories of how that really has affected my family on a medical side as well too. And if you like, we can certainly get into that. But just to end that point particularly, I really find that for me, it's definitely medicine. And there's a recreational time. It is definitely a social practice for me. If I go and I meet my friends, this is the first thing we're going to do. Alcohol to us is kind of like a maybe.
I thought it was interesting that you threw in, you said smoke a joint, and then you said pardon the expression. What what is it about? Because MJ and I
think it's an old way of thinking. Okay, I think like terms like weed and joint and stuff like that. You know, blunt's a very kind of like, blunt is a very specific thing. It means like, you know, you're smoking a blunt wrap, or it's a much larger cigar style type of a thing. So if you're not familiar with the definition, that's the difference. But what I find is that when we use older terms, and if we, like, there's a balance that we need to get to with cannabis between old habits of calling it like the hippie names, and pardon the expression for calling it a hippie name, there I go correcting myself again, right? Versus getting it mandated as a full-blown medicine. Because, you know, with pharmaceutical classification, there's a whole other box of things that will be opened up, and you know, we could go there and not go there. It's just, you know, I have an opinion on that as well, obviously. But I what I do think is that until we get to the point where it's readily accessible to the people that need it, we need to keep it as it is. We're not ready to grow as a society until everybody catches up. There's a lot of people in the States that can't get a concentrate, so they'll never really, or potentially not legally, be able to have the experience that I get medically. And that's not right to me.
Well, up until like, I can't remember what year it was 2000 something. But you probably know this, in Canada, it was legal to have a medical license to consume flower, but it had to be in combustible. You could not bake with it. It was actually illegal to turn it into any sort of concentrate, including butter. So children, this is what it meant. Children who had medical cannabis licenses for whatever reason had to smoke, or they had to burn it in a vaporizer and put a mask over the child. And this was like, it didn't make any sense. This is what you're like, I agree with what you're saying. The rules still we need to grow where we are to get better rules in place. Now it's been overturned because it was a stupid rule to begin with. You should be able to give your child cookies over making them smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, and especially now that they understand how it differs, like, you know, the thing is cannabis now, because it's accepted and it's looked at as a potential medicine. Okay, and I'm just going to call it potential because not everybody's on that agreement with it. Now the studies are happening, so now they're making up for all this time that they had. You know, when they were busy jailing people and kind of calling it the devil's lettuce, they weren't looking at it. But now, if you look, like I'm not 100% on this, but I know at one point, and I thought I read that it's the current, like, medical cannabis is the current potential thought process at the American Diabetes Association as a potential, like, actual cure. So with that being said, like, you know, I guess that it brings me, like, I wanted to share a story with you, if it's okay, about medicine and how it affected things, and about perception. Okay, so I'm going to tell a very personal story. My mother My mother doesn't consume cannabis, but she's never been super against it. She's always been surrounded by people in her life that when they used cannabis, it led to stupidity. It led to people hurting themselves by getting on, quads and stuff like that and breaking their collarbones. Or it was the time that, like I was coming home late, or the times that we eat edibles and get a little too stupid or something like that. Like, she looked at it as a very juvenile. She had a very poor perception of it because that was her vision of it. Okay. And then her sister got really sick. And her sister went from, so my aunt, one of my favorite aunts, okay? The leading thought at the time is that she may have had diabetes. Of course, diabetes is almost a rush to in my family because it's been so prevalent, and it's such a huge cause for a lot of things. Like, its symptoms are so similar to a lot of other symptoms too. So they always kind of start there. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems to always come up. And in treating her, they gave her all kinds of heavy medications, things like morphine and stuff like that, which caused her to go from 160 some odd pounds down to like 80 pounds in a very, very, very fast time. So you can imagine how we felt looking on the outside in. It just looks very, very, very scary, right? And so my aunt's a long-term recreational smoker. She's always been for it. She was the cool aunt that used to sneak a little bit to me when I was growing up. Like, she was cool like that. But she reached out to me because she knew I had some friends and, a little bit of, connections when it came to the medicinal side of things, because she heard about some of the stuff I was doing with some of the friends that I made, and she asked me if I could find her some help. And I had a really good friend of mine, okay, a company called Leaf This, if I could say that. And what she provided me was an RSO oil for my aunt, okay, which was really good because the RSO oil really, really helped her. What it did is it gave her that pain killing effect. It gave her the ability to rest and to so it gave her that dormancy, I hate to say it, but like that part of it that she needed to fully get better. But she also gave her like these things that were natural and that gave her energy and gave her appetite and things like that. So I gave it to her on a Sunday night. She finally kind of came out, seeing everybody, and I gave it to her on a Sunday night when I was finally able to give it to her. And she texted me the Monday morning, and she was up making breakfast for her family for the first time in 2 years. Okay. And like, she sent me this text, and it was like this very heartfelt thank you. Bless the person who made this. This is the best I felt in 2 years. Like, I feel like a person again. It gave her dignity and energy and the strength to fight off what she's going through. And she's still at the process where they're still sorting things out with her, but she's a lot stronger, and she doesn't look like that person that kind of really, she doesn't look like, like it's winning, if I could say that, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I have a story also with pharmaceuticals, and it's amazing the list of pharmaceuticals that can be replaced, or at least that were replaced in my personal journey by one plant. I can't say one plant because it's multiple plants and different strains, and I had to find all that out, and it's not going to work for everybody. Like, it's funny because you said cannabis slows you, like dabs and smoking joints, they slow you down, and that was what Timmy didn't like about consuming when he did smoke a joint. However, we smoked a joint and then went bowling, and then another time we smoked a joint and tried to have a conversation. Like, it's what you're doing. Like, if we were having a dab or a joint and then going to bed, it would be totally fine, right?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I've on this learning curve that I've been on, because I tried cannabis for the first time 3 years ago.
Okay.
There's a few different times, and like one of them was the bowling. And once I saw that it was ruining my bowling score, I gave it up. Like, some things are not worth the risk. I'll tell you that. But but one thing that I'm learning is this concept of how complex the plant is, and realizing that there is so many different dimensions in regards to strain, environment, dosage level, how you receive it, how it's grown. So there's all this thing that's going on, and we have somebody in our life who was adamant about the fact that the cannabinoids, and I'm a skeptic by nature, so I've come into this industry growing up in the church, 35 plus years, going to become a pastor. We didn't talk about cannabis, and when we did, it was equated to cocaine, heroin. I mean, it was up there with everything that you shouldn't.
It's a drug.
Take that, you go to hell. That sort of level of thing. And
that was information then. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. So when this friend of ours, Reverend Kelly, she was talking about the cannabinoids.
Yeah, about it comes in the breast milk.
Yeah, and that everybody's kind of got this thing in their system, and that everybody needs it. And at first I balked, and I was like, no, I don't need it. Like, I'm pretty healthy. Like we talked earlier, I focus on eating better, sleeping better, get more exercise. If I do those three things, I think I can combat a lot of the other things.
You're really healthy.
But what I'm discovering, though, is that there might be a strain, and maybe we're already discussing adding CBD oil just into my my breakfast smoothies, and that maybe it isn't the THC. And so I think within my skepticism that I had growing up, and my healthy skepticism that I still have now, has at least transformed to the fact that I now see the benefits. I see that there is potential. The word that you keep using is definitely there. And so I stand on now the side of the advocacy of it. But now the skeptical side is continually going, well, show me the science. Show me how this can help me. And if it can, I'm in. But show me how it can do it.
But see, I look at that like it's personal. Everybody is different. Everybody's genetic makeup is different. So you have to find.
But you know how we're all the same? Timmy, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You said that you're looking at other forms of just overall health, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Am I correct in assuming that maybe some of it's dietary? Like, are you looking at like those kind of principles as well? Are you vegan or vegetarian or anything like that?
I tried veganism for a year. I ended up adding meat back in, but yeah.
Me too. Okay, but let me. So you'll understand where I'm going with this. When I was vegan, one of the things that I kind of learned was just that the whole concept of what you put in your body is kind of shelved around this concept of whether or not you can consume it by ripping it open, whether it's natural for you to actually consume that. And that's usually like the way that we kind of looked at things that we put in our bodies when at least that's the vegans that I was around. And that was the education kind of about it that I was given. And the reason I bring this up is this. If we're not designed to consume cannabinoids, then why do we have cannabinoid receptors?
That is something that I've been learning more about. Yeah, the endocannabinoid system. Yeah, it's a legit thing.
We actually have a system designed to deal with it. So, is it fair to maybe just say that it's likely on that notion? Now, you see why I brought up the other thing first, though, right? Like you see how it kind of. Because anybody who takes anybody who takes a bit of education and learns about the things that they put into their body, and I'm not going, I'm not picking vegan, this and that. I'm just saying in general, anybody who looks at nutrition issues and looks at what they put into their bodies, these are the questions we ask ourselves. So I think there's an answer there. And I think that the skeptic in you should know that there's a cannabinoid system in your body that's designed to deal with that. So I got to think that it's there for a reason.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm on board with. I think I've really come to understand that there is something within, and just like sitting there saying, look, I want to make sure my iron levels are high. I want to make sure my magnesium, all these things that are below.
That's right.
Vitamin D. And so then you have this other thing that is high or low as well. And I think for me, the big step forward was separating the fact that as I grew up, all I saw was the stereotypical let's use the term smoking the joint. And to me, I equated that with smoking, which I equated to unhealthy living and all this other stuff. So, but now that I found out though about the other ways to consume, and now I'm like, okay, you know what? I had a CBD cookie.
We had 4.
I ate a lot of them. They were really good cookies. But that opened my
My
eyes
wife
tremendously.
uses CBD.
What's that?
I said my wife uses CBD products.
Yeah, and that to me really opened my eyes, and I went, oh, okay. There's another way to possibly receive the benefits and to get the cannabinoid thing, and that's
right.
To me, when I talk about being a skeptic, I say it from the standpoint of I have crossed the line into the advocate side of the skepticism. Now it's a question of, and that's why I enjoy these conversations and the show that we've been doing, which is not just about teaching me, but teaching other newbies.
So, and you know what, MJ will appreciate this. MJ, I presume you grow likely organic as well.
Just need to click it. Sorry, Timmy.
You said.
I actually am probably one of the most healthiest looking unhealthy person you would meet. I eat the same crappy processed bagel with cream cheese and microwaved bacon every single day for breakfast. And I say breakfast, but it's like 1 in the afternoon.
But mind you, she does have a cannabis leaf every once in a while on her bagel. So.
Yeah, when I do the cheddar cheese. So it's funny you say cannabis leaves. So cannabis was prohibited over 100 years ago, right? And we have this endocannabinoid system within our body. There is a theory, and maybe it's just my theory, but I'd like to think it's a theory that's actually out there. So there's a theory that says that when they banned and made it prohibited, what happened was our diets then started getting, our system became deficient in the cannabinoids. So we started getting sicker. Cancer is doubling, they're at a crazy rate. I think that I heard about Dr. William Courtney, who believes that cannabis is a vegetable. It's actually a plant. You can eat it like lettuce or juice it. His wife actually was told she would A, never have children, B, wouldn't live past 30 or whatever. And with just cannabis juice alone through a wheatgrass juicer, he was able to save her. She was a patient, and then it's like a love story. They ended up getting married, and now they have children together, just from cannabis juice, right? Like it's and it's inexpensive to do. You literally can do this at home. You just keep a plant in vegetative state. You know how easy that is. Just lots of light.
Just keep the light cycle above 12 hours. Give it 13 plus just to be safe. But yeah.
So you're saying your wife consumes with using CBD. Does she also smoke or no?
No, my wife doesn't. And mind you, the last time my wife consumed cannabis, so here's the thing. In high school, she smoked cannabis, but she didn't like the effects that it had on her. So it was very juvenile to her. Her friend, who's about 60, she's 67 this year, about a year, almost 2 ago, gave me and her our first dab the first time, like same night, in our backyard. She's a dear family friend, and she's the one who got me into dabbing. And actually, the video's on my YouTube if you ever want to watch it. It's really neat. She throws out a couple of old war stories and stuff like that too as an old timer. But anyway, she educates me on the process, and you kind of see how I experienced it for the first time. And my wife did it then, and she really enjoyed it. She would be the first to even admit that. But she didn't see it as something that was going to be a long-term thing for her. We're not big drinkers either. We're not, we're not super healthy. We eat a lot of fast foods as well and stuff, but we are somewhat conscious. The things that we do eliminate into our bodies are chemicals. So, I'm a fully organic grower. And the reason I asked about the organics is here's another thing to look at, Timmy, is the source of the cannabis that you get. I grow mine. So I do consume secondary source cannabis, But that being said, primarily my grow is what I grow, and I don't put any chemicals of any kind in my plants at any point. Not even grow things like I can add things to my grow that make it look even better and stuff. But they're usually synthetic based, or they're kind of a salt. And I'm not saying that they're super bad for you, but they are definitely eliminatable. And there's an organic thinking that the more pure something is, the better it would be. And because I'm now at the point where, as a grower, I'm now getting to the point where I'm able to kind of process this into some of my medicine for personal use. I'm really cognitive of that. So I have a rosin press, which is like I prefer solventless extractions, which means you don't mix a chemical to it to get the cannabinoids out of it to make the shatter or
you're looking at rosin or hash,
right? Or like, but I've also recently tried alcohol-based extractions and things like that. So I'm learning things, and certain things are better at extracting things than others, and certain things have other considerations, like what you're using to extract it and whether or not it all gets extracted. But then again, certain things are okay to smoke. Certain things are okay to smoke, but certain things you can't consume if they're made with certain things, because then you can hurt your digestive system. So, I urge anybody, if they're growing or they're considering to do all this, to get all the information you can and to speak to other people that do know what they're doing. And there's lots of people out there that I have access to as a grower, and they ask me about growing, and they'll teach me about extracts and things like that. It's a great community, and there's always lots of people that are willing to help direct you the right way. Through, I'm sure you notice that through your own dealings, like with your channels and stuff. Like, the cannabis community is one of the most biggest hearted communities you'll ever meet.
Yeah, we definitely love the plant. It's the one thing that unites all of us.
There is a very strong unity there.
Well, even like, it's one thing to smoke it and to enjoy, like you say, the rituals of like rolling a joint and smoking with your friends or whatever. But when you grow and you raise that plant from, like, I've got a jar right here of my blueberry headband. And I mean, the buds are not the biggest. I absolutely, but like, I gave some to a friend, and I always do this too. Her husband
smells like weed.
Her husband found the jar because it was curing still, and she's like, he picked it up and was like, "Oh my God, you're hiding the good weed." Oh, we can't see it. Oh yeah, because it's green. So he's like, "You're hiding the good stuff," and I was so impressed that he called it good stuff, because that means my shit is the good stuff, because it's gassy. It's this blueberry headband from Humboldt. So
that is very delicious. I've had that before.
Oh yeah, so good.
Any of the band strains, but also like blueberries. Okay, so here's another thing that we can kind of touch on. Okay, so there's a thought process, like in the medical cannabis community, they have certain strains and profiles that they've traditionally used, but they've expanded that, and a lot of them happen to be the berry-based strains and stuff. Now, me thinking the way that I do, a mad scientist-y kind of thing, goes, wait a second, aren't blueberries and cranberries and all these things rich in antioxidants anyways? So maybe there's a correlation. And the thing is that cannabis terpenes are derived from the same terpene profile as fruit. So with that being said, there's definitely a similarity, and there's a correlation there. I'm not smart enough scientifically to know, but I'm willing to say that I think that there's evolution that's being made, I think, in that kind of category, and it's something that we should definitely be exploring more of. I think it's only a matter of time. Like you said that your friend considers cannabis food. Well, then it's only a matter of time before the FDA has it anyways. Right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
So everybody has their own theories on this, but why do you feel things went so wrong with cannabis? Why did it get put on the blacklist when it clearly seems to have so many useful benefits. So what is your theory?
Cannabis?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so like, I don't know. I guess the obvious answer is to blame the war on drugs. You know, like, so I do believe that there was political aspects and stuff, and I only say that because, you know, like at the time the war on drugs became a problem when the U.S. was suffering themselves and the government had to do something, right? And what they did is they had these impoverished neighborhoods in the U.S. where people were getting super sick, and on the other side of the world, they were going after these guerrilla growers and stuff like that. But really, history said that there was more to it. And I'm not going to get into that. The people can read about it and see what they say. But I will say that that was probably some of it. And the other aspect is like, the other thing too is like, there's a lot of people that, like, MJ, was it you said that you got rid of a lot of medicines and then just kind of, now you one plant? I think that that's the answer. You know, I don't want to say anything that's too kind of specific because of the way that these algorithms work, but I think people know where I'm going. I think you know what I'm saying. Like, I really think that, you know, what will your parents think when they find you dead from marijuana, I think is what they said, right? Like, there was some real funny shit, you know, that they have.
Well, Reefer Madness.
She made me watch Reefer Madness, and that movie was
like
that was crazy.
He at the end of the movie, he just kind of like looked at me, and I'm like, "What? Like, should I like be worried?"
I thought she was going to end up killing
tonight?
me. That's the way it looked, anyway.
But you know, like, history has shown us. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie "Thank You for Smoking"?
No.
I might
look it up. Okay. It's pretty interesting. It's a good movie. Watch it. It's kind of interesting. It's about industry and the people that ran different things at a certain time, and it's kind of based on a true story. But it's done for a more entertaining like version, of course. But it's like the tobacco and the meat people, and they all get together. You know, all the lobbyists in the States and stuff. So it's kind of an entertaining movie, but there's a lot of 50% of truth is said and just, I think is what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
Sorry, I love quotes.
As a you have a social media presence that probably is different than your personal social media, I would imagine. Or is it one and the same?
Yes and no. Like my immediate circle knows me as the bug guy to some degree. Like, my family knows what I do and they support it to some degree. But for the most, as long as I don't become the bug guy when I'm with them, they're okay with it, you know. But they're happy in the sense that I help them with their personal growth and stuff. But like when I walk around my hometown and stuff, like, it's D, or people will call me Dwayne, you know. And I have like personal accounts that I don't post my cannabis content to my Dwayne account.
Right.
But I do share bits of it if I think it's important.
So what is it? What drives you? Because some people don't talk about it at all, and some of those people are for still stigma related reasons. Some of them are for they're just more personal. Like, if I started to consume again in some form, if we didn't have this show, I probably wouldn't talk about it. But then there are others who feel very.
Are you gonna talk about me? Like, I walk around wearing cannabis
no,
head to toe, and I'm like, sometimes I go out in my onesie. Like, I am Mary Jane Baker, 100% of the time.
Yeah,
everywhere I go. This is
with a name like Baker, though.
But her and Mary Jane.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, like.
But her thing, her in her, like, when we had to put bios together for the show, like, it was very clear that she had to put advocate in her thing. Like, she has. This is not just a part of what she does, or what she needs as a medicinal
user. It's not just a passion,
but it's she wants to advocate for it. Yeah. So there are people who choose to just kind of do it personally, and then there's people like yourself who have a personal presence. And I'm always interested to know what that purpose is for you. Like, what are you hoping? Like, do you have an angle? Do you want to teach people about the science? Do you just want to encourage people? What is the Bud Guy about?
All right, so there's two stages to that. The first one's very easy. It's a connection. I came and when I started growing, and long before I was any good at it, I presented it. Okay. So I was okay with that. I've never been a very competitive person, but I do like connection. I like connection through these platforms. And there's a lot of people will say that, like, they're the place where people bully you and stuff like that. And I've had my experiences with that too. But that being said, I find genuine connection. I've met really, really super people. I met you two at Lyft. You know, I went to Lyft to be with other friends of mine. I think that was one of the things I even said to you. I said, you know, I'd love to stay and chat longer, but I'm coming to meet my friends. And the thing is that I went to Lyft to learn about cannabis industry, to be a part of it, to feel part of it, but for the connection. I made that series, the Cloudy and the Six, my video series, and I did that because it started as a bit of a promotional thing with Raw and with Aim High, but it became a thing about connection. It was always about the people in the cannabis industry. It's about me going into dispensaries and grow hydroponic stores and meeting growers and seeing their gardens and stuff. And so there's that connection. Like the Bud guy started at the beginning when they took our ability to connect away. So all of a sudden I put everything I could as a person into this projected outwards to try and draw people in and try and learn things and feel part of something, you know, as a grower, and work towards that acceptance as a grower, and hopefully earn people's respect as a grower. Learn some things along the way. The growing part of me started because I learned from the University of YouTube. Okay. I watched every growers. There's a lot of amazing content growers, and a lot of them are Canadians, guys like Pigeons 420 and Mr. Canuck. And if you grow cannabis, you know who I'm talking about. These guys are Canadian. They're out there, so they're out killing it, you know. And I kind of wanted to do a little bit of that. Like I've taught people before. I was in the automotive industry. I was in the Canadian Armed Forces. I started as a cadet. Like I've always been comfortable speaking and teaching and things like that. And I've always felt like a bit of a teacher. So for me, it's like this door opened, this rush gate opened of opportunity with the legalization. It was legal for me to do it. It was something that I was enjoying. And I really believe in it. Like, my saying is this: growing medicine is my medicine. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the thing is I also believe that nobody told me not to do all that at once. So I felt like there were steps, there was information missing, and I wanted to dumb it down, because what I didn't like is that all these great, not the guys I mentioned specifically, but at the time, but a lot of guys would be like, oh, here, you can have all this, but you needed like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I just, you know, like, it broke my heart as soon as I got off, and I was like, oh shit, that's $1,200. Like, you know, but like as a grower, I was joking with my buddies. I said, like, I'd watch a grow video, and then it'd be the equivalent of a kid watching a kung fu movie and going and beating all his brothers up. Like, I'd have to go out and treat my plants with all this new knowledge and stuff, right? So
there
the
goes
science,
another, like, however much money also.
yeah. But I mean, like, so my wife said, no, babe, like, don't go and spend all your money on this. Show me you can keep plants alive, and then do it. And she was right. And what it forced me to do, I learned how to make my own plant medicine. I made videos on how to make CalMag. And then next, you know, I had companies reach out to me and go, you know, if you don't want to make your own stuff, I'd gladly sponsor you. Like, that's really informative and innovative what you've done. By the way, I really like your plants. And I'm like, I'm growing with a house light and tinfoil.
Yeah.
You know? So a lot of what I do, like, now is, this year I'm going to make a grow series for my YouTube channel, and it's going to be basics, very basics. Okay. I've already done a video that shows you how to set up a basic setup if you don't have equipment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a seed through the process, and then it's going to be a base that I can build an advanced growing series off of, where I can share some of the tips. And like outdoors, I do living soil. I build my own soil systems. You asked about sciences. I am all about the sciences because I'm a student and I can't wait to share it.
It's awesome. And you know the great thing nowadays with YouTube or university, as I like to call it, which is YOU. Anyways, is that no matter how many people are out there doing the exact same thing, showing people how to grow, you know as well as I do. And when it comes to growing, everything will be different. Something that works for you might not work for somebody else. So if I watch somebody else's video, I might be completely useless when it comes to that. But your video might be the one that is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
So
I try to draw people in with, like, if you look at the content that I do create, I try to draw people in with music and a little bit more upbeat tempo so that I don't lose you. Like, I always found school boring. Okay. Like, but the teachers that came out and did this, like, things slightly different, they really got through to me. And because of that, I mean, I became a student of humanity, I think, you know, like, in the sense that, like, my favorite teachers were the scientist and the librarian and, like, the history teacher. Like, these were my favorite teachers. It wasn't the English teacher. Like, you know, the mathematics guy was cool, but, like, they didn't make it fun. There was no fun in that for me, you know. But the science, like, my science teacher ate chalk, and everybody thought that shit was weird. You know, like, it was enough to break down that barrier and just like, what is it? Like, you know, it took my interest, and I try to do things flashy and loud because everybody's done boring and slow.
Oh, that is true. Well, it sounds like
it's great stuff. Like, I learned it through boring and slow. I just think there's a more fun way to do it. That's all. It gives me connection too.
We absolutely agree. Well, and you keep go ahead.
I actually learned through mistakes. I make lots and lots of mistakes, but I'm like you, constantly making videos and showing people what happens when you don't put your plant into a bigger pot, or what happens if you forget to water and let the soil dry out. You know, like all these things that people will do. So
I think that there's a lot of value in we often, I've talked about this in my own personal journey about, I'm a very private person, and I like to show people the end product. I don't like to show people I don't like to show people like the journey all the time, because the journey is filled with, you know, errors and failures, and so you just kind of want to work through and get that done. But what I'm finding is that well, I've always known it to be true. Believe me, if it wasn't in the public eye, I might not even be on social media. Like, I don't need to be on it personally.
Yeah.
But I have started to understand the importance of it from the standpoint of letting people see the failures and the things, because that is what we learn from. And, you know, my dumb questions that I might ask as a newbie in the space is valuable. And that's what we noticed very quickly, that there were people that were watching our stuff that, you know, a group of cannabis people might go, that's like the most basic of questions. You know, it's almost, you know, not that you would do it, but some people might, that's kind of silly. It's like, well, no, it's not actually. It's from that very basic thing that a lot of other people are going to be able to learn from asking that dumb question, that question that doesn't, you know.
That's funny. You said notice very quickly. And the first thing that I noticed very quickly was the unit sitting in front of Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to say about that unit? Do you see the water in it?
I'm going to say that it looks very clean.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did a video the other day on how to clean a bong, and that is how you should, if you're going to leave it for another sesh, that's how you should leave it.
That?
Clean water and not.
I was impressed by Kermit. She was impressed by the clean bong. That's the way our world
It's hot
goes.
that he's wearing a Supreme.
Equally impressive. Very perceptive, by the way, too. You know what? Kermit was, my wife and I was telling you earlier, love thrift store. And so we found that at a thrift store, and I had to take Kermit home. And the bong the bong's nice. It's a 2-piece freezable beaker bong.
Oh, you got that. Oh, the icing.
It actually, it's glycerin at the top.
So you put that in the freezer, right?
Oh.
And it doesn't actually freeze. It's like a cooler pack.
So it's pretty slick.
Yeah, no, it looks so It's so
cooler coil. That's what they're called.
Like, okay, I mean, like glass. There's a whole other conversation too. I mean, like I worked in a cannabis glass and accessory store for.
That's how I got started.
Better part of a year. So I learned so much about people, cannabis users, and their preferences through that. Like, there's a lot of really golden experiences through that. Eh? So you said you worked in one too?
Yeah. So it's so funny. One day back when I actually used to eat McDonald's, it was like 2014 because that's the last year I ate McDonald's. So I was in the drive-thru and I was like, puff, puff, pass. What's that? I know what puff, puff, pass is, but like there's a store. And then as soon as it opened, the first week I went in there and I was like, what's going on? I would love to like get a job. And yeah, I started working there, and there was like a lot of downtime because in between customers. So I had my laptop. I spent a lot of time on the computer watching documentaries. And then when customers would come in, like you're saying, you talk to them and then they'd be like, you know, I use cannabis for cancer treatment, or I use cancer for insomnia. And, you know, do you have, I learned what a pollen press was when I was working there. And like, you know, the honeybee extractor for the butane and all that stuff. Like I didn't know any of that. And it was a great learning experience talking to everybody. And I love upselling. Like you bought a bong, you're going to need a bottle of cleaner because trust me, you're not going to want a dirty bong. And bong, flavored bong water. That was like, I love that stuff.
Well, we know you're in Canada, getting your jacket on and everything.
Chilly, eh?
Oh yeah, it's I smoke in my garage. It's my man cave, right? Yep. It's definitely very much. It definitely feels like a cave today. So
yeah,
it's funny. We were talking about Blue Monday earlier, and in real life, it's Blue Monday. It would be hard not to be blue today. We literally got slammed with the biggest snowstorm.
Yeah, I shoveled my snow. I did my driveway right before I came in.
Yeah. Now, is that space that you're in? Is that just a man space that men tend to have their men cave, or is that a way for you to get away because your wife doesn't consume? I'm interested in that relationship because we're in a relationship where I don't consume at all, and she does, and you've talked about how your wife.
I did just consume literally.
That's true.
So it's both because it's not even just about consuming cannabis. It's also about content creation, right? So as I mentioned earlier, is I do a lot of like lives on Instagram and things where I'll have
it's like a studio as well.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a studio in a sense. That's why I chose to kind of come in here, and it allows me to just smoke and converse with you and not affect her. Like right now, she's not feeling too well, so she's resting, and that way I don't have to be intrusive. If she wants to watch her show, she can watch her show. But although she doesn't consume, she does assist me in a lot of ways. And I mean, like, you both are a testament to it. I mean, like, when you do content creation, you're not really just you. I mean, like, whether you recognize it or not, you're not usually just a one-person gang. There's usually other people that are assisting you along the way, whether it be with the actual filming or, like, if I do a giveaway as an example, my wife will help with the data input of the names and stuff like that. And people will send her roses in the chat. And, like, it's become a bit of a personality within the Bug Guy brand, as everybody knows Tony, and I think it's great. Like, it's they're the unsung heroes. Is the spouse of the grower, the spouse of the content creator, the spouse of the newbies and doobies of the world. Like, like, without that right support system, it's hard to do what we do.
Yeah, well, you can't see it, but we've got our 12 wives on the other side of the camera.
Excellent.
They help get everything going. Has there ever been? You were talking. I mean, you talked about you and your wife knowing each other back in high school. Is that correct?
Well, no, we didn't. Here's the thing: is we actually I can tell you our story. Our story's kind of neat itself, I think, because my wife and I have only been together for 4.5 maybe 5 years.
Okay, but
getting
she
through this.
okay, yeah, I think I'm connecting where I thought the story was. Yeah.
We went to the same high school. We had all the same friends and never met.
That's crazy.
We live in a small town, so statistically, it's just really weird. But I will tell you that when we did meet, I fell in love the instant I met her, and I really mean that. I went home. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, I would never believe that I would ever even fathom saying this, but I'm telling you straight up, I met the person that I love the most in life." And I told my mom, I said, "Write this shit down, Mom. I found her." And the crazy thing is like we like realized like we're on the first date, and she goes, "Well, what did you look like in high school?" And I go, "Well, actually, a friend of mine tagged me in a post recently. Like, here." I pull out the picture and I show her the picture. You know what she says? She goes, "That's me on the other side of it." Shit you not. That was her on the other side of the same fucking picture.
What?
Sorry. Oops, sorry.
No, you can say picture on the show.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean, like, it's really just kind of weird. And then I remember feeling like when you meet somebody that you love so much, like you almost like, especially in my case, like you feel like, wow, like why, where were you all my life? Like, and you start to almost feel cheated out of that time a little bit. And then it dawned on me, like, honestly, I had a lot of growing up to do. And I think everybody deserves the person that is good for them. And I try to be the best person I can for her too. And I mean that. I'm not trying to swallow myself up. I mean, I really do mean that. And I maybe just wasn't ready to be what she needed yet. So I'm a firm believer in that. And I think the destiny brought us together when it was right. So
well,
I'm grateful for it. Like, I couldn't be D the Bug Guy without T the Bug Gal, you know?
That's sweet. Yeah, the universe works in strange ways. Like Timmy and I, like, I feel like the universe brings people back in around the same area. Like, we had been close to each other vicinity wise many times over the years of our lives, but we just didn't meet until it was like the right time, I guess. But like our parents live like a couple city blocks away from each other in Toronto, and like 20 minutes to walk from one place to the other. It's crazy how close they are.
Yeah.
Did we'll get ready to let you go and make sure that she's doing fine. What was it? D the Bud Gal? T the Bud Gal?
T for Tony, yeah.
Was there though a moment of hesitation for her or stress at all in the relationship based on your consumption? Because people often look at us and ask those questions to say, well, one is a consumer, one is not. Oh, that must get, stressful, or
well,
is
you
there?
had some people in your life that might have been concerned. I might turn.
Yeah, like, so was there anything in that? Like, it sounds like you guys are in this great space, but was there anything that was connected to that where it caused maybe a hiccup, maybe with outside family relationships and stuff as well?
Not the consumption itself, but the creation. Definitely the creation. Okay. I think when I became a creator, there's a time where you kind of like, all of a sudden you're doing things that you're not used to, and things become, you feel a little bit like Dorothy and Oz, and you can get swallowed up pretty quickly and easily in it, and you can lose sight of things right in front of you by being in here. So the thing is that, like, I was never in real super threat of anything, but the important thing is, again, it takes a strong person to be able to communicate with you. And it took me a while to see that I was like maybe not as aware in real life as I should have been. Right. So I really offer balance. Like, the thing is if you're going to do creation and you're going to have a garden and you're going to work, you have to have a life too. And everything requires kind of somewhat of a balance, because it is symbiotic. You can't have it all and just shit on one, right? So as a content creator, like, what you do learn is you learn to make your content more accountable. Like, you maybe just you spend a little bit of time less, and you take the time to value the time. And I think the other thing too is when you do spend your time with the ones that you love, is you make it count. So you do all those things, and as long as there's good communication, it's always going to work out. But from a consumption standpoint, no, because I grow. Otherwise, but that being said, like, there's always that concern that I might be having. Like, I have a plant count that I have to keep within, and she's aware of it. She keeps her eye on that and keeps me from maybe overstepping my boundaries a bit. Getting that. She keeps me from making those really stupid ideas otherwise. That's for damn sure,
It's so easy to go
If you
over
think the stuff I do is stupid now, you should just imagine how I'd be without Tony, right? So,
Well, and it's so easy to go over plant count too, because when you're making cuttings or popping seeds, you want to make sure you do enough because,
yeah, you do, like, you gotta play with those new rules for sure, and you gotta take time. And I don't know, like, I'm a big fan of it. Like this summer, okay, as an example, I had a pretty big grow last summer, but this summer I'm not even gonna grow like outdoors cannabis this year. I don't think, not necessarily at my house. I might do like an off-site something maybe, but in summary, my wife and I are gonna grow sunflowers there. I have some beautiful selection. Another grower that I met, that connection that I was looking for. That's the benefit of it. Like, so we're at the infamousy of it, but we're going to start a sunflower growing contest on Instagram. Nice. So we're going to spread love and sunshine through Instagram with sunflowers.
I like it.
It's amazing.
With that, you double lettuce and smoke it.
What I really liked about this conversation, Dee, is you're clearly a doobie, but you talk and communicate on a newbie level. And I was really, really caught up in the numerous ways where you used terms or whatever, and you immediately caught yourself and either adjusted or altered it. And there is definitely a teacher in you in that regard. So from a newbie, I just really enjoyed hearing somebody who, once again, is clearly a doobie, but speaks on a newbie level, and that's not easy to do. And so,
we definitely need more.
Yeah. So I would encourage people who are listening and following here to connect with Dee on social media. Where can they find you, Dee? Where can they hook up with you? Or not hook up with you?
Yeah, that's Dee's job.
So hi. So I'm at Dee the Bug Guy. So as it likely says in the titling there. DTHEBUDGUY, and I'm also Dee the Bug Guy on YouTube. So I do have like a WeedTube account, but I haven't really used it. So I'm kind of guilty that way. But I wanted to put my focus there, and for the growers that are interested in following some of the autoflower stuff, I do have a Grow Diaries account as well. So they're welcome to see some of the more detailed auto grows. I'm kind of coming to fruition as a grower when it comes to autoflowers, and we're always welcome to I can explain some of that to you one day if you like. I'll try and newbie it again. But the correction is because I really think that if you're going to come out and be an ambassador for cannabis, or even take the time to speak on behalf of yourself or anyone else, that we want to be good ambassadors. Like, so we as cannabis ambassadors, we can't all sound like that typical stoner type, and we can't be that puff of smoke at the kids' playgrounds and stuff. Like, we really do have to be cognizant of everybody around us. And if we do that, we're going to be better ambassadors, and we're going to be more welcome. So if you're at the beach, take your shit with you.
There's that raising the bar again.
Yeah.
Raise the bar to break the stigma.
That's it, right? Like, and if you're using cannabis or considering cannabis as a medicine, then take the time to make sure you understand it. And if you've had a bad experience, then maybe consider trying something different. And I'm not trying to get you into it if it's not for you. I'm just saying is that, Timmy, you'd commented yourself, like maybe a different strain or a different type of consumption might that might be the difference for you. That might be the difference that puts you as a doobie too.
Yeah.
You just Dee, you just ultimately proved my point. My final question was going to be, because of everything I've seen about the way you communicate, it was going to be share something for the newbies out there, and you naturally just went in and shared a very specific message to newbies. So I'm not even going to ask again. We just really enjoyed this conversation. MJ, any final thoughts, words?
I just want to thank you guys for having the platform that you do and for asking the question. Like, it does take bravery and it takes commitment. The level of professionalism you both have is second to none. I've done all kinds of talks and different things in that, but nothing on this well organized level. And normally organization comes at a cost of fun, and you both have not done that. This is one of the most, if it isn't the most fun time I've had discussing this in at least a long time, if not ever. So once again, I look forward to meeting you again in person one time. And being we are so close in that, I know that because you're involved in the community that we're going to see each other. I will see you at Lift this coming year.
For sure.
I don't know if you guys have reserved booth 0 yet, but
yeah, we're getting it.
We'll be
for
there.
sure.
We'll have our onesies. We'll be there.
I really, and for anybody who doesn't know what that is, I mean, I just think it's so great that you're like, the hell with it, I'm going to Lift anyways. And you set up, I got my own booth. You clearly decided and you went that it was your event, just like I went and decided that was my event. And I love that you did that too. So I think that's why we had so much fun.
That's awesome.
But,
well, we definitely enjoyed meeting you there. We enjoyed this conversation, and we do look forward to connecting again.
Yeah,
Yes.
the only one thing I would say touches on content creation, and I'm sure you know this. It's the reason why I think we are being as successful as we are, why we make it look as easy as we do, is because when you're creating content for yourself and not for so much for, like, we do create for other people, but we enjoy what we're doing. And I think that's the most important part, because if I actually cared about how many likes or how many views or all of that stuff, I would lose sleep. I would probably have a lot more gray hair and I would be discouraged to continue on. But I love doing this. I want to educate. I am passionate about cannabis. And the more people like you that we can connect with, the more knowledge we can share. And I'm just happy to be on this journey. So thank you again for
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dee, for joining us here on the spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. You can follow Dee the Bud Guy, like you said, both on Instagram and on YouTube. And from there, I'm sure you'll be able to follow everything else. Hugs to T the Bud Gal for us. We'd appreciate that.
I hope she feels better.
I appreciate that.
And we will connect with you again sometime in the future. Thanks so much, Dee.
Awesome.
I'm
like,
kill it.
pulled it in there somewhere.
Okay,
So
Shallon.
the day I saw him, I'm like, hey. He's like, "Where
When
are
you're
you
done there,
It ain't more
putting
than
your
lights,
entries
it's
in.
juicy fruit. I said,
We
I
got
don't
number
know how
3
high
for
I
you.
went.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case.
me?
Is
that yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we've gone back to Shallon. We go
Oh,
to you.
okay. I was like, what they do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah. Oh.
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them all.
That looked good.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, I got
Oh,
to
yeah?
rush off. I still my heart just going.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think you
I don't even know
should
how
do
many
sugar.
there was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed
Yeah.
to the regular
That wasn't
was,
burger.
yeah.
She got the good parties.
So yeah, we'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah,
People
today would have been a perfect day for it.
Exactly, because people just only heard me talk about it, or read about it,
Yeah.
including yourself, or even
Throwing them away.
one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run out of
Throwing them away.
Yeah.
Just in case the dog was that might be.
Okay. All right. So how does that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
No, she's cheating.
No, I'm going to
She's gonna
answer
do
the
dry.
question.
You're gonna do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably it's a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
faster.
All right. The dry.
By the time it gets back to me, it should
Yeah.
It's
It's not going to get back to you. We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it right here
see
between
through
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle, so it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell.
Is it like that last one? Seemed to me like
It'll be something if you swallow it.
cigarette
I
butter,
put that in the
whole-
comments. I put it as an ex-smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back in my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
Yeah.
Here we are in number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, it's 2 now. 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip, these you got to cut off the.
Yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
you're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
it fresh and in there.
It fresh and in there. Okay.
That'll work. That works.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works
control.
for me. Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are you finding? How are you finding the newbies?
Watch now over there, sucker on the thing. When are you going to pass that fucking
What's Al
thing?
saying?
Oh, you wait
How-
a minute. You didn't even light it.
No, you
How are you finding the doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
There's a leak. There it
Yeah.
is. There's a leak.
They'd be
Yeah.
probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
a little
all
drier than
Looks okay
Than
to
usual.
me.
yeah.
Number
You know,
3.
they gotta get
No,
them
yeah.
dried. Okay. So Sharon, you're lighting that.
Yeah.
Here is your
Okay.
return doobie. You pass that along.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that
Where's
back
that
in the tube.
Yeah.
So you don't or put
Thank
the
you.
filter in.
Hey.
In your tube. Keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Hmm?
Selection of rolling paper.
Rolling paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure we
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality roll.
Low quality, high quality.
I am.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
I'll care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to probably
Selection of filter.
package them extra careful too. You know, because
Right.
You know, this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. There's
Taste before it was
zigzags in
lit.
there.
The cardboard
The
paper.
taste before it was lit.
It's not the foam
What-
style, it's last
What are
fiber.
you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The papers
And have you
that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Haven't got any smoke.
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
No, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to turn black.
He didn't want to smile, but he did.
For me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah.
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper.
First one.
Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see bit of resin on
You're
the
having
paper.
your plate.
Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
What?
3.
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller. stuff.
Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking 7 doobie. Way to go, buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no,
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Kind of, yeah.
Get some
harsh to smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at
There
all.
it comes.
Ash color.
ash? Is
That was
very-
good, except no, I've had enough. Thank
very-
you.
No, I'm showing you the ash. Bob.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint back.
Over that way.
Rob's got
right.
a permagrin.
Couple tokes still there.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard like you.
Ash color. That was it was
Yeah.
4.
Like, but he says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh,
No, we're
we'll
good,
go 5
huh?
on that one, I guess. Let's do it
So
again.
I just want to
Overall
thank Sarah
improvement.
Sunday for sending us these kits for
Would
us
you
to
buy
do this.
Yes.
Yes, I
This
will.
is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. The I do have a concern about the research end of things where the lounges are like that are operating or off right now, lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, there was that like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
yes.
To test out
So
today.
you
And this is
showed that
made-
to us, but
This is
how does
made
it
by
work?
Dave.
Yeah, Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Here, hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no,
no.
There's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events. Yeah. And so now
he's very, very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt. And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
Well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And, the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know, Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
a hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean, just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. Different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got 1 scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like it's an everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking
Yeah.
brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop
Okay.
could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
just repeat to see if I could say.
How
seashells
much
by the
hash
seashore.
how much hash could a Happle hash if a Happle hash could Happle hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.